bí triple DRS Sanjo Beauty ìyá dáadáa ẹ̀rí pé náà jì mí láàárọ̀ ó tútù yàtọ̀ díẹ̀ sí tànà gbogbo náà lẹ máa pè wọlé platform mélòó láti set up mo wà lazy ni soríjọ́ tí bá ti lo machine eléyìí sórí machine eléyìí tí bá ti gbé jáde mo fẹ́ go into a bit of analysis tó pọ̀ mo dẹ̀ máa fi fẹ́ àwọn kan wọ̀nyí but for now lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan mo máa fẹ́ kí machine yẹn náà kó sinmi ẹ̀yìn tẹ́mi fi ń bá Nàìjíríà jà lélẹ́yìí bullet mi lélẹ́yìí bullet KOIKIMEDIA n tó ń dún tatatata lẹ fi ń gbọ́hùn mi tó wá rí gbogbo àwọn mobile phone yẹn àwọn yẹn tó bá máa fi ṣe díẹ̀ ní sí wọn bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ fún mi pé battery torí eléyìí battery ò lè jóná torí pé inú náà ni máa fi sí wọ́n ní bọ̀bọ̀ kan jí gbogbo transformer mass b mo kẹ́ volume yẹn lókè láti bó síbo oṣù ọ̀pẹ́ kò ń ṣe fóònù tẹ́ ń lò gbogbo yín tẹ́ máa ń lo fóònù tẹ́ máa gbé airpiece sétí jáde kó wọlé padà mass b ṣe volume yẹn ṣó lò volume ṣe fi lò ó ní volume lò àwọn ọmọ mi nìyẹn ìbí fóònù dáadáa ni wọ́n ń lò volume ṣe lè lò báwo ẹ jẹ́ ń charge laptop méjì ni mò ń lò nínú picture kan ẹ máa rí Tinubu ẹja fún ní respect no kò ń ṣe ìtawà lórí fóònù àwọn tó wà lórí laptop ni àwọn ló ń sọ pé volume yẹn lò ẹ mọ̀ pé network Nàìjíríà a máa ṣe ségesège ni galloping ni mo kíyà mi yèyé _ Títílayọ̀ 1 ojú yìí ló ń dán mọ́nàmọ́ná báyìí Ọlọ́run bá wà pẹ̀lú yín àwọn ọmọ ń kọ́ ń bẹ́ àti dádì àlàáfíà wọnú ilé yín bá àlàáfíà ṣe ń wọnú ilé tèmi náà tí mo fẹ́ ká àlàáfíà wọnú ilé gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá àlàáfíà wọnú ilé yín àwọn ọ̀bọ ọmọ Yorùbá jà Peter Ọládélé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àwọn security nìyẹn níjọ́ bá ti délẹ̀ lérí àwọn tó máa train wa nìyẹn mo kí brother mi Darapoli Brooklyn ó ní volume is good laptop tẹ́yìn tí wọ́n lè ṣe sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ tó wà Nàìjíríà galloping ní network yẹn a máa lọ a máa fò sókè a máa lọ sókè Abiodun Ọlárẹ̀wájú ní it is very clear ó clear mo kí gbogbo àwọn olórí wa kódà àti President Bọ́lá Tinubu àwọ̀ níbàjá ẹ̀tọ́ wa lákọ̀ máa gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ni mo fi charge ṣé kí n connect náà yẹn ṣé kí n connect ẹ̀ mọ́ yín Akeem Olúwadámiláre brother mi dáadáa mo kí ẹ fún mi ní fìlà yìí náà kéèmí náà máa fi ṣe yọpíyọpì ní London fìlà tẹ dé yẹn ó náìsì díẹ̀ mo kí mọ̀mísí mi ìyá dáadáa mo á kí àwọn fámìlì mi Prince Adékúnlé Adéwálé Oríọlá àwọn bàbá dáadáa ọlọ́lọ́mọ ẹ dátà táwọn bàbá yẹn máa ń ná ní Nàìjíríà wọ́n náà wọ́n kí mi Mr. Koiki èmi mọ̀ kí bàbá fẹ́ Babalọ́lá bàbá yẹn dàgbà díẹ̀ mass b ó náà lè gbọ́ mi dáadáa tí ó tútù sá kúrò orí Facebook lọ́hùn ó ti sá wá sórí YouTube mass b ẹkùn àwọn ìjọba Nàìjíríà ẹ ká ṣe báyìí láwọn pé ibi tí eléyìí wà kì í switch around because charger yìí máa ń fọ́nì nígbà míì ọ̀rọ̀ jẹ́ àwọn òbí ó máa charge láti bí wà ó wọná tọ́ba ní ó wọná ó wọná ó wọná happy Sunday mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí èwo lẹ́ ń sọ Mr. Majek ẹni Miss Chu kí lẹ mean by that ẹni tó bá fẹ́ bú mi ẹ tètè bú wa tó bá ti bú mi màá ránṣẹ́ sí bàbá ẹ̀ àti ìyá ẹ̀ nílé ṣe máa ká búra wa láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ pé ó ṣe àárọ̀ Sunday I did not go to church today irọ́ a máa nà yín Bishop Adesina lọ church kẹ̀ Bishop náà wọ́n lọ sí church mama Bishop odindi Bishop wọn náà wọ́n lọ sí church ọjọ́ kò tí KOIKIMEDIA àwọn ẹ̀ sáré church nìyẹn I am busy analysing all the funny scripts and videos Mr. Akeem Olúwadámiláre wọ́n ní Mr. KOIKIMEDIA KOIKIMEDIA wọ́n ní God bless you mo wá like God yẹn àwọn small g ni bí àwọn God bàbá wa àwọn onílẹ̀ Gani Olóyèdè ní Nigeria itself the battery is low talk of volume what are you doing don't go live on that wọ́n ní Gani Olóyèdè ó ní volume Nigeria low ṣẹlẹ̀ tẹ wà nílé yẹn ọlọ́mọ yẹn pààyàn Mr. Adéyẹmí ní white lioness well èmi ò ń ṣe black lion ló wà lamẹ́ríkà a fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Yorùbá nation self determination. Ìyàwó mi ní kí n lọ sókè, mo ní mo lọ sókè, mo ní ìbínú ilé mi mo wà. Ẹni tó bá ń gbọ́ gbogbo tó ń lọ ní background inú ilé mi tó bá tẹ́ lọ́rùn ayé àbáká kúrò ní broadcast ni nígbà tí mo dì wọ́n mú àbí mo sùn yàn mọ́lẹ̀ bí báyìí ni àdẹ̀gbowó lórí ẹ̀. Mo kí sísítà mi àwọn ọmọ mi wa tẹ́ bá ti rí àwọn obìnrin wa ọmọ fine arẹwà simi_FR90 ọba Elédùmarè bá ń wà pẹ̀lú yín. Gani Olóyèdé má máa jẹ́ kí black devil máa lé wa níbí báyìí o. Ó ní black lion lòun jẹ́, báwo ló ṣe tún wá pè ní black devil? Ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá ilẹ̀ máa lọ ń dájà lẹ máa lọ ń tọ́jà tẹ bá ti wá tọ́jà tán. Mo ti rí in táwọn àwọn youth leader wa àwọn youth wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ sókè nínú Vanguard. Wọ́n ní Yorùbá youth group de-associate itself from the invasion of Oyo state governor. Ẹlòmíì a máa wo gbogbo drama tó lọ lánàá yẹn olúkálukú ló ṣàmà sọ tiẹ̀. Àwọn kan ní ìrẹ́yìn òṣè kankan a máa ṣojú òpó bọ́ a ṣe ń wọnú agbami ètò. Mo kíyà mi mo dúpẹ́ Adégúnwà wọ́n ní good morning Koiki èmi gan ní good morning. Ìyá mi Sherifa Gbábíàká àwọn yàrá dáa wọ́n ní God is your strength àwọn lo capital G. Ẹni Koiki wo ló jẹ láàárọ̀ yìí kí ni ìyàwó ẹ̀ fún ẹ jẹ láàárọ̀ yìí mo ní kó fún mi ní kò tẹ̀ tí bá mi ṣe ó sì busy pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ ó ń sáṣọ ìwé àwọn ìyá wa iṣẹ́ ti pọ̀ jù energy tèmi ó wà lókè àbá ti gbàgbé sínú uber ti gbé lọ. Yẹmí Fató kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi dáadáa tí bá ní mo fẹ́ mu coffee nísìn ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n yà dẹ̀ send mo ní sọ yìí tó máa ń send owó ńlá ló máa ń fi ránṣẹ́ sí mi. Imagine kí wọ́n wà Nàìjíríà kó ní Koiki mo send owó sí ẹ kó fi ra coffee. Aliu Akeem Makanjuola wọ́n ní nice program to open our eyes kí ló ṣojú wa tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ní program mi máa open eyes ṣé ẹ ṣọ́ pé program mi máa open eyes. Yorùbá Nation La Fẹ́ TV bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àwọn kan náà máa ń pawó lórí YouTube mo rẹ̀ yín náà bá wa tan fóònù kẹ́ máa fi bá wa pọ̀wó tó bá yẹ gbogbo ṣe easy nìyẹn. Ṣorí ogun táwọn ọmọ mi ń wò nísìn àwọn yẹn gọ́gọ́ ló máa ń pawó Ọlọ́run. Ọlá ní pẹ̀kun I am only surprised how some people can be brainwashed. Kò sí ilé ayé tá wà nísìn nǹkan kan gbọ́dọ̀ jọ wá lójú. Ṣé mo pé tẹ́lẹ̀ ìgbà tá a ní access síra wa báyìí nǹkan kan máa ń jọ wá lójú. Nísìn oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló ń lọ tí kò gbọ́dọ̀ jọ wá lójú. A kò accept pé bó ṣe wà nìyẹn. Ọ̀gbọ́rí ẹ̀fọ̀n Ismaila wọ́n ní Mr. Koiki good job great wọ́n wá kọ 100%. Mo ṣe kí gbogbo yín náà ni o. So Mr. Dawudu Oyelóhùn Kẹ́hìndé ṣe rí pé Yorùbá àwa la ní èdè àwa la ní àṣà wàá máa gbọ́ àwọn orúkọ kan orí à máa wú Oyelóhùn Kẹ́hìndé ní mínì nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá pèèyàn ní Kẹ́hìndé wọn ò ní láti sọ fún ẹ pé ìbejì ni ṣé wọ́n kọ́ lè jẹ Kẹ́hìndé tó ní ìbejì kí ló fi máa fi Kẹ́hìndé ṣe kọ́ tó bí ẹ lọ́ọ́ ti máa mọ̀ pé o ní Táíwò o ní lẹ́yìn Táíwò kí ló máa tún nìyẹn Kẹ́hìndé Táíwò àti Àlàbá àti Sùràjù Taylor ìyàwó mi wò mí pé ìbò mo tún já sí báyìí pé mo ní bàbá yẹn tún já sí báyìí bàbá mi fẹ́ mi wọ́n ní I love you bàbá God bless you and your family bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fi ránṣẹ́ sí mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni family tí iná ọlọ́mọ bá ń bless ẹ̀ wọ́n ní technician làwọn tí ń ṣiṣẹ́ àwọn tó senior AC technician ó yẹ kẹ́yìn máa pa owó Nàìjíríà ni kò jẹ́ kẹ́ máa make owó ṣe rí ìlú tó bá ń gbóná bíi ti Nàìjíríà yẹn tílẹ̀ Yorùbá tán wàá máa ní air condition nínú ilé irú táwa tan yìí tà mọ́ rí báyìí Nàìjíríà ó yẹ kẹ́ máa tan air condition ni Minister for Power dẹ̀ ti ní kẹ́yẹ́ máa tan náà kalẹ̀ wọ́n ní Koiki wọ́n náà pa freezer ní London bí ó ti gbé ní UK rí ó ní abroad a máa ń pa freezer ni ó ní iná wa yes lóòótọ́ mo ò tan náà nísìn àmì mi náà save náà ìyàwó máa béèrè owó náà lọ́wọ́ mi nísìn wọ́n ní did you hear the way Ààrẹ Òpìtàn narrate the attack of Onítìrí Adélé mo ti gbọ́ analysis yẹn ó máa lọ forever ni but ẹ káwa padà sórí oyè yín because a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kó distract wa ṣe rí every week tàti bẹ̀rẹ̀ Yorùbá Nation in 3 years èmi máa ń note it down there's always some kind of things tó máa ń jáde títí di wákàtí ni o ìgbà míì ó máa lọ fún 3 weeks ẹ̀kọ́ tó gbọ́n kan mi máa jáde ṣẹ̀rí nígbà táwọn kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ yẹn Koiki ti kówó jẹ́ gbàgbàgbà gbogbogbò Yorùbá Nation gbogbo tó bá tún di another week another nǹkan mi la tún máa gbé jáde. So every week we are always coming with one kind of thing. So wọ́n máa ń fìyẹn fífi distract wa. Ibi táwa dúró lé òun ni pé Yorùbá fẹ́ lọ. That is the simple message. Adelede kò dé. Ibi gbogbo iná lẹ ti rí drama. Àbẹ́ẹ̀ rí drama. Drama yẹn ní agbára. So mo kí bàbá mi Mr. Femi Thomas. Ọlọ́run àbá wà pẹ̀lú yín. Okay, former senior AC technician. Mo ní sọ bí tó ti ṣiṣẹ́. Gbogbo ẹni tá wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Èkó máa gbé wá. Ìyá mi Grace Olúṣòótọ́, ìyá ẹ̀ tuntun sá lọ sí orí Facebook. Àwọn tára abroad wọ́n máa ń tẹ̀ sí lójú ni. Wọ́n máa wà lórí YouTube. Wọ́n á tún sáré lọ fórí Facebook. Mo kí ìyá wa Bọ́lá dear mami Simple Rahim Govi Mystery ó dà pé Pakistan àbí bolẹ̀ iná ẹ̀ wà àbí ọ̀nà Afghanistan. Àwọn Yorùbá wà ní Afghanistan o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni safety domain distraction ni. So ẹ̀sùn bẹ́ẹ̀ kí n máa sọ̀rọ̀ Adélé nísìnyí gbogbo tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá nígbà tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation ó ti di distraction ni. Èmi àwọn máa bọ̀n energy mi màá jókòó sí bíbá Koiki àwọn ti brotherhood in English wọ́n láòdẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ́n tó ní àwọn brotherhood Mr. Perry Tony Ages me a day off o I am 24 hours so ẹ fẹ́ máa fi mí ṣé wọ́n ilẹ̀ mú nínú ilé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Tony Ages mò ń bọ̀ ní Belgium wàláì kátẹ drive wọ Belgium kí n lọ rent ẹlẹ ṣé mo lè fi electric vehicle dé Belgium báyìí olúwa kọ́ máa charge ọ̀bọ kan tó gbé mi lánàá ó ní àwọn EV yẹn àwọn electric vehicle yẹn company tó ń bá ṣiṣẹ́ during the week Uber ó máa ń ṣe ní weekend ó ní àwọn mọ́tò yẹn van lòun wá ń lò ó ní wọlé lọ more than 120 kìíní kan ló ṣàṣọ gbogbo àwọn electric mọ́tò yẹn ó gbọ́dọ̀ máa charge ẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ máa take 50 minutes láti charge ẹ̀ lórí supercharge bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sórí gbogbo àwọn tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títì tá a máa ń rìn yẹn wọ́n náà wọ̀nyẹn máa ń pẹ́ kán tó charge ó máa gbé síbẹ̀ láti charge ó mọ̀ pé torí pé kò ń ṣe super fast charging tó bá fẹ́ super fast charging yẹn wà á lọ sí bíi Tesco àwọn pointer àwọn yẹn ló ní fast so tó bá kàn mọ́ bẹ̀bí ti Nàìjíríà 50 minutes ló máa fi charge so kò wá imagine wọ́n ti lè face ọ̀rọ̀ epo lọ forever wọ́n dẹ̀ ní battery kìíní yẹn wọ́n bàjẹ́ battery àwọn electric vehicle yẹn a ṣe settle down ni Mr. Perry èwo rẹ̀ tún gbé wọ́n ní akó adélé onítìrí o ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn ọmọ mi tó ti wọlé àwọn màmá dáadáa wọ́n kí mi ní bíbá wọ́n ní Koiki ó dẹ̀ ṣe bí tó rí mi ṣe o fẹ́ ní òrí kọ́mẹ́ǹtì mi ni ìyá mi orí tó kẹ́ ọmọlúàbí ni wá bọ̀ nínú Yorùbá nation ẹ tó bá ṣépè fún yín màá bá yín ṣépè fún Prophet Nasiru ní ká máa fún wọn lépè Alhaji Lukman mo kí yín bọ̀ mo ṣe ń kí mọ́mì mi dáadáa orí tó ẹ̀wọ̀n bóyá máa rówó gbà láàárọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ń kí àwọn èèyàn dáadáa orí tó kẹ́ ọmọlúàbí Àtinúkẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà ẹ wo orúkọ yẹn bó ṣe lọ kò ń ṣe orúkọ Fúlàní orúkọ Yorùbá ni látòkè délẹ̀ orí tó kẹ́ orí èèyàn tó wá kẹ́ orí tó kẹ́ ọba tún pè ní ọmọlúàbí ni gbogbo wa wàláì smooth samson ní adélèwèrè má ẹ̀ka distract ẹ̀ jẹ́ ká máa báṣẹ́ lọ Simple Rahim onóhùn náà kí mi lórí Instagram Mr. Moses Fadípẹ̀ wọ́n ní God bless you Olóyèdè Moshood ní Koiki ó kémi náà ó dẹ̀ ṣe bí ìgbà tó rí mi Ọlánipẹ̀kun wàláì àwọn brother yìí wàhálà tó ń ṣe lójoojúmọ́ àwọn ni mo kọ́kọ́ mọ̀ nínú Yorùbá nation tó máa ń ṣe door to door campaign wọ́n máa ń wọlé lọ báwọn èèyàn pèsè ti gbọ́ nípa Yorùbá nation tí gbọ́ kí ló dé òun lélẹ̀ door to door lọ́ máa ń ṣe wọ́n ṣe mí mo wá lè sọ nísìnyí o but títí de sometime tí a fi di pé gbogbo nǹkan dàrú nígbà tí madam according to the time nígbà tó wọlé dé ó kó gbogbo àwọn èèyàn sá lọ but no problem platform la ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ sórí Twitter because mo wá realize pé ṣé wọn fáwọn kan máa ń gbọ́ mi lórí Twitter ọ bú ṣe gèsì mi lánàá lórí Twitter lánàá àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan wọ́n bú ṣe gèsì mi lára wọ́n ní mi àti Ìgbòho la dá wàhálà sílẹ̀ mo ní sùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń gbọ́ mi wọ́n máa jókòó sórí Twitter wọ́n máa gbọ́ mi wọ́n bú ṣe gèsì mi lára lánàá lórí Twitter pèmí náà ẹ̀mẹ̀ntẹ́ nínà ẹ̀yin náà ẹ̀mẹ̀ntẹ́ bọ́ mo kàn ṣe pé fún ọ báyìí mo gbà sí fún wọn bàbá kan ní ó náà wà la jẹ́ kí gbogbo business òun parẹ́ ní north mo ní may Nigeria happen to you but I have nothing to answer to your question ṣé ẹ jẹ́ kí n pè wọ́n wọlé ẹ jẹ́ ká pè wọ́n wọlé lórí Twitter ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ invite wọn, ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ tọ́jà láàárọ̀ yìí, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ tọ́jà. So tá bá ti Yorùbá níyì ní òun kí mi níbí báyìí pé mo kí òun Olútóyè Táíwò wọ́n ní àwọn náà ń kí mi. Smooth Samson ní ẹ ń gbìyànjú púpọ̀ White Lion Ọlọ́run ló ní gbìyànjú jàre, ẹ má máa tàn mí, ẹ yé máa tàn wá. Ẹ jẹ́ ń gbélé báyìí. Nínú bàbá Akintoye ẹ wá rò pé máa dárúkọ Dúpẹ́ àbí no. Nínú bàbá Akintoye àti President Bọ́lá Tinubu ta ló nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá? Òun ní béèrè tàárọ̀ yìí ní ọ̀nì Sunday. Bí ẹ̀mí ṣe sọ fún mi nìyẹn o. Ìrọ̀ ti bá gbé báyìí wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wo picture ọmọ mi lókè bí báyìí, ọmọ mi máa di celebrity ọ̀sán ọ̀gàn irọ́ lẹ́pa máa gbé báyìí ẹ̀ nílé rí picture ẹ̀ má wọ̀rí. Nínú bàbá Akintoye, nínú Professor Banji Akintoye àti President Bọ́lá mo ṣe wà nínú PJ mi, má wọ̀rí, ẹ má wo ẹsẹ̀ mi, kílẹ̀ ń wo ẹsẹ̀ mi fún? Ojú ni kẹ́ máa wò, ojú lọ̀rọ̀ wà. Yorùbá ní ọ̀rọ̀ tó pọ̀ lẹ́nu, wá ní ojú ni ọ̀rọ̀ wà, ojú ni kẹ́ máa wò. Mr. Abiodun ní Koiki máa báṣẹ́ rẹ lọ, iṣẹ́ rẹ máa ń dá wa lọ́rùn, máa báṣẹ́ rẹ lọ. Koiki máa báṣẹ́ rẹ lọ, iṣẹ́ rẹ máa ń tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn, máa bá náwó fún mi o. Mr. Abiodun ṣé kí n tún jó lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ta ló máa Kúnlé Bakers yàn tí wọlé láàárọ̀ ìyá mi Sanjo Beauty mo ní sọ máa ń ṣerun ṣó ń wọlé, wọ́n ní bàbá Akintoye ní o. Ẹ ṣọ́ pé kò ń ṣe Tinubu. Yorùbá nation la fẹ́ ní. The question is bàbá Akintoye ẹ má tí jẹ́ ká sáré. Tinubu náà lè ní plan fún wa o. Kí lẹ rò? Àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò tẹ̀ fi gbọ́dọ̀ Tinubu ìgbà tí Mr. Ọládélé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi màá rìpọ́tì ní síbi iṣẹ́ o. Ẹ̀yin tó wá lo bàbá Stephen Akintoye ṣe ká lè bá wọn kí bàbá yẹn jẹ́ Stephen. Smooth Samson ní bàbá Professor Banji Akintoye tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tọkàntọkàn. Ṣé wá ń sọ pé Tinubu ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ni? Àwọn èèyàn ti ń jíwèé wò níbí báyìí. Wọ́n máa ní bàbá Akintoye ni. Mr. Felix ní Mr. Koiki we are praying for you. Mo ní ìdè tó pọ̀. Ogun tó ń bá mi gbọ́ àwọn kan lánàá nínú platform kan ó fi voice ránṣẹ́ àpilẹ̀ lánàá. Ó ní ẹ sọ fún Koiki yẹn tó bá wálé gbogbo security ló máa lé mú tó máa gbé. Mo ní mo ní èmi gan ìtì wálé. Ìyàwó mi gan ń ṣàdúrà pé o ìtì lè lọlé nísìn ọ̀nà ìtì clear. Mo ní ó ní jókòó sí bíbà máa gbá sí fún wọn láti bíbà. Máa báṣẹ́ rẹ lọ, iṣẹ́ rẹ máa ń tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn. Ẹ máa náwó ni o. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi àwọn máa send owó sí mi máa send owó. Àwọn ò ní the distraction. Yorùbá nation la gbé dání ibẹ̀ là ń lọ. Ẹ máa pè wọlé. Mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kẹ́ settle down ni. Mr. Femi Thomas ní bàbá Akintoye ni o. Ọ̀túnba Destiny wọ́n náà wọ́n kí mi níbí báyìí. Àwọn kan dẹ̀ máa wà ní ẹ̀yìn náà tọ́run tí mò ń tètè rí mẹ́sẹ̀gì wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa bínú ní sí pé Koiki o kan kí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn. Mo máa like tí bá ti rí àwọn mẹ́sẹ̀gì kan ní sùúrù jẹ́ padà sẹ́yìn. Former minister nílùú yìí láwọn tí wọ́n máa ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ológun ó ní UK must prepare for war. Èmi máa ń like irú àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Máa sọ fún yín wọ́n interview ẹ̀ lórí Sky. Ọmọ pàwọn Sky ó rà pé contract wa ti tán. Wọ́n send message sí mi contract yẹn máa tán. So wọ́n ti ní ṣe káwọn kọ́ automatically káwọn máa gbáwó lọ káwọn increase owó yẹn àbí carry new contract yẹn. Òun ni contract inú ilé mi fi tán báyìí. Ògúnmọ́lá Abíọ́dún ẹ má bínú mix salary yẹn ó máa take some time kó tó activate padà. Adongese yìí ni well done Mr. Koiki. I really appreciate what you are doing. Ẹ ṣọ́ abẹ́kan tán mi. Yorùbá nation la fẹ́ ní Tinubu is not loving Yoruba people because in 1999 he said Nigeria cannot work. Tó bá jẹ́ yìí náà ń kọ́ nígbà tó ti wà níbẹ̀ nísìn ṣe fẹ́ kó máa sọ pé Nigeria ò ní wọ́ọ̀kì ni. Jagaba. Mo ní nínú bàbá Akintoye àti President Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu ta ló nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá òun ní béèrè. Gbogbo ẹ̀ máa níyànjú Ògúnmọ́lá ó yẹ ṣó understand ṣó ta ló máa ní ṣó ń clear Yorùbá ìwúyà ní ṣó ń clear ìyá yẹn a ní ṣó ń clear you don't see abẹ́ẹ̀rí. Mr. Noah ní you are a coward you cannot talk you are a bullshit in Nigeria. Mo mọ̀ pé coward ni mí. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ Mr. Noah àwọn ilé ti bínú tán orí pé ò lè gbójú ẹ̀ síta ọmọ Yorùbá dẹ̀ ní àbí ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ó kàn lórúkọ Yorùbá ni Akínmáyọ̀wá ọmọ Yorùbá ò ní wá sọ̀rọ̀ níbí báyìí Only you are born May 31st 1959 irọ́ ló pa fake profile àwọn ọmọ APC only you are a bullshit Koiki you cannot talk in this Nigeria tí bá talk like this in Nigeria bí mi gbé Nigeria ni ìyá tó bí mi mọ tó dá ló ṣe mi kúrò Nigeria because Nigeria kì í ṣe country only you are a coward òun ló comment sí bíbá yìí mo lọ wo profile yẹn number one kò gbójú ẹ̀ sí ó ní one mutual friend Abike Abi ó ní I was born in May 31st ọmọ May kò ní sọ̀rọ̀ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn torí pé fake profile nìyẹn fake ọmọ tó ń pè ní fake profile ó lè jẹ́ Buhari gan ló wà láàrin inú cherry gbogbo tó lè máa ń ṣe nísìnyí pé wọ́n máa fi ń distract wa ni o kò ṣe mí nìkan tẹ́ bá ti rí wọn tó wá nínú kọ́mẹ́ǹtì bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn because ti rí pé a ti ń gbé ọ̀rọ̀ lọ síbi tó dáa wákọ̀ ló yá sọ pé Koiki kò ní dáa fún pé wèrè ni a lè distract nítorí máa ń ṣe nìyẹn o gbogbo yẹn làwa ti mọ̀ níwà distracted jókòó síbẹ̀ kó máa bú mi kò má tà máa bú mi Mr. Akeem ní ọmọ Yorùbá pray for Yorùbá land o ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wọlé lórí Twitter mo kí yẹn káàbọ̀ sórí ètò now Alabi Giwani just to tarnish Yorùbá nation movement kò sẹ́ni kankan tó lè tarnish movement wa ẹ̀yẹ ká fọkàn balẹ̀ now tá ti settle down mo kí gbogbo wa pé happy Sunday Wasiu ní Koiki Media first female president of the Democratic Republic of Yoruba fake nation as address is Adele ó mà wọ white ìyàwó èrè ìyá òsínwé woman bàyìí máa kó fi tiẹ̀ kó fi distract wa ibi tá à ń lọ́pọ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ láàárọ̀ mọ́jú Iran wọ́n send 300 missile wọ́n send ẹ̀ lọ sọ́nà Israel but Israel náà wọn kankan tó máa fi intercept ẹ̀ pàkà wọ́n kàn jẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ ní ìjà ń lọ rẹpẹtẹ ní gbogbo ìsàlẹ̀ yẹn ire olúwa Adékọ̀yà mo fi tẹlẹ́dùmarè mo kí yín ẹni ojú wa dúdú ni tẹ́lẹ̀ adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ olóyè májàsọ irú ọ̀rọ̀ olè yìí wá tún gbé jáde báyìí báwo lójú wa ṣe dúdú ṣe fi nǹkan kojú ni wọn lójú wa dúdú tẹ́lẹ̀ pé bọ̀dé nísìnyí tó lóye ti sọ fún wa pé bó ṣe ń pa wá yóò dá ojú gbogbo wa ti wá là adúpẹ́ fọlọ́run ẹ ṣé gan ni bàbá mi ire olúwa Adékọ̀yà mo kí gbogbo àwọn Koiki Media àti wá settle down ẹ jẹ́ ká play anthem wa tàbá ti play anthem yẹn ó láwọn audio kan táwọn kan ti send mi láàárọ̀ nípa into táwọn news bó ṣe gbé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn àgbọ̀ yẹn àwa máa wọnú agbami ètò yẹn lọ díẹ̀díẹ̀ mo kí wa pé happy Sunday lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí and welcome to my live transmission live lélẹ̀ tá a wà yìí o live Ṣẹ́gun ọ̀nà bó bá ṣe díẹ̀ nísìnyí yẹn máa fowó ránṣẹ́ Mr. Adépọ̀jù Káyọ̀dé wọ́n ní good work olóòrẹ́ mi kan mo ní dárúkọ ẹ̀ tán ìlú Amẹ́ríkà ló wà àjọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ movement ni tí mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ gan àfi bí ó ṣe tẹ̀lé òun náà ti tẹ̀lé Adélé lọ so gbogbo tó fẹ́ gbé jáde náà nìyẹn àwọn script yẹn máa dá gan kẹ Mr. Moses ní Yorùbá nation cannot be distracted because it is going to become it will be coming soon if Nigerian government like it or not. Ìyá mi Àbíbá ó tójọ́ mẹ́ta ṣe off lẹ́ni ni Ọlọ́run bá ń dúró tì happy weekend wọn náà kí gbogbo lé ẹni tí báyìí ti dárúkọ ẹ má fi ṣèbínú ẹ jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí. ẹni sùn ìyàn kan ní Koiki àwọn ọmọ ẹ wọ́n bá wa kọ Yorùbá nation anthem lẹ́nujọ́ mẹ́ta kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ó yá. Yeah, I'm doing my program. Yeah, let's read it. Let's recite the anthem. Come and stay here. Let's recite the anthem. Where's your sister? Yeah, let's recite the anthem together. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa. Where are you running to? You don't want to read the anthem? Ti bínú láàárọ̀ yìí. You gonna read the anthem with me? Yeah, we'll address it by. You come and encourage you, Connie. Come on, kékeré máa ń funny gan. Oh yeah, let's recite. Oh yeah. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa forílẹ̀ ibi wa ká gbéga ká dìde sókè now ká gbéga fàlérí ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká ṣiṣẹ́ ká jọlá ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní kẹ́jẹ́ ká máa lépa tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára ọmọ Oòduà dìde bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ, ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo a. Yoruba nation, Yoruba nation, Yoruba nation. Now. Thank you so much. Good boy, good girl. Moki Princess Victoria, wọ́n ní bravo. At least àwọn ọmọ tiẹ̀ ti mọ̀, àwọn ọmọ tèmi náà ti mọ̀. Ìjà àwọn ọmọ tí ti ń kọ́ èdè. Bàbá mi Jimoh Aremu, get in touch pẹ̀lú mi. Ẹ send message sí mi. Grandma ti ní àwọn fẹ́ rí yín bá sọ̀rọ̀. Mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ bí a nọ́mbà yín tí ó lọ níjọ́sí tí wọ́n jí fóònù yẹn lọ. Ẹ pè mí. Ó wà very important. Ẹ send message sí mi pẹ̀lú nọ́mbà tí a fi lè rí yín bá sọ̀rọ̀. Mo mọ̀ bẹ́ ṣe ń wò mí bí fóònù ìyàwó yín lẹ gbà ni. A ti ń try láti get yín. Mr. Timothy, thank you Jesus. Ẹ send message sí mi. Ó wà important because grandma ti ní kí n try láti get. Mo kí gbogbo yín tẹ́tí wọlé alóńgẹ́ṣe yìí. Mr. Ken, Mama King along the line. Mo kí Princess Victoria A. Ọláìwọlá. Ẹ̀yin náà wo orúkọ yẹn. Princess, orúkọ tó rẹwà. Princess òun ṣe pet ni. Mama rò pé tó bá rí prince àti princess wọ́n kàn fi sí fún bí a aka no. Family tó ti jáde ìran ọmọ aládé ni wọ́n. Ọládé ni gbogbo wa náà, but tó bá ti rí princess, that means pé ó ṣeéṣe pé queen ọjọ́ iwájú nìyẹn. Princess náà ló máa di queen. Ẹ ṣé gan ni Mr. Dayton, wọ́n ní nothing will stop Yoruba nation. Yẹn ni mo ṣe ní ká focus. Ẹ mọ̀ pé mi ò fẹ́ tètè pẹ́ lórí kankan. Distraction ni gbogbo tó fẹ́ jáde yẹn. Ẹ ká ṣáà focus. Àti ìgbà à ń lọ síbi tá a máa ti gbà lágbára Elédùmarè. So mo kí Princess Victoria Ọláìwọlá. Ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ gbọ́ nǹkan táwọn news Nàìjíríà. Ẹ mọ̀ pé mi náà láwọn tó bá mi ṣiṣẹ́ nílé tó yẹ pé mo sanwó fún àwọn grandma kan wà. Mo kí ẹlẹ́ǹkan sí mass bay. Àwọn grandma yẹn iṣẹ́ tó máa ń ṣe ni pé tó bá ti gbọ́n kankan wọ́n wá gbé fóònù wọn síbẹ̀. Màá gbọ́dọ̀ send eléyìí sí Koiki. Mo kí grandma mi Felicia. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Àwọn ní access láti gbé ní UK. Wọ́n ní access láti gbé ní UK. Our mom wà abroad, but she refused to live in UK but wants to live in Nigeria presently. I am from Saudi Arabia. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́n tá à ń sọ ẹ lè jókòó kẹ́ máa gbọ́ wa. Mo kí ẹgbẹ́ tẹ́ wà lórí Twitter. Mr. Joe ní Akoito. Ẹ ṣé gan ni. Bẹ́ ṣe ń wọlé ẹ mọ̀ pé life ni ẹ bá wa máa pín. Tẹ́yìn bá pín yẹn ló máa jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn mọ̀. Mr. Gbenga Noah wọ́n ní Koiki mi náà kí ẹ ní bíbá. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin brothers mi. Mo kí dádì mi bàbá dáadáa torí pé tíyàn bá rí àgbàlagbà tí irun funfun wà lórí ẹ̀, àwọn àgbàlagbà tó ní ọpọlọ tó mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ movement even though tí Koiki bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yẹ pé àwọn bínú sí ó possible pọ̀ náà yẹn ni Koiki ń rò pé ó lè lọ. Ó dẹ̀ wá àwọn Elédùmarè àbí Jésù àbànábì pé ọ̀nà yẹn ò ní lọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ó lè lọ báyìí. Mo ní láàárín President Bola Tinubu àti Professor Banji Akintoye ta ló nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá. Mo kí ẹ ẹ̀gbọ́n mi bí ó fi jọ ọdún Chicago náà kàn ṣóhun. Odunzi Sharia, thank you so much, good morning. A máa fún yín láyè kẹ́ pè wọlé but ẹ fún mi ní time. A ṣe lò 36 minutes ni and we are just settling into the program. Between Professor Banji Stephen Akintoye and Ifo Ogun State no going back. Àwọn tí fọ nìyẹn, àwọn dúró tán. Ẹ bá ń kí bàbá Lókun-Lódò. Bàbá yẹn dúró tán dáadáa. Mo kí Ajagun. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Mr. Ìyámi Adétọ́wọ́ ní one love to all the true Yorubas over the world. Gbogbo wa pátá we are the same. Àtẹ̀mí tí mo wà ní UK, àtẹ̀mí tí wà ní Nàìjíríà. Kò sí ìyàtọ̀ láàrin wa, the same lineage tó ta gbà kọjá. Èmi kọ́ fresh ni, èyí lè má fresh but I'm sure at some point gbogbo ala fresh nígbà tó bí wa. Nàìjíríà ló sọ wá di gbogbo bó ṣe wà yìí. So mo kí dádì mi lọ lẹ́ǹkan, bàbá mi Tèmídáyọ̀ Dennis Omitogun. Àwọn yẹn kàwé dáadáa. Nígbà táwọn ẹ mọ̀ pé mo ní mo ṣe máa gbé dádì kan wá, mo gbàgbé wọ́n tẹ̀ ti bínú sí mi but torí oríṣiríṣi ara tá à ń sọ nìyẹn. Ó yẹ kí dádì yẹn ti wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ but nígbà tó oríṣiríṣi distraction bá wà, it takes us away from the real conversation. Eléyìí tó ń bi mí pé what are you, kí ní kàn pẹ̀lú yẹn àwọn tó máa ń já wọnú program, àwọn just different people. Kí ní kàn wá pẹ̀lú what are you, animal ni mí ni àbẹ́yàn. So mo kí bàbá mi lẹ́ǹkan sí Tèmídáyọ̀ Dennis. Ìyá mi Grace Olúṣòtọ́ ní bàbá mi ọgbọ́n Stephen Emeritus Adébánjí Akintoye àti olóyè Sunday Adéyẹmọ aka Ìgbòho Òòṣà ọ̀nkútébù alápàjì wọn ni mo ní fẹ́ràn ni wọ́n fẹ́ràn gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá. Ṣé wọ́n sọ pé Tinubu ò fẹ́ràn ọmọ Yorùbá ni? Prince náà ti wọlé, wọ́n ní we Yorùbá in Finland can't wait to host you. Mo ń bọ̀ láìpẹ́, mo ní láìpẹ́ láṣẹ Èdùmàrè in Jesus name. Mo kàn ní ìdí owó ni. Mo ń bọ̀ ní Finland, mo fẹ́ lọ rí Simon Ekpa. Ṣé mọ̀ pé lórí Twitter lánàá àwọn kan ní èmi àti àwọn Biafra pàdé ní UK. Mo ní bọ̀ UK ni mò ń gbé. Ní láti pàdé ní UK, but a ṣe Zoom conference pẹ̀lú wọn at some point, and I don't have to go on to details. Mo ti ṣe meeting pẹ̀lú àwọn Biafra. America náà ṣe meeting, wọ́n ní party tó ń bá ṣe. So why always concerned about that? So let's start with this. Ibo ni speaker mi wà. Kákọ̀ gbọ́ àwọn newspaper Nigeria bó ṣe. Ibo ni speaker mi wà kẹ́. Ibo ni speaker mi wà. Military bag mi oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló máa Ọlọ́run yẹ kí n lọ tọwọ́ bọ safety pin tó máa gúnyàn lọ́wọ́ gan sẹ̀. Oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ló wà níbẹ̀. Speaker ni mo àwọn báyìí kẹ́. Military bag méjì dẹ̀ ni mo ní. Ṣé rí pé military bag tèmi gan yàtọ̀ sí àwọn tó lọ lánàá? Ṣé rí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe máa múra military tèmi ó yàtọ̀, títí wọn yẹn ti jọ ti Nàìjíríà jù. Ìyẹn gbọ́dọ̀ tó máa wọ military tó máa jẹ́ ti Nàìjíríà. Ó yẹ kó wọ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn camo báyìí. Kò ń ṣe tó dàbí ti Nàìjíríà tó ní green. Ibo ni speaker mi wà. Ibi báyìí mo jò sí. Ibi tí mo ti ń wa, ibi báyìí mo ti ń wa tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Mo wá padà end of mi ní ìwà. Ṣẹ̀rí wá lé eléyìí tún ní zip nísàlẹ̀. Rí zip ẹ̀. Mo wá kórìṣì àwa Ìjẹ̀bú ẹlẹ́rù táǹkà sùn. Mo máa mú káàkiri ni flag tó lọ́nà lánàá ní secretariat. Tó fìbọn fọ́ orí wọn. Wọ́n rò pé movie làwọn àti. Wọ́n rò pé movie ni. Alájà Àyìnkẹ́ Mọ́rádayọ̀ wọ́n ní mo kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun, ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Sàlámù alaykum. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ṣe nísìn kò tẹ̀ níṣẹ́ tó mọ̀ bí yàn gbàwé àbí yàn gbàwé. Ẹ rí pé Ọlọ́run tóbi lọ́ba Allahu Akbar. Nígbà àwẹ̀ yẹn ẹlòmíì kò ní fẹ́ jẹun lójú yín, kò gbàwẹ̀ ní torí kò láàwẹ̀. Bọ̀ nísìn gbogbo wa la láàwẹ̀, èèyàn lè mọ mi nísìn. Tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn ni má lọ mọ mi lọ́sàn-án kọ́ má lọ mọ̀ pé ò gbàwẹ̀ o. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ gbàwẹ̀. Mr. Fatai Babatunde ní onítìrí pẹ̀lú a lot of smile. Alájà mo kí Àyìnkẹ́. So ẹ jẹ́ ká mo kí gbogbo àwọn pastors àtọ́ ti wọ́ sórí puppet tó ń sọ̀rọ̀. Èmi náà ń gbọ́ kan nínú ilé mi bíbá. Èmi náà máa ń gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Torí ọ̀rọ̀ Ọlọ́run da kíyàn máa gbọ́. A máa fìyàn lọ́kàn balẹ̀. A máa jẹ́ kẹ̀mí ẹ kó padà sílé, kó má commit crime, kó má commit evil. Àwọn tó kàn wọlé WhatsApp dúdú, kí ní kàn mí pẹ̀lú WhatsApp dúdú, àwọn tó máa ń wọlé láti àwọn èèyàn ṣọmọ Yorùbá. So tẹ́ bá ti rí wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn a máa ń yọ wọn kúrò, kò distraction lọ jẹ́. Níbo la wà, níbo la dé lórí ìrìn àjò Yorùbá nation. Yorùbá wuyi ló máa ń sọ yẹn, a ní show clear, show clear àbí kò tí clear. Bàbá lẹ́kìtì tí bá pe bàbá lẹ́kìtì wọlé nísìn, bàbá yẹn máa gbé wa lọ sí àwọn journey kan. Bàbá yẹn tó bá jókòó, bàbá lẹ́kìtì angu tẹ máa ń jókòó sí nínú mọ́tò yẹn, mo máa ń like angu yẹn. Gbogbo àwọn YouTube blogger ló máa ń gbé fídíò bàbá lẹ́kìtì tó ti sún wọn pé ẹ ṣe lè máa gbé fẹ́mi náà ní kankan náà. Èyí mi mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ which he has the right. Gbogbo àwọn tó máa ń lo fídíò bàbá lẹ́kìtì kẹ́ máa fún bàbá yẹn ní kankan. Kò ń ṣe pé torí ó wà lórí platform ni mo ṣe ń sọ. Èèyàn ṣe lè máa bàbá lẹ́kìtì. Bàbá lẹ́kìtì ni mo dárúkọ níbí báyìí. Ọlọ́run fún ọ̀run kẹ́ brọ́dà mi yẹn, ó ti ṣaláìsí ní sàn ti péjọ́ méjì. Bàbá lẹ́kìtì ẹ̀gbọ́rọ̀ yìí rí, ọmọ Èkìtì ni bàbá yẹn. Ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn bàbá náà ni wọ́n tọ́ ti bímọ, àwọn ọmọ tẹ̀ ṣìyàwó láìpẹ́. Nígbà tí mo ní ká má tún fi ìtura àti move away from there, nígbà tí bàbá lẹ́kìtì pè mí, tí mo ní tẹ́ bá gbé bàbá lẹ́kìtì, ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn lọ gbá. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi yẹn MTN ló ti ṣiṣẹ́, ọ̀gá gidi ni o, big boy, big man, ọ̀gá gidi ni. Wọ́n wá mọ̀yàn kan mọ́ mi, wọ́n wá pe ẹni yẹn pé bàbá àwọn yẹn rò pé bàbá Akintoye ni mò ń sọ, wọ́n mọ̀ pé bàbá lẹ́kìtì ni mò ń sọ níjọ́ náà lọ́hùn about 3 years ago. Wọ́n wá níta ní Koiki ń sọ pé tó bá gbé bàbá lẹ́kìtì inú WhatsApp group ẹ mọ̀ pé báyẹn fídíò yẹn gbogbo wọn lọ́kọ̀tẹ̀ olúkàlùkù rẹ̀ sí ń lò pé ilé má ti san lórí kẹ̀ ilé tó ní o máa lọ sí embassy o máa lọ ṣe gbá o máa ṣàkà má fi gbogbo ẹnu tún sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn mọ́ torí bàbá Akintoye ti pè mí pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ as God voice of one honey please tell the leaders we are not changing our flag the fraudulent woman our flag will remain. So initially nígbà tó ju fídíò yẹn lọ sínú WhatsApp group yẹn ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn wá sáré pẹ́ nìyẹn pé ó ṣúọ̀ pé Koiki tàbí bàbá lẹ́kìtì tó ń sọ yẹn àwọn rò pé Professor Banji Akintoye ni kọ́nà fọ́run kẹ́ brother wọ́n ti kú ní 2 years ago. Later ó wá sọ fún family mi yẹn ìkọ̀ family mi lọ sọ fún àwọn like ọmọ yẹn àwọn like bọ́ọ̀ yẹn gan wọ́n ti rí àti ríra rí nígbà tí mo lọ́lé máa wálé máa ń lọ èmi ti lọ sí MTN office tó wà ní mo rántí location yẹn big one the head office fún gangan lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ní òkò ṣàbújá o you know tó bá yẹ pé èèyàn fẹ́ jẹ branding nígbà yẹn but ẹ mọ̀ Yorùbá nation tí ìdè nígbà yẹn èmi náà kàn wá bí ṣe máa olóyè náà ṣe máa step aside tó máa lówó tó ka ṣe nǹkan Nàìjíríà àṣẹ nǹkan kan tẹ̀ ṣe Nàìjíríà. Later on he was satisfied that ọkùnrin ni mí àwọn lè ṣe tí bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn ṣe ó ní àyà he has died now you know he died now 2 years ago kọ́lọ́n bá fọ̀run kẹ́wọ̀n tí bá dárúkọ àwọn kan lè mọ̀ wọ́n so I'm not gonna mention his name but he was a big man a big boss in the MTN office. Now let's play this. This is how some of the radio did their analysis on the Adele Tolosi Federal Secretariat. Then we will move straight into why do you think that between Baba Akintoye and Professor Banji Akintoye, ta ló nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá? Ta ló ní ìfẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá? Ẹ já gbọ́ báyìí náà.
Àwọn tí wọ́n jàjàgbara fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá rí o eléyìí tí wọ́n lọ ya bo iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bá ti rí àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ àgbààgbà inú ẹgbẹ́ tó ń pè fún òmìnira ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Banji Akintoye àti ajàjàgbara Yorùbá ní olóyè Sunday Adéyẹmọ táwọn tí wọ́n pè ní Sunday Igboho ni wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò mọ nǹkan kan o lórí àwọn èèyàn kan tí wọ́n pera wọn ní ajàjàgbara ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí wọ́n lọ sí iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ tó wà ní Agodi ìlú Ìbàdàn ìyẹn lọ́jọ́ Sátidé a gbọ́ pé àwọn méjèèjì ni wọ́n pa ọ́ pọ̀ sọ pé àwọn ò mọ nǹkan kan nípa àwọn ajàjàgbara eléyìí o Akintoye ó lé irú àwọn èèyàn yìí dájúdájú wọn ò jà fún ìfẹ́ ọmọ kan ilẹ̀ Yorùbá rárá o torí pé tara wọn náà ni wọ́n jà fún kò sẹ́nikẹ́ni tó rán wọn ṣẹ́ bí eléyìí tí wọ́n ṣe yìí inú ìròyìn eléyìí tí wọ́n gbé jáde lánàá ibẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n sọ wípé àwọn tí wọ́n lọ jàjàgbara yìí ni wọ́n ti ń fọ́nu wípé báwọn ṣe wà yìí àwọn ti gbé ìjọba kan kalẹ̀ tó máa ti ètò ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àti pé àti iléeṣẹ́ ìjọba ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ibẹ̀ làwọn ti fẹ́ lò agbọ́gbọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n lọ ọ̀hún ni wọ́n wọ aṣọ tó fara pé aṣọ ológun lẹwa Nàìjíríà Bàbá Akintoye ló tètè pariwo síta ibẹ̀ dẹ́kun èmi ò gbọ́ kankan nípa àwọn èèyàn yìí ó ní òun ti lọ bá àwọn ikọ̀ kan tó jẹ́ tonítìrí àti àwọn tó kójọ òun bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ó lóun mọ ohun tí ọmọ jẹyọ ohun tó jẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ kù kí wọ́n tó máa lọ ta ìjọba láyà ó ní kò yé òun rárá ó lóun gbọ́ pé wọ́n ti bá àwọn èèyàn kan sọ̀rọ̀ lórí gbogbo tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú Ìbàdàn yìí òun dẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ wípé òun o àtolóyè Sunday Igboho àwọn ò mọ kankan nípa àwọn tí wọ́n lọ iṣẹ́ láabi nìbàdàn ó ní àwọn níta wọn làwọn jẹ́ ojúlówó ikọ̀ tó ń pè fún òmìnira ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn ò mọ àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n jáde yìí o oríkẹ́ bá rí onítìrí ẹbí léèrè ibi ó ti rí àwọn ikọ̀ tó kójọ níta wọn táwọn ṣe ń pè fún ìdásílẹ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè tó jẹ́ ti Yorùbá ọ̀nà àlàáfíà òun làwọn ń gbà àwọn ò lọ́mọ ogun táwọn kójọ àwọn ò níbọn àwọn ò ládàá débi táwọn ń pè fáwọn èèyàn ìgbà ẹ lọ bá wa gba ìjọba lọ́wọ́ ìjọba Nàìjíríà ẹ lọ kà lẹ́kùnrẹ́rẹ́ inú ìwé ìròyìn Sunday Nation tó jáde láàárọ̀ yìí. Báláǹsì ìròyìn yẹn ń bẹ ní ojú ewé karùn-ún ìwé ìròyìn Sunday Vanguard tó jáde lónìí níbi alukoro fún iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ SP Adéwálé Òṣìfẹ̀sọ̀ ti sọ dímọ̀ pé kò dín ní ẹni afurasí 18 ni wọ́n ti pápẹ́ gbàgbé lórí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìlú Ìbàdàn lánàá lórí àwọn ajìjàgbara kan tí wọ́n gbìyànjú láti gba ilé ìjọba ní ibẹ̀ nígbà tó sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá ní Òṣìfẹ̀sọ̀ ló sọ dímọ̀ pé ká dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹ̀ṣọ́ aláàbò àti iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá tí wọn ò sùn taratara ní bó ti jẹ́ pé wọ́n gbìyànjú láti tègbà agbára lọ́wọ́ àwọn ẹni afurasí náà àti pé ní sọ̀rọ̀ lóhun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àwọn àjọ aláàbò tó kù àwọn náà ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀ pẹ̀lú wọn láti dáhùn sí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ náà ní kíákíá
ní ìbámu pẹ̀lú ìlànà tí wọ́n pè ní standard operating procedure léyìí tí wọ́n fi yanjú gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ náà. Ó ní ní àpapọ̀ àwọn ẹni afurasí tí wọ́n fi páńkábá gbé pẹ̀lú àwọn ìjọ̀gbọ́n lọ́lọ́kọ̀jọ̀kan lọ́wọ́ wọn ni wọ́n jẹ́ ogún níye. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló sọ dímọ̀ pé ìbọn tátákùkù mẹ́ta ìyẹn 3 action guns ni wọ́n rí gbà àti ọta ìbọn tó jẹ́ 291 níye. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló sọ dímọ̀ pé àwọn ọta ìbọn kan tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀mí méjì ni wọ́n ní, ó ní méjì nínú rẹ̀ ni wọ́n rí gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn àti pé ìbọn àdá lọ́lọ́kọ̀ọ́jọ̀kan tí wọ́n rí gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn yìí ó jẹ́ 67 àti pé àwọn aṣọ tó ń gbọn ọta dànù 5 ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni wọ́n rí gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Bàtà ẹsẹ̀ tí wọ́n pè ní búùtù ó ní 6 ni wọ́n rí gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn. Megaphone 10 ni wọ́n tún rí gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló sọ dímẹ̀ pé fìlà tí wọ́n pè ní bẹ̀rẹ̀tì tí wọ́n kọ Oòduà style sí lára ó ní 7 ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ni wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn àti ìgbànú tí wọ́n pè ní bẹ́líìtì ó ní 7 náà ni wọ́n tún rí gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn èèyàn náà. Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ló sọ dímẹ̀ pé aṣọ tó farajọ sí iléeṣẹ́ ológun orílẹ̀ tí wọ́n pè ní Oòduà Nation Army Camouflage Uniform onímọ̀kànlá rẹ̀ ni wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn náà lọ́lọ́kọ̀ọ́jọ̀kan tó ń fi àwọn ohun èlò ìjà ogun tí wọ́n rí gbà lọ́wọ́ àwọn ènìyàn. Ṣùgbọ́n ó sọ di mímọ̀ pé níwọ̀n ìgbà tí iṣẹ́ ìwádìí bá ṣe parí tán ni àwọn ẹni afurasí náà wọ́n yóò fojú ba ilé ẹjọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí agbẹnusọ fúnléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ bó ti sọ lójú ewé 5 ìwé ìròyìn Vanguard tó jáde lónìí.
Nínú ìwé ìròyìn.
Now, those are the news coming out, those are the news coming out. Mo kí bàbá lẹ́kìtì lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí ẹ ṣe gan ẹ kú àdúrótì ọmọ Yorùbá torí pé àwọn tó wà ní iléeṣẹ́ takuntakun ló ń ṣe. Please, we don't know them. Mr. Iyami Adetoni, àmọ́ wọn saboteur ni wọn. We are happy that many of those, and I'm going to try and speak in English, but Yoruba la máa sọ tó pọ̀ jù. We are happy that many of us have now understand that kò ń ṣe pé kò mú Baba Akintoye kò make a declaration of Yoruba nation. Kò ń ṣe pé kò mú olóyè Dr. Sunday Ọmọdéyẹmọ ìta máa fi ń ṣe analysis wa nìyẹn láti declare Yoruba nation. But one thing we need to understand is that since we are still under the YSDM, and I told us the lánàá, I was almost tired going to bed. And tẹ́ bá wà lórí program lánàá, àtúntò bẹ̀rẹ̀ mí láàárọ̀. Even though many people say you are doing Yoruba nation because ẹ fẹ́ lówó lórí ẹ̀, mo ní ẹ̀yin náà tán fóònù yín kẹ́ fi lówó so that kówó yẹn lè pọ̀ fún gbogbo wa. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn medias wa tó wà nínú ilé. Stabbing victim 22 killed in a new attack. Okay. YSDM. Many people do not know YSDM. And the reason they don't know YSDM is because Obeledumari has given us Professor Banji Akintoye. But he also added someone that has become the name, the brand for the movement. And that is Dr. Chief Sunday Igboho. Even many people do not know that Professor Banji Akintoye is the actual leader directing the movement. Spark Lizzie, Eshegoni, Ekweto. Bishop Adesina, we thank God they spelled out their name, that we are different. But some of them have not. But we come back to that. So, CSI, known as Igboho, name seems to be the one that focus in the minds of millions of Nigerians because they believe that he is the one trying to destabilize Nigeria. Number one. They believe that Igboho is a criminal. Number two. They believe that Igboho was one time working with the politicians, so he has no moral rights. Shema, for one, be meaning WhatsApp, Twitter space. Lánàá pé iṣẹ́ wo ni Igboho ti ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá? Pé kémi fún wọn ní àwọn nǹkan tí Igboho ti ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó fún ní audacity àti authority láti máa jàjàgbara fọ́mọ Yorùbá. I was asked that question. At some point, sister mi tó ní kí n lọ sínú ibi tó ti sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn, she started calling me pé kí n kúrò pé kọ́ má bà wine mi, kọ́ má bà frustrate me because wọ́n máa record gbogbo tí mo fẹ́ sọ. Mo níyàn ń ṣe new thing because every single one of them on Twitter, they are watching me right now. Not the evil one, the Yorubas that are watching me. They are taking note of everything that I am saying. They are with me. Because I realized that on the space yesterday, almost every one of them, at some point, up to date, even when I did the breaking news yesterday, they were listening. Because a lot of them reference to that. But most of them are born bastard APC, working for APC. So they are thinking that Bola Tinubu loves Yoruba people more than Professor Banji Akintoye, more than Oloye, Dr. Sunday Omadeyemo Igboho. Thank you so much, my beautiful wife. Mo ní sọ tó wà nú ẹ̀ fún yín, kí lẹ fẹ́ mọ̀ tó wà nú ẹ̀. Ẹ kàn máa rí smoke. Can you see the smoke, the flames? Mo ní sọ tó wà nú ẹ̀. Kó má bàa sápá mi lórí. Mo ní sọ tó wà nú ẹ̀. Ọ̀rẹ́ yín mi bí ti gorilla bí. Bú mi, èmi náà máa bú ẹ. Bomb bastard. So these idiot Yoruba people, they sit down on Twitter. Do you know that? I am not making this up now. Saheed Jimoni, Mr. Koiki, you are just too funny. I got my funny sí lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ́. Ṣó fi mọ tó wà nú ẹni, ṣé n sọ fún ẹni. Kò lè bá rán evil spirit wá. Ìyá mi Basira, ẹ̀yin ṣàfẹ́ jíwèé wò. Ẹ máa jíwèé wò tẹ́ bá wà níbi iṣẹ́ o. Ẹni coffee ni mò ń mu. Báwo lẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé coffee ni mò ń mu? Ẹ ti wọnú ilé mi ni. Ẹ ti fojú àwọn àgbàlagbà ti fi wò láti ibi tẹ wà rí ẹ. Lórí fóònù yín náà lẹ ti ń rí pé coffee ni mò ń mu. Àbí àbọ̀kọ coffee sí lára mi. Ìyàwó mi ò tẹ̀ lo cup Yorùbá Nation láàárọ̀ ẹ̀, but ó lo ìtàwọn ọmọ mi fún mi. The best daddy in this world. Let's take the caffeine together. Mr. Razak, let's take the caffeine. Báwo lẹ ṣe mọ̀ pé coffee ni mò ń mu? Mo ní sọ tí mò ń mu. Ó dìgbà tí bá mú tán ni máa sọ kó má bàa sápá mi lórí. Ó kọ̀ gbóná yọ eruku ni. Ẹni tó bá guess tí mò ń mu, màá sọ fún ẹ pé Yorùbá Nation máa dé láìpẹ́. Ta ló máa guess? Yorùbá Nation máa dé, but kò ń ṣe tí wọ́n dé lánàá ní secretariat. Let's continue the program. A very good morning to you all. It's a beautiful bright morning. Àti wà ní weather wa ṣe rí pé lẹ́ǹkọ̀ọ̀kan ní sàn ni máa wọ thermal flag tá máa wọ̀ tí gbogbo ẹ̀ máa móru because of the weather. Now, while I was on the space yesterday, ìkànnì Chokomilo, ìwọ́n máa like Chokomilo yẹn dẹ̀ ti kéré nísìn. Wọ́n tẹ̀ jẹ́ ká gbé Chokomilo wá láti Nàìjíríà through àwọn cargo kankan, wọ́n náà wọ́n gbà, àmọ́ why? Bí ó ti fi ìmọ́lẹ̀ Yorùbá mú salute brother mi dáadáa. Mr. Koiki, please don't kill me with the laugh, Joe. Bishop Adesina, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ lọ sí church lẹ́ ń sọ pé mo mu Chokomilo àti milk. Mo ń bọ̀ wá bá yín. Kentos Abẹ́bí mo kí ẹ, àwọn ti Manchester nìyẹn. Àwọn tó di ìfẹ́lódùn nìyẹn pẹ̀lú president. When I was at the space yesterday, many people have never heard about YSDM. Let's come back to the program. Wọ́n mọ àwọn tó ń pè ní YSDM. Wọ́n wá mọ Dúpẹ́ Onítìrí as well. All they knew was that there are people that are doing Yoruba Nation that wants to destroy Nigeria, and we the Nigerians, we are not going to accept it. Mo ní ẹmọ̀ntẹ́ni náà mo bá yín gbà sí fún wọn dáadáa. The only thing ni pé mo reserve èpè tí máa ń ṣe yẹn mo ṣẹ́ pè níbẹ̀, but mo gbà sí fún wọn dáadáa. And after tí I let them ask me questions, but I now realize that èmi ló attack. One round one Igbo kankan, they were using some English to attack me. One me by you, the same set of people. They're on Twitter. They're listening to me right now. They are idiots. They are the people that fall in love with Nigeria because they think that Nigeria problem is political problem, is leadership problem. They do not understand that the Nigeria problem is bigger than the problem that they are thinking, because Britain created the Nigeria problem. So let's now give us a background of the YSDM. The YSDM is actually the movement, the body, the organization. YSDM ló dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí òpó iná transformer. wọ́n ní ọ̀kan jí transformer, odindi transformer, a staff of electricity kìíní kan, èmi ò mọ bó ṣe gbé délé, but a lot of shit happen in Nigeria. So the YSDM is the transformer. No, ṣé a lè sọ pé transformer ni YSDM? Èwo ló máa ń step not down? When they are bringing the electricity, ṣebí transformer ló máa step it down. Kento smoke tẹ̀ rí Saheed ọmọ bọ̀tà. Ẹ̀yà ní Koiki má dá wàhálà lẹ̀, focus níbi tí wọ́n náà ń lọ. O ṣàfihàn bá o fẹ́ máa tẹ̀ sí lójú. Ẹ̀rọ tí kò náà tẹ̀ sí mi lójú. Ó ní màá máa sọ mo máa ń dẹnu lórí social media. Èmi rò pé mi máa rí generalism wọn lánàá ni Saheed ọmọ bọ̀tà. Àṣé kò ní tẹ̀lé wọn lọ sí ọmọ tó gbọ́n Saheed. Mo mọ̀ dáadáa. Ó gbé pẹ̀lú wa for 6 months ní Soka. Ìgbòho mọ̀ dáadáa. Ẹ̀rí tí onígbòho ṣe fídíò ọjọ́ kan ó yín mú sóhun pé ṣé oní Yorùbá nation ní wáyé onígbòho yín mú lẹ́nu ẹ̀. Ó fẹ́ mọ àṣírí olóyè Ìgbòho ni ìyẹn ní gbogbo nonsense tó ń ṣe yẹn. Now okay, Mr. Akim ní transformer èwo ló máa ń gbéná gangan wá láti ibi tó bá ti release iná yẹn transformer ló máa step aside ló máa step it down. Àwa la ṣe ń step it down. YSDM òun ni the main iná tó ń bọ̀. But tí iná yẹn bá wọ ara yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ó máa explode gbogbo wa. So àwa wá ní transformer tá à ń step it down. Àwa là ń step it down. Bishop máa pè yín in another few minutes nísìn. We are the one that is stepping it down, but the YSDM is the main body for the Yoruba Nation movement under the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye, including the deputy known as Otumba Ademola. Then we have multiple organizations, up to 84, linked with it, and their job is to distribute Yoruba Nation to all over places. Mokiyawa Ireti, Ekabo Sorieto. Mr. Fatai Babatunde, only my namesake. Good morning. One is Saheed Omobota, the chief of army staff, ó run away. Ìgbà tó rí ogun gidi. Saheed táwa mọ̀ dáadáa. Àrùn lọ síbì kan, ó sá wálé padà ni. Kò lè jẹ́ training bó ṣe wà yẹn. Ẹnu ló ní lórí social media. Ó bẹ́ẹ̀ kó sí ẹnu lèmi náà ní. I'm sure pa máa gbọ́ mi, ẹ bá mi send ẹ̀ sí. Bomb bastard. Now, the job of those 83 organizations connected to the YSDM, their job now is to go outside and tell many Yoruba people reasons why we need to go out of Nigeria. Now, we then also have the Yoruba world media. The Yoruba world media might not be as active on the X known as Twitter like I am. That is the reason why some of them seem to think that Yoruba Nation. No, we have what they call. I am giving this because they are listening to me right now. They are listening. They are actually listening to me because they are the APC agents on the social media that are attacking us. Either on Instagram, as usual, we go in and come back out because we are just 25 seconds out. So I might as well just end it and come back again. So what I'm trying to explain to us is that the YSDM now takes the directive because Baba Akintoye knows that for us to leave Nigeria, certain things must first happen. Nigeria. Certain things must happen. What are the things that will happen? The aims and objective of the YSDM goes like this. Okay, stabilizer set down the electricity. So our land step it down. Olóyè Ìgbòho wà lára àwọn tó ń bá wa step it down. Tó bá jẹ́ pé bó ṣe jẹ́ akọni tó jẹ́ gangan tí Elédùmarè fún yẹn. If tó bá jẹ́ pé ó lo gbogbo iná tó ń bọ̀ yẹn, oríṣiríṣi àrà máa sán nínú Nàìjíríà, there will be chaos. Mo kí ìyàwó Rukayat Ọmọwùnmí, Mr. Dayo Ọmọlájọ, good morning. Now, what role do we expect from the YSDM? This is what they've told us that they would do in regard to the Yoruba Nation movement. And we are not, they were calling me secessionist. They are idiots. They know the difference between secessionist and self-determination. Tibaden sort of land, they keep muting me. Every time Tibaden sort of won't mute me because they are in control. But I am in control of this platform now. Nobody can mute me. I am saying categorically that the majority of the Yoruba that think that they are educated, you are not educated. You are all born bastard. I think I have Koto Dipa Magba call. Eje Kasare Tufile, Kafigba on your Lori on another Instagram. Then Tabati Bere Singba call, which I will take calls this morning. Then we will switch over. So majority of you that are in coerce with the political system in Nigeria, there is nothing that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can do to rectify. There's nothing. All right. There's nothing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu can do to rectify the problem of the Nigeria situation. Number one, President Bola Tinubu wants to step down the power. Yes. What I'm just trying to explain here is that the YSDM is the one bringing the electricity from the main source. The 80 groups, including the Yoruba World Media, that is an independent as well, away from YSDM, but we work with it. We are the ones that is now stepping down the movement to get the message into all the homes and around the world through our messages on the social media, and each time we speak, the messages goes as well on the main print paper in Nigeria. And let's start with it. So if you're one of those that have never listened to Yoruba Nation, you are confused. Igbowo fe da Nigeria. No, Igbowo da Nigeria. Nigeria ti daru koto bi Igbowo. How many people agree with that? Let me ask this. How many people agree that Nigeria ti daru koto bi Nnamdi Kanu? Nigeria ti daru koto bi Simon Ekpa? Nigeria ti daru koto bi Emi? How many people agree with that? Yes, Mr. Dayo Omolaja, I want to me. Enti mo wa oyinbo yen ni mo wa latenkan power line. Ìyẹn ló ṣe máa ní ẹ má kọ́lé sábẹ́ power line. Wọ́n pọ̀ ní gbogbo àlímọ̀ṣọ́ yẹn, wọ́n máa gbé ní abẹ́ power line. Tí náà ẹ bá dẹ̀ wá bẹ́ẹ̀ gbága, ó máa mú gbogbo yẹn lọ ní. Let me ask the question again. Many people say yes. Am I the one that created the problem of Nigeria? Because yesterday I was attacked that we are the problem of Nigeria. Bàbá kan ní gbogbo business òun ní north pé àwa Yorùbá la bàjẹ́ níbi tá ti ń ṣe jàgbàjántìsì lórí social media. That disturb àwọn Fulani. That is the attack I was receiving yesterday on the Twitter. They are listening to me right now. They are there. They are watching me. But they come with anonymous. They are watching me right now. They are on all the platforms. Wọ́n ní èmi Ọláyọmí Kóìkì ni mo bà Nàìjíríà jẹ́. Ìgbòho Òòṣà ló bà Nàìjíríà jẹ́. Kódà wọ́n ní bàbá Akintoye ló bà Nàìjíríà jẹ́. I am now asking everybody, regardless of your take on this movement, regardless of your take in Nigeria, are we the one that destroy Nigeria? Ṣé mi ni Buhari tó ṣe coup ní 1983? Ṣé mi ni Babangida tó destroy Nigeria tó create kí ni Babangida create nígbà Bishop Eromileti? Babangida created a structural adjustment program. Ṣé mi ni èmi ni Ọbásanjọ́ tó destroy Nigeria? Ṣé mi ni Gowon to destroy Nigeria? Ṣé mi gan ni Angurosi to destroy Nigeria? Sir, Benny. So when people are pointing their fingers, you can know that they are not honest. Nigeria problem has been there before I was born. Mr. Kaini, you are not the one that destroyed Nigeria. But yesterday, I was confronted by the Yoruba people that we are the cause of the problem going on in Nigeria. And I'm Jonathan was the president. Yaradua, how come you are now pointing finger for people that are calling for self-determination? I have a document here. Confab 2014. Otigbo, we treated it at some point. This is the National Conference Confab 2014. There was nothing called Yoruba Nation. Why did they not implement this confab? What happened to the confab of 2014? Because your politicians are not interested in getting something for you. Wọ́n ní kí n má gbàgbé Abacha, Mr. Saheed Balogun, wọ́n ní Koiki kí ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ o sọ̀rọ̀ Abacha ni Abacha that took $5 billion out of Nigeria ó wá ti di pé taba nídìí owó Bishop Adesina ni they are hypnotized and they are gullible. I was accused that we all campaigners, àtẹ̀yin listeners, every single one of us are the cause of the problem in Nigeria. Mo kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi triple DRS ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ yẹn kò wálẹ̀ rárá wọ́n sí ni Princess Awoniyi wọ́n ní orí wọn ti bàjẹ́ ni. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi Tony Ages ni yes Nigeria problem started before the 1914 amalgamation 500 years they was what they call the colonial rule. Bàbá mi Kẹ́hìndé Oseni Salami Mokinyin. Are we the cause of the problem of Nigeria? When they were asking for the restructure of Nigeria, what happened to that? Why were all the politicians from the north, from the middle belt, from the southeast, from the southwest, why were they not coming together to restructure Nigeria to make it work by taking down the 1999 fraudulent constitution? How come you are now accusing the Yoruba people that we are the cause of the problem? Mr. Taiwo Sadikuni, Nigeria problems had always been there since independence because what we got in independence was destroyed by Agurosi. What we got before the 1914 amalgamation was a peaceful system that was working in the capacity of who we are as indigenous people, bomb bastard. And when I talk about indigenous people, we are indigenous people. Moki Alaja Adeyeye. She produced thousands of these. Who are we? Moki Wogwe Lolufemi and Wole Lotun Losi. Money platform Iloma educating you and tell you the real problem of Nigeria. The Yoruba campaigners are not and will never be the problem of Nigeria. Mr. Dayo Omolajani, we have to force them to do the needful. Some of you idiot Yoruba people that are watching me today that are accusing us as the problem, as the creator of the problem of Nigeria. What happened to who we are before the 1914 amalgamation? Yoruba want independence. Is it not our right? Right to Wakoni is our right. And that right must be respected. And that is why I'm asking this morning, between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Professor Banji Akintoye, who truly love the Yoruba people? Between the two of them. I am not here to say that Tinubu has been there for 1 year, but going back to even because what they are saying is that what has Baba Akintoye done in the past? What has Igboho done to warrant him to come and speak on behalf of Yoruba people? Igboho will speak on behalf of you because you don't have the balls. Mokia easy. Nibubu Miami. It was the last person I spoke to before I went to bed yesterday. So when we say we want Yoruba nation, maybe some of you should listen to some of the reasons why we should have an independent Yoruba country away from what was created, that God, whether it is Jesus Christ, whether it is the Islamic God, whether it is the God of the Yoruba land, never partake in the creation of what is known as Nigeria today, because Nigeria was created on a fraudulent document, on a fraudulent foundation, and that foundation is what we are trying to look into and take chisel, take hammer, take whatever we can and then start chiseling it out so that it can fall apart and we can build back a system that represents the indigenous people, just like the Germans, the French, the Belgium, the Australian, the Germany, the whatever that you can think of, the Chinese people. The Yoruba people will come out of Nigeria and it will remain peaceful until the negotiation reach a full charge of EV, electric vehicle, with 100%. We are not yet 100%, and that is why I go back again to the YSDM before coming here. The YSDM told us that some of their aims and objectives of the sovereignty for Yoruba nation, we are different from Dupe Onitiri, known as Ominira 2022. Dupe Onitiri has the right to do whatever nonsense she's doing, but do not join that with Dr. Sunday Adeyemo Igboho. Hello, KOIKIMEDIA. Have you released the press statement on what happened yesterday? Yes, sir. We released it, and Prof. Akintoye will be making further communication to us. But I can tell you that every Nigerian newspaper today has rectified that Baba Akintoye and Igboho has nothing to do with what happened at the Federal Secretariat yesterday. Please, if you have a question, go ahead. Do we have tattoo? Yes or no? Kilemi, what do you mean by that? What do you mean tattoo? Are you a Yoruba man? I don't understand what you mean by that. Yes, Honorable Adeniyi. Baba Akintoye will address us officially again, even though he spoke on the program. Even they were listening to Baba Akintoye as he was speaking yesterday. Mr. Smooth Samson said, Koiki, please remind them self-determination is our right. We are not secessionists, neither are we terrorists. We are not the genesis and the problem of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria has been in existence because Tony Eji said, please kindly note, Yoruba nation had been there 500 years before Nigeria. What do you want me to do with the 500 years? You want me to destroy that, take that away so that I can love Nigeria? Hardcore, thank you so much. If you are new to the platform, please listen and take the actual fact. I am not saying to you, if you don't want to be Yoruba nation, that's fine. Remain APC members. One Jabi Wiri in London. There's about 5 fractions of APC. I am not making this up. They have about 5 fractions. You have the right to believe in Nigeria. Nobody is holding you to that. But please do not talk nonsense when it is the self-determination. Don't listen to Dr. Abati that continue to call us secessionists. We are not secessionists. We are not coup plotter. The real coup plotter is President Muhammadu Buhari. The real coup plotter is Obasanjo. The real coup plotter is Babangida. And many of such that decided to overthrow a legitimate government. Shehu Shagari government was a civilian government until it was overthrown. You are bomb bastard for coming to tell me that we are the creation of the problem of Nigeria. The Yoruba self-determination will probably not have even come out if Nigeria was restructured, and we will come out at some point to say we still want to go, just like Scotland. The Scottish people live a better life. They have quality education, good healthcare, good security. They have the basic things of life, but they still want to drop out from the union that was forced together in 1701. It is our fundamental right under international law that the Yoruba people would exit, and one of those reasons that we do before that happened under the YSDM is that we will engage the Nigerian state. Do you want us to go and be engaging Ghana? Che Ghana latife kuro ni? Che Benin latife kuro ni? No, we would engage Nigeria government. We engage Buhari, we will engage Tinubu, whether you like it or not. If you like, say, Baba Akintoye works for Tinubu, we will engage Nigeria. Idiot. There is no way you can leave Nigeria without engaging the government, even if it leads to fighting. And I have stated it, and I want you to listen to it. If we are going to declare, I am the one saying this, not the YSDM, we will need 60,000 weapons to protect every part of Yoruba land, and I will be one of those who will be trained to carry that weapon to protect and defend the Yoruba territory under international law. Don't you understand that? Presently, according to T.Y. Danjuma, Nigeria cannot protect Nigerians anymore. I'm talking about the military because it is compromised. There is genocide going on. Many of you know that, but you do not want to accept that Yoruba people have now the fundamental right to exit Nigeria under self-determination. But you know, Emo. But because you are looking at it that KOIKI ilo mama sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Yoruba nation tó máa gbé wa débẹ̀. Dayo Israel, that is a member of the APC. How old is he? How old is Dayo Israel? Dayo Israel continued to use his platform as a Yoruba man to dress as a Fulani man and Hausa man and go around Nigeria being a youth whatever to promote Nigerianness. Who is he? To represent me? No. So don't come and talk nonsense. The Nigeria of your dream is winding down. The Nigeria of your dream is collapsing in our eyes, but you do not want to accept the truth because the truth is one of the most bitter things that you can think of. The Yoruba people will go, the Biafra will go, the Arewa will go, the Middle Belt will go. If Nigeria split to 10 countries, I care less. It will make us much better to protect our territory and secure our true identity. Reason for the Yoruba nation to exit. Yoruba ethnic indigenous people was a nation and a country before the 1914 fraudulent amalgamation. If you are not well knowledgeable to understand that Nigeria was created on the 1st of January 1914, you are an idiot because that is the first foundation that we would destroy. And if I say destroy, we would destroy it, even if it means to fight to get out of Nigeria. But for now, self-determination under YSDM say, Koiki, do not allow that to happen first. Let us first engage President Bola Tinubu. What is wrong in that? Even as Iran was engaged by America, that please do not fight Israel. It will be very, very nasty. It will create World War III. I told you that on Friday. I told you that on Friday, that Israel was aware that Iran will attack because Israel attacked Iran embassy in Damascus, in Syria. And last night, Iran, after all the diplomacy, Anthony Blinken was sent to 4 regions in the Arab country to speak to them. Iran sọ̀rọ̀ pé kó má gbé ìgbésẹ̀ tó fẹ́ gbé yẹn because ó lè ní ewu, ó lè ní wàhálà. Iran náà ò ti gbọ́ ni. Yesterday, about 300 UAV was sent from Iran. 300. But the Iron Dome of Israel was able to bring some of them down. I don't know what is the report as of this morning, whether some of them landed and maybe people died, I don't know. Why do you think that diplomacy did not work? Because Iran is also sending a message back that if you think that we will not do anything, we will have something, we will do. Talile Tony, what this is not Africa problem. Kini come with African problem. My problem is for Yoruba people. Kini Talile. Poor Africa, God have mercy on them. Nimboni wati jade wa bomb bastard. Take him out. I'm sorry, Yoruba. We talk about Yoruba people before we talk about Africa. Awani Africa, Yoruba go Africa. I'm sorry, Yoruba. I'm sorry, Africa. Then city outreach, we should not allow anyone to discourage or distract us. We remain and keep our eyes on the ball. The Yoruba people will leave the contraction that was created. Nigeria is not even up to some of your grandmother or grandfather age before they died. We are determined and we are going. Nothing will stop that. Even if you are one of those idiot APC agents on the social media talking nonsense, if you like, open many space, that is not going to solve the problem. What we are doing right now is we will engage the Nigerian government. We will have diplomacy. We will try everything until the battery is fully charged. When there is no response, then we will take it to the next stage. It's as simple as that. The IRA was fighting British government. They were bombing, and you heard the word bombing. They were bombing London as much as possible until there was a Good Friday Agreement in 1997 where Tony Blair and likewise Bill Clinton spoke and decided that the killing was just too much, allow them to go. So if you think that if you stick to us and stick to Biafra and say they are not going anywhere, we will stick them into Nigeria, there will be civil war in Nigeria, it will be bloody, and there will be crime against President Bola Tinubu should he be the president when that happens. Tinubu will be responsible. Because as we are trying to engage Tinubu now, if he does not listen, as the Biafra is trying to engage Tinubu, if he does not listen, and if Nigeria go into any war today, President Bola Tinubu will be taken to the International Criminal Court, where he will face the consequences, just like the former Yugoslavia president did. I'm talking about Milosevic Slobodan. What's up, okay? Yugoslavia must break. Oh no, nigga. Ethnic cleansing. Many people were massacred in Yugoslavia. He eventually died himself. I pray that President Bola Tinubu will not. Why are you saying I should wait? Don't put nonsense on the platform. We are not talking about Africa. We are here talking about Yoruba people. If you tried any nonsense again, I will take you out. Because I've taken you out from the other platform. You've come back here. And I'm talking to you, Salim. Yoruba people want to exit. We don't want to have any relationship under Nigeria with African Union. Afe daduro gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìlú and then represent inside African Union. If that is not okay with you, you have every moral right to walk away from this platform. The African problem, we know, started with the white people that came to destroy who we are. We are not who we are today. That means that my identity has been changed. I will not tell you what I'm drinking until I finish it. And thank you so much, Salim. I respect people, but don't come on this platform and tell me about Nigeria is going to work. Your parents never fixed Nigeria. I will not be the one to come and fix Nigeria. Thank you. Says, I am a Biafra-born Oduduwa citizen, and I have full support for your exit. And President Bola Tinubu, as I'm speaking on behalf of the Yoruba people, must also listen to you. If not, Simon Ekpa have every right as the Biafra government in exile to activate and declare officially how they will move out of that contraction. And it is not going to be sugar cane. They will have enough weapon. This is why we are saying to you that it is not going to be easy. And you cannot fight Nigerian army in a confrontation. It will be a guerrilla warfare. If you fight them like face to face, they will kill every single one of you. Guerrilla warfare, Lomadi. But we don't need all that when we can go through the peaceful means. We are not throwing away the peaceful means. I am just speaking as an international journalist that understand that if you do not allow peace to reign, why continue to keep Nnamdi Kanu and allow terrorists to frustrate us inside Yoruba land? And you think that the Biafra will be stupid and sit back and do nothing when their leader is kept in the DSS? And we thought that even Tinubu will have the knowledge as a Yoruba man that is much more knowledgeable than the idiot Fulani called Buhari to say that Buhari, you did the wrong thing. I am now the president. I will give the order to the DSS to release Nnamdi Kanu. But some idiot Yoruba people, some bastard Yoruba people, tell you come here and tell me that why would they release Nnamdi Kanu? What crime has he committed? What crime has he committed that Buhari did not commit more in 1983? Idiots all over the place. Buhari was the one that changed to Agbada in 2015 after he committed more crime in the 80s. You all know the truth. So I expect President Bola Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu. The worst case you can do is allow him to go on the flight and leave Nigeria for you until you're able to do your own tenure. Allow him to go back. Take him back to Kenya. If you think that it will create problem for you in Nigeria, let him board, escort him to the aircraft, take him back to Kenya, hand him over to the Kenya government. He's a British citizen, and let him continue his life. If he wants to live in Kenya, he will live in Kenya. If he wants to continue traveling, he will travel. But that will not stop Nnamdi Kanu from the campaign of the Biafra nation. Because under the United Nations Charter, Article 3, it is an inalienable right. That right will be respected. If not, if there is no peace, there will be war. War is not something that we don't talk about. The war going to happen is already happening. World War III is already happening. It will be different from the World War I, World War II. We are already inside World War III. Idiot all over the place. So don't start and say, Koiki, are you promoting war? Yes, there is going to be war. WAR, Whiskey Alpha Romeo. War is already engaged around the world today because the world is an evil place that doesn't want to accept certain things. And if certain things is not accepted, there will be war. It's as simple as that. It does not matter where you stand. I know the Biafra always support Israel. That is their own cup of tea. I might not be in line with that because the Palestinians have their right. Everybody has their right for everything. But what we are saying is that if things are not done amicably, properly, especially when it comes to the territorial land of people, there will be war. Ogun Mashele. It's as simple as that. The problem of Nigeria was created by Britain. And Britain knew that the problem means that you cannot join people that do not understand each other. That is why, again, the objectives of the YSDM, the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement, goes like this. And I want you to take note and write it down if you can. Number one, we will engage the Nigerian state using available instruments provided for by the international law and legislation. What does international law say? It says Koiki is not a terrorist. Igboho is not a terrorist. YSDM is not a terrorist. We are the real indigenous people. We own Yoruba land. Yoruba land does not belong to Britain when they were creating that crazy country called Nigeria. The politicians of today are not the real owner of Yoruba land. Every single one of us own it. And it has to go back to what it used to be, not the one that was created and phantom into what it is today that you're calling Nigeria, which is not working. What is there that is difficult for you to understand? Kilo and Bella to understand. In creating Nigeria. The whole Nigeria, thank you so much. Somebody says a nice outfit. The whole creation of Nigeria started 110 years old. So what happened before 110 years old? Oh, Koiki, don't worry about that. Let us just live. No, we can't live together because we hate each other. There will be disunity. That is what British created in 1914. They knew that the Igbos and the Yoruba will not part. We can marry each other, we can sleep with each other, but we cannot be in the same country because we do not love each other. Britain knew that during the period of time they were operating under the colony. COLONY, Charlie Oscar Lima Oscar November Yankee, colony. During the colony, they knew and understand that every one of us do not speak the same language. We have our own different culture. We have our ways of life. Yet they went further and still joined us together in 1914. And you are now expecting that in 2024 we should live as one. You must be very, very crazy. Bomb bastard. Juliet Tosin say they will pretend not to understand because they are hypocrites. Hypocrite people. Hypocrite Igbo people that doesn't want Biafra. Hypocrite Hausa people that doesn't want the Hausa people to be free. Hypocrite Nigerians know that today we are not united. But your politicians are united because they are criminals. And they will remain criminal because they are working for the Europeans. Why are we seeing 5 billion of Abacha money that should have returned to Nigeria hanging somewhere around the world because they were monitoring where the money was going? Because Awoni Wabawa operated crude oil. Who was operating the crude oil? Shema Atela operate crude oil. This is where I always come against some of you. Please speak about us, the Yoruba. Please let the Igbo sort themselves out. No, this is the problem. Have an open ears. I have stated clearly, if we have our country, and if the Biafra government tend to come and attack us, we will attack back. So why should I leave the Igbo people alone? You can return the message again in comment. Mr. Boyanle Olafisoye, and I hope I pronounce your name very well, sir. I am not your local journalist. I talk about Scottish people, Welsh people. Are they more privileged than the Biafra or the Igbo people? The Welsh people that wants to go, they are 5 billion. The Biafra are probably maybe 20, 30 million. I don't know. They want to go. So why should I leave that and then talk about the Welsh people? Hey, Mama, Welsh, Mama, Scottish, let us have an open mind. I am not here to say we should love everything about the Igbos. I am not here to talk about one big drug. No, I am not talking about one. That is not what I'm talking about. I am talking about the future of who we are, that everybody wants to go their separate ways. What is the problem with that? That you say I should leave the Igbo people. Igbo people wants to go, let them go. So I should leave the Igbo people in my conversation. I am not here defending them. I am only saying that they want to go, let them go. Kukula Karawa, let them go. So let's come back to the aims and objectives of the YSDA. Olati 2 hours. But you want to enjoy the program. And somebody will say, social media. Okabayomi, brother mi dada, or Instagram lo. Please, social media ethics. You don't try to control the media man on what you say. You can only make suggestions. I should leave the Igbo people alone. What kind of message is that? I am not married to an Igbo woman. Yoruba ni ìyàwó mi. But this is the problem that British created. That we are trying to say that it needs to dissolve. Because if we do not go, we will have problems. Yes, we are sorting ourselves out. That is why I remain focused. But you cannot say, Kamasoro and Igbo. That is what I'm saying. Oh, yes, we are going to sort ourselves out. And that is why I said, I want to politicians. If Sheyi Makinde comes out and supports Yoruba Nation, if someone comes out, I will be the most excited person. But thank you so much for supporting Yoruba Nation. But are they going to? That is why I've asked the question this morning. Láàrin President Bola Tinubu àti Baba Akintoye, ta ló nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá jù? Thank you so much. And I value you as well. Tell àwọn Igbo, it's not that, look, mo gbé agbélé fáwọn kan nu wọn ilé bàbá mi wọ́n ti sọ di interbank nǹkan mi tọ́ba l'opportunity wọ́n fi ra lé yẹn lọ́wọ́ wa but mo sọ fáwọn family wa pé tẹ́ bá ta lé yẹn fún wọn ẹ jẹ gbèsè tọ́ba ní opportunity bí prime house níbi tí ilé popsi mi wà prime house gidi ni tọ́ba l'opportunity wọ́n máa agbé ṣọ́ọ̀pù fún kan ó ti di ọwọ́ èèyàn mẹ́rin ká tó gba ṣọ́ọ̀pù yẹn padà it took my mom 20 years to take the shop back from an Igbo person tá gbé fún ó ti dé àtọwọ́dọ́wọ́ àwa dẹ̀ wà intelligent àwa ní àgbọ̀wọ́ bẹ̀ mọ́ but a fún wọn ní time gbogbo time tó bá fẹ́ lò àwa la ní shop tí bàbá mi fún ìyàwó ẹ̀ pé má fi ṣòwò òwò fẹ́ gbà lọ́wọ́ wa kò possible ìyẹn kọ́ là ń sọ. I am talking about the future of the Yoruba people to deal and control those people that you saw here when we have a country. I live in this country. Moment ma sọ tọ́lọ́pàá ma wọnú ilé mi pé kí ló dé tí mo ṣe sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. But gbogbo ilé tá à ń sọ ọlọ́pàá ò lè wọnú ilé because it is my right. Not about freedom of speech. It is my right to ask that people should listen to what I'm saying. And it is entirely up to you to agree with me or disagree. Let's go back to the aims and objectives. We are not compatible. Our behaviors are different. Aláwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń ṣe drug náà náà. Àdèlà ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń ṣe ritual. But gbogbo yẹn kọ́ là ń sọ. Those ones are things that the country will deal with internally. But when we're talking about the major one, which is the self-determination, allow them to go. And we can do that in a peaceful manner. I don't know who is calling, only Mama Kumo online. Because sometimes notification doesn't get to a lot of people, and sometimes people don't know that I'm online. I hope people on the Twitter will still be able to hear me, but I'm not going to pick the call. So let's come back to the aims and objectives. And thank you so much. I am not saying that you should not come here and criticize me. Oh, yes. I live in a society where you must criticize. We will agree to disagree. But on the self-determination, I stand with the Biafra. I am not standing with them because they are doing nonsense in Lagos. No. I am not standing here because they've taken over Ondo State. Either because they have money and they buy everything out. No. I am standing with them because they believe in the cause of self-determination. And not every single one of them. Because I want to check on bomb bastard. I didn't want to tough a lot. Tonjelara on government one. SJ, in what country are we talking about here? I am a new listener. I am just trying to see what part of the world we are talking about. It's Nigeria, sir. We are talking about Nigeria that was created during the 1914 amalgamation with about 250 ethnic indigenous people, with about 350 languages. The creation started in 1914 amalgamation. They've been told to restructure Nigeria. This is a document. My mouse keeps moving like a yo-yo. This is a document that the 2014 confirmed. Let us refocus Nigeria. Let us put Nigeria in a way that it is not falling too much on this side. Because not everybody feel Rokosare. Okay, if I'm a Yoruba man, do you want Tinubu to put an Igbo man as the chief of staff? No. Because he cannot trust the chief of staff as an Igbo man. Even though Shetima say, my guy that sits behind me, the military guy that stands behind those presidents, is an Igbo person. Somebody say, Igbo people is my driver. Igbo people is my cook. No, all that is just a gimmick. So we are literally talking about Nigeria on this platform. And the reason why it is now that Nigeria, as we all know, because some Africans don't understand they say Nigeria, but Nigeria is a big player in Africa. No, it is not a big player. The Yoruba and the Igbos are the big player inside Nigeria. Let us go separately and see what we can do with African Union to develop African Union and stand firm and produce things, policies that will make Africa to work. And that is why we say Nigeria now needs the courage. The courage. It is a courage to dissolve peacefully. Mokedari, Okeabayomi, my brother Dada. So that is the conversation on this platform. And if you want to know more, please visit my website, KOIKIMEDIA.com. But if you need to know better, go to the ysdm.org. And .org stands for ORG. www.ysdm. Thank you so much for the super chat. Check going on. Because they are not hearing me. You still listening? And don't go to the I'm going to open the phone line, but let me get to some areas I want to go to before we start taking calls. Because Mr. Debayo Phillips said, that is my darling white lion. Thank you so much. Èmi ní gbogbo àwọn ọkọ àwọn obìnrin lórí social media. Àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ni o. Èmi lọkọ gbogbo wọn. Ọ̀pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ mi. Ọgbà àwọn ìyá yẹn, àwọn ìyá àgbàlagbà. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn Muslim Association of Nigeria. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn Christians. Well, that makes sense. I appreciate you explaining that to me. You're welcome, Mr. SJ. We are not here that I say I hate Hausa people. I don't hate Hausa people. If I have the opportunity, I will live in Hausa land and I'll respect their laws, just like I've lived in UK and respect the law. But there's no point we have a country where they are using Sharia in the north, and in the south, we are using another one. That does not mean that we will not have problems even when we have our nation. In UK, oh my God, election is coming May 2nd. We will deal with them. The conservative, we will deal with them because they've been in power for too long. It has squeezed every hell out of us in this country. Their policies doesn't seem to be working for us again. That means that we are not satisfied with the government. And when you are not satisfied, what do? You go to the ballot box. And don't tell me that Koiki, but you can do the same thing in the Nigerian election. Go to ballot box. You cannot change something that has been fraudulently, craftily put together, known as INEC. If you like, I can see some obedience say, we are mobilizing. If you like, mobilize from now to thy kingdom come. You cannot change INEC. Because INEC is a criminal organization fraudulently run by the APC presently. When PDP was there, they took advantage as well. Not because of APC is there, we will bash them. PDP was one of the fraudulent government for 16 years, from Jonathan the drunkard to every single one of them. Nigeria problem is not the leadership. It is the ethnic indigenous people that needs to allow Nigeria to dissolve so that we can go and flourish. If you want to have Babalawo, we will have Babalawo shrine. You will have Mashalashi shrine. You will have church. You will have this. But the present day Nigeria is just not holding. If Scotland wants to go, even with all the benefits, don't you understand what that means? Scottish people say they are tired of the UK and English or England. Let me put it that way. England, Westminster deceived them. Mukiyami Khadijat, Salamu alaikum. They told them in 2014, vote against referendum to stay with the union. There was a campaign. There was a campaign trail for or against. Some people wanted to exit in 2014, but because the Westminster told the Scottish people that we will still remain in the European Union, that was part of the deceit. They fought for it. And in 2014, let's look at the Scottish referendum. What was the outcome? The Scottish referendum literally meant that people thought that, let's look at the result. The result came back as, and I'm looking now from the real source that everybody likes, which is, BBC. Scotland decide the final result in 2014. The final result says that 2 million people said no. We will remain in the UK. While 1.6 million, let me give you the actual figure. Scotland should be an independent country. And Yoruba, why is it that we are trying to play as if that Intawansoy is a crime? If you want to come and study in Scotland now, do you know that you will pay international fee? But the Scottish people will not pay international fee. They have the basic things of life, but they still want to retain their true identity because they are not interested in the union of the Great Britain. Do you know what it means? That Great Britain, when I want interest more. So in 2014, they were given the opportunity to decide whether to stay or go. But they were also deceived. They were deceived in the way that one Nikbetoba Duros in the UK thought Jackie will go out of UK because Scotland would have been an independent country in 2014. Some of you would have applied directly to a visa without a control in UK anymore. It will be an independent country you're applying for. Do you know that when you apply for UK visa, it is still under Wales and Scotland? So that means the decision means that you are likely not to get that visa But if Scotland was an independent country, you would have been in Scotland more than coming to UK itself. Maybe some of you don't know that. Ìdí tó ṣe fún ẹ ní visa is because one fún ẹ ní visa yẹn gbé ẹ dé Scotland. I am not talking about people that have the full right to live in the country like myself, but those of you that want to apply for visa from Nigeria, if Scotland has left in 2015 or 2014, tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè kan ní 2014 kí ni ẹ̀? Tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti dá dúró gẹ́gẹ́ bí orílẹ̀-èdè, tó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti dá dúró. Tó bá jẹ́ pé Scotland ti dá dúró, wallahi tallahi, some of you ẹ ti dé Scotland, because do you know that from that 2014 the first thing is they will not be using the same passport with UK, just like UK is not using the same passport with the European countries in 2016. Gbogbo àwọn tó ní passport British passport holder, do you know that their passport is now blue? It's no longer the red. Tó bá ní red, lọ sí airport kó no fit travel. Do you know that many British people still have the red passport because they don't travel? They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. Until when they want to travel, they go to the airport, they say to them, you can't use this passport. And they're surprised. I read it in the paper. About 3 million Brits still have the old passport because they were not going anywhere until one day they want to go to Spain and they bought a 30-pound ticket and they go to the airport. They say, where are you going? I'm going to Spain. No, you can't go. And say, well, what do you mean I can't go? And they said, excuse me, please. Don't you bother to say, excuse me. Don't need fact. Have a fact, have a belori. Fact language. We are bringing out the fact, but the Yoruba people do not want to accept the fact. This is the 2014 confab. What happened to the confab that did not happen, and you want me to wait again till when? Oh, you want us to wait until I am an old man and I'll be shouting Yoruba Nation? No. If there is no peace, there will be war. It's as simple as that. Because you have every reason that Jonathan should have bring this. Buhari for 8 years, put this one under the pillow. Inside Daura Olori Buruku man, a genocider that killed many innocent people in Nigeria, destroyed the Nigerian economy that has been destroyed before. Buhari even took it back to more than 50 years. And you bombo cla, like somebody said there, we're not bombo cla. Bombo cla. How much Jamaica Lomando is a very, very bad word. Bombo clat. You're a bombo clat as well. Bomb bastard. And suffering, many of you knows that, but you are living in denial, thinking that Tinubu will fix Nigeria. Well, be Tinubu that can fix in Nigeria because Nigeria is not designed to be fixed. So the Scottish people wants to go. Let's come back to that. In 2014, 2,001,926 people, 55.30% said no, we will remain in UK. Now that percentage has changed since 2014. You know why? Because UK gave them a wrong information that if you remain in the United Kingdom, we would also remain in the EU. In 2016, UK pull out. And who are those that pull out? It is the English people on this side, not the Scottish people. The Scottish people wants to remain inside the European Union. They still want to be a member of the European Union. But UK, generally, under England, pull out. That affected the Scottish people. Toba B UK that come for another referendum. If there's another referendum in UK today, Scotland will be an independent country and you will be able to apply to a visa directly as a student or as a worker, directly independent. That is what we are saying. Independent to Scotland. What is it that you don't understand? You are all hypocrites. You know and you understand that the Yoruba people will stand on their own. You will have to apply to a visa into the Yoruba land, not into Nigeria anymore, because there is what they call demarcation. That is why there is River Niger. That is why God, Eledumare, created that region with a demarcation. Everybody has his own borders. UK have their border and their border. That is why people are going through the sea to get to UK from France, and because France pushed them into the sea, say go to UK and go and claim asylum. Because me for asylum ni bibai. So many people that you've seen arriving in UK on the boat are becoming a threat, not just threat, because we don't have full details of who they are because they did not apply for any visa like you and me that would have to fill some information ahead of your arrival in UK. Bomb bastard. What is it that you don't understand in there? Idiot all over the place. Those that are coming on the sea are security threat to me as a citizen living in this country and to many people because we do not have their information like they've taken yours when you apply for visa in Nigeria or any African country. That is why when they arrive here, we need to lock them into somewhere to try and profile them. Idiot Yoruba people. Bomb bastard. You know that the Yoruba nation that we are asking for will regulate things. We will control our own territory where no terrorists will just function and be doing whatever. And then the DSS cannot locate them in 21st century when the technology is there. But they are all lying, expecting Tinubu to come and fix Nigeria. How? How is Tinubu going to fix it? Oh no, so again, Scotland voted no in 2014. If they are given the opportunity today, they will vote yes, every single one of them, because their perspective have changed. That is what has happened. We have lived in Nigeria. Our perspective have now changed that we don't want to be part of the shit old country called Nigeria. We want to have an independent country. That is exactly the same thing that Scotland had in 2014, but they said no. They could have gone. So today, let's remain in Nigeria. One more way, the moment you step out of Nigeria and have those independent country, our life will be better. But you know what the politician does? They start coming out and say, "Hello, KOIKI bulori platform, shepe fun, hello, bu Igboho, sopo le ni, eni baba Akintoye le ni, eni Yeye Dara, eni Omoluka, mo ba le dike sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá, eni Yoruba World Media, eni àwọn yẹn, no, àwọn kan tún jáde, restructure la fẹ́ ṣe, ìkan tún dé gbé adelede." You can see the distraction. That is why we must remain on the ball. We must put out. You know, I like to put 1 minute. A man like it, practical. Our eyes must remain on the ball. Whatever what is happening, Adele Dekode, that is not our problem. We remain and put our eyes on the ball. People about Loba, you tell it. When you watch Champions League, the player monitor the ball, because if you don't, there is a goal coming into your own end. So every player that lose that 10 seconds focus during a football match, you will definitely receive a goal in the net. Toba bieda Deki Ronaldo ko gbe ball ko ma tètè follow ball yẹn ó lọ score nìyẹn. Why do you think God bless the soul of Maradona? Toba gbe ball dání báyìí tó gbé sórí ẹsẹ̀ àbí JJ Okocha. JJ Okocha is from the southeast. It would have been better for him to represent the Southeast Premier League than be part of Nigeria. We did not know that before, but now that we know, I want a Yoruba football club. I don't want any Igbo inside. If they are born in Yoruba land, they have the right. That will be decided by immigration. But I want a true indigenous Yoruba people to represent me inside. I don't want us to go and bring an Oyinbo man to come and coach us when we have beautiful, brilliant Yoruba women that can even train Yoruba people to go to football. Bomb bastard. What is it that you don't understand? We will have our own Premier League. How can Scotland have their own Premier League? England have their own Premier League. Wales has their own Premier League. And they're all inside this one unity called United Kingdom. But the population was to 62 million. So that means that when they go and represent outside in the World Cup, 3 countries is living from here. While in Nigeria, with over 200 million people, bomb bastard, and you are telling me that we should go all together with Igbo, Ibibi, Ibiafra, this, that, we put them together. And that is why there is so much voodoo when you want to become a footballer in Nigeria. Football. How can we have a country with 200 million and that country will go and represent, and the country that is 66 million, do you know what that means? That is a lot of people. 24 football team, they have doctor, they have medical, they have everything. So let Igbo have their own club. Let them have their own Premier League. Let them have their country. So that when we are going to play, I want to see Yoruba people beat beat Igbo people in the football club. We will beat them in innovation, and they will also beat us in innovation. That is how we will develop. You cannot develop when some Hausa people are doing kilishi machine in 21st century. It took them 20 years to do kilichi machine. When Baba Awolowo was building with cocoa money, cocoa house, doing this, doing that, they took all the thing that Baba Awolowo did and turned it into Federal Republic of Nigeria, crime country. You can see why. Let's go back to Scotland. Mélòó ni wọ́n? 2 million people said no. That is about 55.30%. 1.6 million said yes, 44.7%. The turnout was 4,283,392. The turnout was 84.5%. People that were rejected, their ballot was 3,432. And these are the council, how the election went. Aberdeen City, they had 175,000 people that voted. 41.3% said yes, while 58.6% said no. Let them retry it again. I'm sure people in Aberdeen City are ready to exit Nigeria, England, or the UK in general. Understand? Pé tá bá dá dúró, ọlọ́pàá tiwa ló máa jẹ́ ti Yorùbá. Ní náà olórí burúkú gòdògòdò yẹn mọ́. Everybody will stay to their own region. I am not talking about state police, because you are not going to get state police. All that is just another way to distract your mind. Politicians are good at that. Aberdeenshire, 206,000 people voted. 39% said they want to go. 60% said no. Let them try it again today. The Scottish people are now fed up of the union. That is a place where they have good life. That is a place where some of you, if you get visa, the only thing is that it's very cold. But its life is better. Their education is top notch. They have a lot of crude oil as well. So many Nigerians that come to UK and you are interested to go into that sector as a geologist, you want to find out how to do crude oil, you are better off to stay in Scotland. It is very cold, but you will make money. I have a friend, that lives there, is making the good money because a lot of brilliant one here, and I'm not going to mention the name. Program let's leave that and come back. So I've given you Scotland. YSDM again, let's come back. And in the next 5 minutes, we try and open the phone line. The program will be just 3 hours. I don't have the strength for more than 3 hours. So we will engage the Nigerian state using available instruments provided for by the international law and legislation. That is why you cannot come out and say, we have killed anybody, we have burnt any places. Rather, it is the Nigerian state that have killed us since we've been coming out peacefully. We will engage the international communities. And shout out to my mom. Probably she's still sleeping, late sleeper. Engage the international communities through diplomacy, share beliefs and common interests. Who are those? We speak to Brazil. We have a lot of Yoruba there. We speak to people in Cuba. We speak to South Africa. We speak to Germans. Maybe they can listen to us. We will even speak to British and say, look, let us go. We will still have cordial relationship together. But UK doesn't want that. They want to use Nigeria to suppress the rest of us. That we will not accept again. UK can still have cordial relationship between us and them as a country, independent country. We will have our own embassy. We will have our own ambassador away from Nigeria ambassador. We will be represented well as a citizen of Yoruba land in UK, not as a citizen of Nigeria in UK anymore. All this can happen in our lifetime if truly we are ready to go. But we are not yet ready. That is why we are waiting for the day that we are going to be ready. So if you're one of those thinking that whatever happened during the conversation with the Onitiri Ominira 2022, all that is a script being played out, and it is not something that is new. Whatever is happening today, history might just be repeating itself. Kò ṣe movement wa nìkan ló máa interfere pẹ̀lú. Many things in life today, people sit somewhere and they will make sure that they destroy it, especially when they can see the vision of what you want to bring out. The Yoruba people have a vision that is coming out. Do you know that when we have our country, we will have our own Yoruba DSS? Whether we call it DSS, I'm just using that as a phrase. We will have our own Yoruba Navy. I saw some of you excited with the Nigerian girl that came out from the military here in UK. But when you look at the name, or let me put it this way, we will have our own military, we will have our own navy, we will have our own police. That is a lot of job for every one of us. Koiki, so how is it going to work? That is why there's a border. Every country has a border. Àwọn tó ń lọ through Red Sea, tó fẹ́ fi wọ UK, they are trying to avoid the route. Which is what route? Go and apply for visa because they're not giving them visa. Do you know why they're not giving them visa? Because they look at us as Africans that are just struggling and want to japa. But if we have a Yoruba country, we will first tell the world, the country that we want to work with, the terms and conditions that will allow our citizens to use their passport to come into their country and do whatever they want to do and come out. You will not have to live in those countries for long, as I have lived here for over 20 years plus. You will come here and you will go back and develop your own nation. But what some of you want me to do now is to come and develop Nigeria. Really? So even if I didn't know before, okay, now that we know, do you think that you can still develop and fix Nigeria? That is the question. That is what I'm asking this morning. Is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu better than Professor Banji Akintoye? Ta ló ní ìfẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá? Ta ló ní ìfẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá? Ẹ ṣé bàbá mi dáre. The Koiki continue to enlighten the people. You can see that this is not a fight between me and the Yoruba people. It is just for them that they understand, or probably maybe for reason known, that they've been in Nigeria for too long, and some of these things is not what channels or TVC or Arise or AIT discuss. But most of them discuss the Constitution. Let's say the way it is. We would engage international communities behind the scene, which they are doing already. Even if I know, I don't have to come and tell you. Because that means that if I come and say, hey, Atimba, X country sorrow, that means that we have exposed ourselves with them. Remember that many of the countries around the world today, many of them, maybe not all of them, they are still doing one business or one engagement with Nigeria. So Toba ma ba won sọ̀rọ̀, ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà to the highest level of security. Because if you go and have a conversation, pẹ̀lú ìlú tó ń bá Nigeria ṣe, even some of them can go and tell Nigerian government pé people came to us. Tó ń sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ gba country, be careful with them. Látara pé bí àwọn yẹn rí jẹ látara Nigeria. Do you know that Buhari was literally giving more access to Niger that has no value for me and you? It doesn't have value for us. Okay, what value is Niger for me and you? Can you evaluate? Nothing. And Buhari was taking a real network down there. And on Instagram, we come in and come back out again. So in the next few minutes, I'll be opening the phone line so that you can also come and, add your own 2 or 3 conversation into it. I am still OLAYOMI KOIKI. So what I'm going to do, because I'm not going to enter one platform, so I'm going to charge this phone because it's a lot there. People keep calling, that's why I have to keep on muting it. Shout out to every one of you and happy Sunday to our loved ones and many of you. Baba Najiboye Muki. Now, let's complete this. We will facilitate trust. If you don't have a trust, Jonah said, your real name and the original from. I am OLAYOMI KOIKI. Originally from the creation of a country called Nigeria, but background a Yoruba man. and a proud nationalist. We will work towards the common goal of independence for Yoruba land. What is the common goal? Shedu Bonitiriwa in the common goal with us? No. She has a different agenda. And that agenda is a complete one away from our own vision. We will accelerate the process of Yoruba self-determination. How do we accelerate it? When we all understand what we are talking about. It will take some time, which is what we are doing today. It will take a lot of enlightenment. I am not saying that every one of you should hate your politicians if they are still your representative. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong in that. But the true picture is, where are they taking us to? Àwọn tó ti kú níbo ló gbé wa dé? Àwọn tó wà láyé nísìn níbo ló ń gbé wa lọ? It is their responsibility to take care of you until the country eventually come to an end. But if you do, anytime I'm going to close it because Instagram is also coming down. But we come back up. So I'm going to read quickly from the Yoruba youth that released a statement yesterday, and then I'll open the phone line so that you can come and add your own conversation as well. This is the platform that say, if you have the means to say thank you for what you do, there and there. Good morning, I just saw you. Are you on the program now, Mr. Gbadamosi Smiler? This is a live conversation. So let's come out to the Yoruba, and this is coming from Vanguard. Yoruba Youth Group disassociate self from the invasion of Oyo Governor's office. Àwọn kì í ṣe criminal. Mo kí ìyá tó bí mi lọ́mọ. Ṣàlàáfíà ní ṣẹ̀sùn dáadáa. Thank you so much. The numbers has gone very much more. Kódà àwọn tó wà lórí Twitter ti beat ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí YouTube. I have about 104 people watching me right now. It shows that people are more interested, but they are just, people must have concern. That is life. Koiki, trust ẹ̀yin náà jàre. Trust you. It's normal. That instinct is normal. We are human beings. What is your agenda? This Yoruba nation, what is the agenda? No, it's just for us to have our own country. Increasing on terrorism and banditry, killing, raping, kidnapping, racial abuse is just too much. Yoruba people are enslaving, Igbo people are enslaving us. Many ethnic indigenous people are enslaving us, depending on which side you meet them. If you go to Benin Republic, from that border, you will see that some people are the one also giving us problems. So it's not just Fulanese. They are occupying all the positions, but right now, that position has been changed by Tinubu just temporarily. Another 3 years, the Northerner says, vote for Tinubu mo, Baba Buruku ni. Let no one know. Tinubu and Baba Buruku, but the question is, Sheba Bada Dani Tinubu Abi Peter Pan, thank you so much. Only my handsome Koiki, I salute you. When you see people that comes in green, these ones are giving us some kind of support every month to say thank you so much for the job you do. And I never see Clement. Clement pays bills. He looks after Biafra and he looks after me. And it's not because those Biafra look after me. It's because they want to go, let them go. A group under the auspice of the Yoruba Nation Youth, both home and in diaspora, has disassociated themselves from the alleged invasion of the Oyo State Government Secretariat by suspected agitators. Recall that some suspected Yoruba Nation agitators on Saturday invaded the Oyo State Government Secretariat. But in a statement issued and signed, I just keep getting calls and it's disturbing the, this Twitter conversation. Emma Binu. Because it's the same phone that people call me on. This statement was issued by the youth leader, home and diaspora, Prophet Ayodele Ologunloluwa, condemned the attack on the Oyo Government Secretariat in its entity and added that it was not acceptable to the Yoruba nation. While condemning the attack, the group said that they were not part of Iya Onitiri, Modupe Onitiri, that called herself the wife of the late Chief M.K. Abiola. May so continue to rest in peace. Even though we know he was part of those that created certain things uncomfortable in Nigeria. So the attack that you saw yesterday has nothing to do with the true indigenous people asking for Yoruba nation. Those ones are known as Ominira 2022, or known as the Democratic Republic of Yoruba, or whatever they call themselves, under their president and their new interim government that is already working. And that means that from what they say, so that means that since yesterday, now that Adele is in, food price has come down. The naira is no longer in, they have their policy. Their government is already in working. Even one Kema Losibishe, or my pension for him. I don't know where they're going to find all this money to do all these things. Oh, I forgot that they were saving money. They needed $1 million. What a joke. Let's agree that when MKO wanted to contest, food price came down because people knew that MKO was going to be the president. So the food prices dropped. Maybe taxes in the year enough low. Anybody can tell me the price of rice as at this morning. Since Adele has been out yesterday, what is the price of the rice? As the dollar dropped in value to the currency of the Adele money. Where's my dollar here? Hey, Adele, please stop using the naira, okay, for transaction. Leave that to Nigeria that is still using naira. Gullible idiots. 72,000. So the price have dropped down, is it? Since yesterday that Adele was announced and the attack on Secretariat with just about 10 people. And I was told 2 people were killed. May their soul rest in peace. Though we are indeed all agitating. No, we are indeed agitating for Yoruba nation. We are doing it in a legitimate way and not as hoodlums or hooligans. We as a group condemn the attack. It is barbaric, callous, and highly uncivilized. We have not exhausted everything within the YSDM in terms of diplomacy and negotiation. Yes, if all that becomes a full battery charge as electric vehicle and nothing still happens, we have the right to take further action on the state called Nigeria. And one of those things I have said is that if we are truly ready, we must have enough weapons to do so. They're watching me right now. That was mentioned during my program with them yesterday, those idiot Yoruba people. But Koiki, we normally hear you say that you need weapon. No. Am I going to use sugar cane to go and defend the territory when we declare our own country? Is it sugar cane we are going to use? Can sugar cane fire a bullet? You need brand new weapons. Not to fight the government, but to prepare for the declaration when it's going to happen. It's as simple as that. Those type of soul will not rest in peace. So I want to so we want to rest in peace. We told them, Money Igboho is the one that has the crowd. If we don't need a weapon, we need 5 million Yoruba people on the street, and we all go to the airport, we go to the port authority, and all the aircraft that wants to come to Nigeria, even the new one, Air Peace, is not going to land in Nigeria. They will land in Benin Republic or the nearest one in Ghana. But Bami Oba Biodun Grace Chapel, thank you so much. Adura Yamagba. So if you're one of those thinking that you are not comfortable for us to have such, then tell President Bola Tinubu to negotiate with the Biafra and the Yorubas, the Arewa, and let us go, and Tinubu can keep Nigeria from Abuja. We will still allow him to come and visit Yoruba land in his house in Bodilon. No, Koiki, no, we don't want that. We are looking forward to Sheyi Tinubu to be the Lagos State governor. Money will be Dakowa, the governor. The country would have collapsed, God willing, last Shedumari, Loruko Jesu Christi, before that. If you're one of those thinking, you are stupid. Let Sheyi Tinubu come and contest if he wants to, if he's capable under the constitution when we have Yoruba nation, he can come and do so. So, let's open the phone line. Lori Instagram. I would have to stop it from there. I will start the Instagram back with this phone as much as what it can take. And then we will run the rest of the 1 hour with a phone call. You still have the right if you want to talk about that Adele or not. But to be honest with you, sorry. It will just be another distraction. But that will not mean that I will have to restrict you. Am I take me? Drop a lay. So you have the right, láti wá sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. I'm not going to stop you. But lórí every week there's a lot of things that happen. So let's stick to that one. You have the right to come and say one or two things around it. But I'm going to allow you to do it quickly because it's a Sunday and I know many people wants to also call in. If you want to support me officially, you can pray for me that any evil tó bá rán sí mi kò ní dọ́dọ̀ mi. That is more than a lot of money for me. Gbogbo ibi tó bá rán sí family ẹ̀ Koiki kò ní dọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ because they are trying. They are trying, but the gods of the Yoruba land and Jesus Christ and Anobi continue to protect me and my family. You've had people say that I will be arrested if I come to Nigeria. We've had people say that Koiki, ama amoruko ẹ lọ sí ibi tí wọ́n máa rán kan sí ẹ. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá rán wá ó máa padà lọ bá yín ni. Because I have not done anything wrong to come out when I should be making money for myself and my family, looking after my family. I am here talking about Yoruba Nation. I have never regretted it and I'm happy. And that is why I said I am the last man standing. I will wake your brains away from Nigeria. It might take some time. Your brains have been fried. So I know that was a call that was coming through. Let's take that call quickly. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ́kọ́ sọ eléyìí. Wọ́n wò mí báyìí. Mo sọ fún yín pé they are born bastard. Ó lè gbọ́ kan. Lánàá, they want me to accept Adele. But they don't have balls, I have told you. Somebody say it is online Adele. No one knows about them. That's what I keep saying. Do you know what that brother did? For me 30 seconds. And don't no
problem.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn gbogbo message tèmi àti wọ́n jọ communicate within more than one or two delete message àná. Wọ́n dẹ̀ delete gbogbo ẹ̀. Wọ́n delete gbogbo message yẹn because I told him point blank that Adele is not who we are. I'm surprised that some of you tí mo fi pé ẹ̀gbọ́n lẹ jẹ́ sí wa mo ní ẹ̀ ní balls. Ẹ má bínú bàbá mi ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè mo ń gbọ́ yín sà. Ẹ ti wà lórí ètò. Hello caller.
Good morning.
You're live on the program. Good morning, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you for the job well done.
You're welcome, sir.
I just want to chip in something concerning.
Yoruba, I am not restricting anybody to English. If you want to speak Yoruba, please go ahead and speak. And to bade English, no, that's fine. I can do translation after the Bashotan. Well, our audience will talk English. Ben, sir.
Without IRA,
yeah,
there can never be freedom for Northern Ireland.
There's no doubt about it.
You
yes,
believe me?
Definitely, I do, sir.
Okay. In Palestine, they have PLO.
They have militant group. I understand that.
PLO is for Arafat. It's moderate.
Yes.
Hamas is the hardliner team.
Okay.
We have another one. It's called Al-Aqsa Mortar Brigade.
Okay.
They are all fighting for one goal.
Okay.
So they are the low. It can be hardliner.
Okay.
The other Yoruba nation can be moderate.
Can be moderate. Okay.
They are all fighting for one goal.
Okay. Okay.
That's my belief.
I mean, your belief is your belief. That's all right.
What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday? Only my planet that maybe just to call attention of the world.
Okay.
Or because they don't have backup.
Okay.
They don't have backup.
Okay.
So that does bad.
Okay.
But they are fighting for one goal. That's my belief.
Okay.
That is my own belief.
That's fine.
So, because without RA, Northern Ireland can never have freedom. Never. Britain, their rights, meeting. Never. Northern Ireland will never have. But RA make it very hard for them. But everywhere, So Adele, all of them are fighting for one goal.
And you can say that we don't restrict people to come and give us, we might not agree with the caller, but this is not a military platform. Even Ken said, that's a fact, you are wrong, sir. What happened yesterday, part of the way forward. Okay, that is what I believe. And like I said, we have millions of people that believe in that as well. But under Professor Banji Akintoye, that is not who and how we are going to take Yoruba Nation. That's all I can say. And I totally might not agree with the caller, but he has the right. Do you want to call in as well? You can do so. This is the part where you can call in. After 3 hours, I'll bring the program to an end. So I'll just continue my analysis if there's any call coming through. Koiki oníká pè wọlé, fún wa ní number, irú èèyàn wo nìyẹn? And I'm not using the software, so let me recite the number in case you want to call in. Take note. +44, the UK code, 447404405917. And on a very slow pace, +447 404 405 917. That will bring you here. Come and tell me if Nigeria is still workable. But the question this morning is not even about Adele, but I just I've just left that open. But the true question is, ṣé President Bola Tinubu àti Babawa Professor Banji Akintoye, who among them truly love the Yoruba people? Because Tinubu is coming up to 1 year in office. And we have our regular Bishop Additional. Go ahead, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. More listening to view, Baba Fonshe Soloton, and I respect his view. But the slight misconception to Wambe is very slight. I want you to see anyone, you understand.
Okay, and the caller is not, I'm not going to say Bitotikwe, but definitely the caller is not in Nigeria. But go ahead.
Yeah, but now, as Oniti negotiate with Nigeria first.
Okay.
Before taking such a step.
Some might even say, does she need to take that? I'm just playing the devil advocate.
Yeah. So those are, then does she who are the international organization that she has relate with, that is ready to support her, because this look as if it's not a script, it's look as organizing the youth for suicide.
Okay.
Because what they did yesterday, that's treason.
Okay.
That's treason. And the punishment of treason is death.
Okay.
And those are Yoruba youths.
Okay.
But our own children is not among them.
Okay.
So that is one side.
Okay.
But I told you, let me now go to what I want. I told you I didn't go to church today.
Yes.
Because since yesterday night, I'm having a headache, watching all sorts of videos.
That is playing out.
So I sat down, start analyzing all these videos one by one.
Okay.
All these videos one by. If I begin to analyze it, in fact, even that thing is script.
Okay. Kí ni nǹkan tẹ́ rí tẹ́ fi sọ pé script ni?
A lot. In fact, ẹni tó bá wọn ṣe short video wọn tó ń throw síta yẹn, it's not professional at all.
It's not professional. You can see even yesterday night, you were even questioning. I want to watch your soldier.
Yes.
They were laughing and discussing privately with
With the security.
Nigerian police.
In a situation like that is tense.
That is tense. They arrested them.
Because any sort of Bishop, yeah, oh yeah, go ahead. Can lose the plot. Go ahead.
Now with my àwọn bíi méjì tí mo gbọ́ èdè ẹnu wọn do English náà sọ briefly ẹ mọ̀ pé gbogbo keep quiet ni but àwọn kan níbi kan wọ́n make a statement sọ̀rọ̀ jáde. The voice that came out from those two, the intonation did not sound Yoruba people. They may be close to, they may be, it sound like Benue, Kogi, that are not Yoruba blended.
Okay.
But maybe the others that are being ransacked, that's why they separate those two boys, those two men inside the car. They didn't touch them. Now, but maybe those ones that they are ransacking and they are collecting, they are the Yoruba indigenous one among them. And I look at the face of that lady.
Yes.
That lady.
Yes.
That is being checked. I looked. Baba me, these are
ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ Bishop mo fẹ́ lọ wọ bàtà tí máa wọ̀ sẹ́sẹ̀ mo ń bọ̀ ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ.
These are no ọmọ kéékèèké kan tó kọ̀ pàṣọ fún ọ tí wọ́n mọ nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe. Like the officer was reporting on is it channels or Arise that they are just they took little drug. That's why they think they can come on blah 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 blah. There are other videos sent out on what they did. Other video that was sent out on what they did, how the Nigerian military came in there, and a few of the Nigerian military moving and were commanding kinetic attack. And Koiki, are you hearing me? And as they were moving in the secretariat compound, shooting, only them, they are the ones shooting and shooting into the air. There is nobody returning gun. There is no reprisal gunshot.
Okay.
You didn't hear me, Koiki. How can you be engaging an opponent in gunshot? Only you are shooting. The opponent carry gun and did not shoot.
Okay.
And why? And in the video, they did not end that video where they are on the move and they apprehend one of them clearly in the video. Even even when there is war in Middle East, when there is war in Middle East,
yes,
we saw the way you were shooting at each other. Camera. That time there is no drone technology. That time, same. Our journalists. Once camera was able to pick the way they shot at each other.
Okay.
We saw the way Gaddafi was arrested in the video. Okay, we saw the way Gaddafi was arrested in the video.
Yeah.
I was ransacked with crowd.
Okay.
How the shot was. I mean, this one kàn show àwọn nìkan tó move nínú compound secretariat shooting alone and the end of everything wọ́n cut off. Nígbà tá a máa rí wọ́n ti àti rí àwọn tí wọ́n line up. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ line up rè ojú wọn kọ̀ káàmù wọ́n ní kó máa káṣọ sókè wọ́n ní kó máa ṣe gbá wọ́n ní kí ni a fẹ́ gbà nínú nǹkan tí ṣe. Well, no, I'm not alleging anything against Nigerian government because no clear proof yet. But what happened? Looking even a psychologist will look at this and know this is
it doesn't add up.
Yeah, I'm a bit film what? Is it a film or what? Really happen.
Arrange.
And what we had before is that 2 were killed. Àwọn méjì tó ní wọ́n killed yẹn. Àwọn ni wọ́n lie down.
And there seems not to be killed because they were still moving.
And wọ́n dẹ̀ wá tọ́ṣì wọn, wọ́n ní kí ẹ gbapá, wọ́n ní kọ́pọ̀ àṣebí pọ́pọ̀ aláìní tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Later tó wá ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó ní kó move aṣọ ọ̀nà ní kó gbapá, ó wá gbé àgbá. And they were not responding as if they were in pain. People that were shot, equally shot. Koiki, are you noting all this?
Oh boy. Okay.
Because I sat down and analyze all this. They were not looking at it, they were in pain. Àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ ń kọ̀rọ̀ ra sùn jẹ́jẹ́ tí wọ́n ní. Wọ́n á ti ní. Owó dẹ̀ máa wọ àkáǹtì àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ. Àti wá ṣe fíìmù. Oh my God. Because oh my God. It is well. But me, I just know that I thank God for one thing. They spelled out their name.
Okay.
They are not Yoruba nation. Even I thank God for the Allies media when they were picking it this morning. They move away because of that notice that the Baba make and Igbo have made. They move away from that name Yoruba nation. Okay. They use Odudua something to just back them and say agitators. We are not agitators. We are self-determinant. Yeah, and we are Yoruba nation. Those who they are parading, yes, they are not Yoruba nation. And they said it emphatically. I want to run one nation. They are not Yoruba nation. They mentioned their own name to be aṣọ wọn gan wọn kọ Oòduà kìíní kan síbẹ̀. Then àwọn ọ̀gá wọn tó rán wọn níṣẹ́ lórí YouTube nígbà tó ń show wọn láwọn Democratic Republic of the Yoruba. In fact, orúkọ àwọn ọmọọṣẹ́ ó tún yàtọ̀ sí orúkọ àwọn ọ̀gá tó tún rán wọn iṣẹ́. Wọ́n ṣáà claim pé àwọn làwọn rán wọn àti orúkọ tí wọ́n lélẹ́yìí orúkọ tí wọ́n lélẹ́yìí so kì í ṣe Yorùbá nation. And I thank God the media quickly notes that they did nítorí àná wọ́n ti sọ any media tó bá lọ ṣe mistake tó jáde reporting that event and mentioning Yorùbá nation. We speak in the court because Yoruba nation is a registered organization with UNPO. So don't make that mistake of name.
Of putting out in the same bracket.
It's not the same. Okay. It's not the same. It is registered with the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye. So this one is not Professor Banji Akintoye. They have their name different. They have their leader different. They have their motive and orientation different. They have their people different. They even have their social media platform different.
So they run they run a different thing that is completely different from what we're doing.
So the media should not get it twisted.
Okay.
Don't make that mistake and just round it up and say the Yoruba nation. You that's defamation. Have you tagged there that's libel. You are I need you. You are ready to pay here.
Okay.
So that's the way. So that's it. So when we don't say continue on achieve we don't say they should not achieve it, but that has nothing to do with us. Okay. We remain focused on our own path that we have to follow. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. That was a Bishop. The number to call into the program, and I'm not here as much as we try to respect your view. Adekunle is not one of us, and we're not going to promote her. Whatever she's done or whatever she's planning to do is not in line with the Yoruba nation under Professor Banji Akintoye. So I understand that we have some of their listeners on the line that are watching, because if you don't KOIKI, but you are going to listen to what we are saying, that the Yoruba nation remain under the leadership of Professor. 30 seconds. It shows that, you know, I mean, you're having a conversation with a younger brother like mine, you know, like, you know, message. It shows that some of you are just stupid. And like I always say, you know, that's why I cannot trust anyone. I've seen so much, even after these people only took in the last a year and a half. And that is why somebody like me is very, very careful. Because I can't trust any one of you. Because more minding, and don't say Maria can't comment only balls. No, kò ní balls. Kò ní balls. Okay? Tó bá ní balls, òun fúnra rẹ̀ ló máa jáde sí títì lánàá. Òun fúnra rẹ̀. Ṣèbó nǹkan tó sọ ni, ọ̀nà òun fúnra rẹ̀ ti wà ní Ìbàdàn. Kí ló dé tó ṣe jáde sójú títì lánàá? Ẹ̀gbọ́n sókè kọ́là.
Kóìkì ẹ káàárọ̀.
Àgbọ̀n sà.
Àwọn dáàdì wa tó sọ̀rọ̀ tó wọ́n sìn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Has done the part. Ṣẹ́rí bí gbogbo sí yẹn ṣe lọ pa. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gbogbo ló ti explain yẹn. Èmi ò lè bá fún ìjọba náà rí àbúrò kan lóru mọ́jú tí mo padà analyse. His analysis have given us everything tó ṣe pé propaganda ni irọ́ kò sẹ́ni kan tẹ̀ mú. Èmi jẹ́ kó yẹ pé Nigerian government pẹ̀lú onítìrì lọ́kọ̀ create something ọkọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ̀ pé kọ́kọ́ ìṣàbẹ̀ bá orúkọ movement yẹn jẹ́. Kò sí nǹkan kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ wọn yìnbọn fẹ́ anybody ẹ má jẹ́ kí anybody ẹ wọ ẹ má kí yẹn move wa. Gbogbo ìtàn sọ yẹn game lọ́kọ̀ gba propaganda ni. Omi o torí náà ti wọ fídíò yẹn. Ẹ fẹ́ lọ ṣe kínní lọ́kọ̀ wọ àwọn ọmọ ọkọ̀ tó kó aṣọ sí lọ́rùn. Lọ́kọ̀ òpin káwọn fi ba orúkọ movement jẹ ni. So ẹjọ́ tó lọ ẹ má kí yẹn ẹ bá rí àwọn wèrè kan tó ń pè yín àbí tó ń send message sórí WhatsApp yín ẹ wò wọ́n sí orí wọn ti burú. Ẹni tó bá fẹ́ kóhun fẹ́ ṣe Yorùbá nation lọ́dọ̀ onítìrì wèrè tó kẹ́ jílẹ̀ kó fún ẹ wá irú ẹ̀mí tí mo bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìmí wà lábẹ́kúta àwa ń jáde mo ń wọṣọ tí àtàtọ̀ ṣe kiri lánàá èmi ń wọṣọ jáde Yorùbá nation tó ní ẹgbẹ́ wo mo tún wọ̀ jáde mo lọ sọ́mọ́tà òkú mo lọ bẹ̀ live tó bá tó wọ ọkọ mi so ẹ jẹ́ kí irú àwọn onídọ̀tí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ ẹ jẹ́ kó bọ́ sí títì ẹ wo ẹ bá wo tí ń gàrí ṣé àwọn ọmọ Ìgbòho ló máa lọ sí ní tẹ́fọ̀n nǹkan máa ṣe ní ìṣòro.
ẹ máa ṣe rí tá a bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ yẹn máa lábẹ́ àtẹ́ pé à ń kàn fẹ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀ àsọdùn. akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wo picture ìgbà tí Ìgbòho wá sílé ẹ̀yin náà kọ̀ wo bàtà wá sin òkú ìyá wa ìyá Yorùbá. àwọn ẹmọ bíi táwọn èèyàn ti wá ni àwọn èèyàn gbéra láti UK pé n tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì bá fẹ́ ṣe fún Ìgbòho ẹ ṣe fún gbogbo wa. ní UK more than 50 people ló ra ticket ló lọ sílé 50 America nọ́mbà yẹn ò ṣe kà ní Germany ní Europe African country at least ní African country mo mọ more than 100 tó gbéra pé gbogbo tí Nàìjíríà gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì bá fẹ́ ṣe fún Ìgbòho a máa tẹ̀lé débẹ̀. Cherry ti tẹ́lẹ̀ tó wá ṣe nínú ilé yẹn oyè yẹn àfisílẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni torí pé Ìgbòho mọ tó ń pè ní international community kọ́ wá sọ pé ó pa sójà mọ tó mean by that ni pé civilian pa sójà tẹ́ẹ̀sì lójú ogun dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ but ó ní àsìkò ní yẹn lọ́sẹ̀ ní mọ̀jàmọ̀sá la fi máa kíkanjú. Tinubu ṣe give order pé kí security act kọ́ ṣe tó fẹ́ ṣe intelligence dọ́dọ̀ wà pé they were planning for Ìgbòho but wọ́n tó bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ kọ́ dán wò níjọ́ yẹn. Ẹ̀yin náà wo follow up yẹn brother tó bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ yìí akọ̀ǹṣe ńlá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ látọdún mẹ́ta ni Abẹ́òkúta làwọn wà wọ́n ní kò sí kankan tó ń jẹ́ Yorùbá nation lábẹ́ Adélé òmìnira 2020 kí ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. ẹ lọ Ìbàdàn ṣé Ìbàdàn nìkan nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ni we have 191 local government. Ẹ má ẹ̀ka ó máa dàbí pé a kàn ń try láti praise Ìgbòho ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ ni Igboho. All right, Moki Wagwan tell me Abeokuta ni mo ti school. I schooled in Abeokuta for more than 5 years. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ìgbà tí mo lò níbẹ̀ ní Abeokuta Grammar School. Let's take the next caller.
Hello, sir.
Good morning and welcome. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. And the Biafra that are listening now, you might be lost in translation with the conversation. I will do some summary along the line, but let my people speak the Yoruba so that we can get what they want to say. Egbo's okay, caller. And I'm putting the number out. Favorite number. This is the time for you to call in. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò àgbọ̀n yín.
Yes, I'm connecting that discussion.
Ẹ ti wà lórí ẹsẹ̀.
This kind of thing, so it's not like a comedy. It's a serious thing.
Okay.
So if one is not ready and one is not serious, it's not something one should just dabble into. Because the whole thing now, they are making it look like just a drama.
Ẹ bá mi repeat ibẹ̀ yẹn, mo like his statement ẹ kọra sọ mẹ́. Ẹ bá mi rephrase ibẹ̀ yẹn, mo fẹ́ gbọ́ nǹkan tẹ́ sọ dáadáa ni. Kò ṣe pé mo gbọ́ bí àwọn tó kù náà lè máa tètè gbọ́ torí ẹ lọ too fast. But ẹ bá tún bẹ̀ sọ.
This whole thing is a serious thing.
It's a serious thing.
So if anybody wants to be serious, it should be known. Just for the social media to be excited.
Okay.
So there are so many ingredients. There are so many important things that must be gathered together.
Okay.
For instance, number is needed.
Number is needed.
Huge number of people pulling towards the same direction.
Okay.
Resources needed.
Okay.
Clear strategy on what is going to be done.
And what can happen after it is done. What is going to be done? What happened after it is done? Because last time on anything, what is the aftermath?
No,
I take time. I take time. We are not in a rushing. We're not rushing anybody. You know. To bá ti sún mi máa kọ́ pa program ni, but inú ilé mo wá jọ Sunday dẹ̀ ni. Ìyàwó mi dẹ̀ ti lọ sókè, àwọn ọmọ ọdún wa náà ti lọ sókè. So àjọ ni pálọ̀ mi nísìnyí mo gbádùn yín.
Okay, sir. So there must be clear strategy. Then another thing, so important, you have to study the momentum at this point in time, because there's a right time to do something. Now, like 2 years ago, there was this push, this momentum, this huge number of people pulling in the same direction. Also, the woman just was cat time. So there is a particular time you have to study at a particular period in time. Because of many reasons, including those ones I've mentioned.
Okay.
Even getting international support of international community in some countries is not just a bad. You just believe maybe African banks, you can also research this. There are so about 6 or 7 countries support one bank. I mean, the initial time.
Yes.
They were doing the physical battle and all that. They were also getting support from some necessary countries, including France, including maybe Gabon and some other countries. If you check online, so you see it. So Iran was also join our people here and all that. Comedy.
So killing content in read the film is comedy, because some people don't see it as comedy. That's, I mean, Ijile's life now. As I was going to my YouTube now, Ijile's life, and there are people watching him and they believe what they are saying as well.
Okay. Number one thing, after the old show, the old this thing, what has changed?
We don't know. Maybe there's still more coming out of the bag.
Because think about the change. So by you are transitioning from one country to another.
Yes.
There will be some things. Those of us everywhere, time when your work to say anything to change, people are living their life normally, spending Nigerian currency, traveling with Nigerian passport, doing their normal things. Even within Ibadan, there's nothing that is different from what it used to be.
And Oyo State is a very big state. We are talking about 33 local governments in Oyo State.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and even within Ibadan, nothing has happened. So at the end of the day, beyond the excitement of social media, and maybe for her to just cover up to show that, okay, she has done something. Beyond that, kilo really shele, kusinko.
Beyond that, kilo really
shele. So Thomas, you can't when you're getting, real man, be why join around with lay. Is it that okay? One fair people everybody because I saw the. I'm even playing. I'm assuming that okay, everybody is sincere because there's no script. I'm assuming that okay, everybody is sincere. But the sincerity is this kind of thing. If enough preparation is not there. If all things are not properly aligned, you take boxes and know that okay, if this thing happens to a very large extent, there's huge chance of it happening. They're just going to it. That's me even assuming that one sincere.
Yeah.
It's another thing. Okay, we are plan here, being comment. Let's even say it's not planned. So what have they achieved now beyond this exactly? One, what did the government focus the struggle more than before? Two, when you can as laughing stock, okay, these people are not just serious, they are just making
let me ask this question. What do you think, because Tinubu is the one in charge now, we don't know whether whatever the game plan or the script or is not. The government since yesterday, the military came out and released a statement. The police have not released a statement, but I heard Fatai Owosheni spoke. But within the Aso Rock, the government in power, what do you think they're thinking with what happened yesterday? But look at our non talk way our non she. Look of a more perspective.
Okay, one, I expect them to try to go deeper into the whole situation and know who did what. Because there's a general struggle, we just need to make it very clear to clarify, okay, who is responsible for what. Okay. And it's good that the leadership of the real movement, they have come out to say, okay, this is the situation, we are not part of this whole shenanigans, we are not part of this whole drama. So I expect the security agencies to do their work and identify those who are involved, and beyond that, prosecute if need be. Okay. And make it clear that, okay,
but people will say that the same set of people went to Amuludun, and up to date, nothing has happened. And Amuludun was when Tinubu was already in power. Abimo Shisoni Bayani. I believe Tinubu. Tinubu was in power. Do we now see that Tinubu might go after Onitiri as well and their group, just as Buhari went after us with our own group?
If they don't do that, if there's no serious effort to arrest and prosecute if necessary, that means there's more behind the scene than what we can see. That will only be the interpretation. There's more to it. If there's no action.
So how long do we expect? Because we know that Konshejo Koni won't make a decision not to attack Oloyegbo. I live in Nigeria with Igbo for 6 months, and every day we were getting report that Igbo Koiki Ekuro no Nigeria, you will be attacked. There is there are a lot of things were coming up. How much time do we give the present administration? Our actually engage one on the diplomacy, on the negotiation, according to the YSDM. But our little pop up, you see, it has reflected. Your state governor was not in the state yesterday. Not during the week. See, our workers, but I'm asking now, can a time frame that we should expect some kind of report back to the public, Lori Ibese, and maybe then we can say, Tony Wanja for Yoruba Nation. Abi, the same thing as everybody has said myself, it's just a script.
If in the next few weeks we can't see anything very clear that okay, this is the result of the investigation, then will be okay, there's more to it behind the scene. Okay. If in the next few weeks we can't see any concrete report that happens every day. Okay. If something major like this happens and there's no consequence, then that means we can't deceive everybody.
Now, the last one. Your state government, yes, sir, I believe Makinde will be returning back to Oyo. I don't know whether he's back, but as at yesterday, he's not in the state. What are we expecting him to say when he eventually comes out? Because a lot of report that is reaching me as at yesterday, that Makinde might say certain things. He's not the president, but he might say certain things. Because one being what she saw for me, our security network, your state, they don't care. Ati Gbowo, Ati Babakitoye, economy, and the governor will be making some kind of proclamation or whatever.
If they do that, sir, so that will be very unfair. And so it will also confirm the fact that, okay, all this thing was for a purpose. And the purpose is just to make sure that...
So maybe to wash down the real movement. Go wash it down together.
So, yes, so that would be... So that would be the main...
I don't know. It is still unconfirmed. But report the on security network of your state in terms of Timakinde day state pada Oma make some announcement and it doesn't care. Ati Gbowo, Ati Babakitoye, Ati Koiki, Gboyin, you're all the same. Actually, going to call her. Yeah, Gboyin, yeah.
It's okay. That is what it looks like.
Okay.
If they cannot differentiate.
Because Emma Binu Bishop again, on report confirmed that Makinde is interested to also be the president or either as a vice president under the PDP. Is on report confirmed, but again, there's always a smoke behind the rumor.
Yes, we keep saying how the events are unfolding over in the next few weeks or days, and we will have a clearer picture of being questioned.
Mo máa gbádùn Kọ́lá Ike because Makinde náà ti fẹ́ parí tẹ́nu ẹ̀, so tó bá dẹ̀ lọ ṣe senator ó ṣeé kó yẹ pé ó lè fi láníyàn pé ó lè contest as a senator kó tún máa lé president àbí vice depending on bóun àti PDP bá ṣe lọ. Ẹ ṣé gan ni Kọ́lá, kò ní bàjẹ́ fún yín, ọpọlọ yóò ní jọba, èmi náà jí nínú ọpọlọ yẹn, ẹ̀yin náà ní right láti pa ti fi nọ́mbà síta. The number still remain the same. Let's hear from you. But question tí mo ṣì béèrè láàárọ̀ àti rẹ̀ ní bá mi down, Bishop ti ń pè padà láàrin Tinubu àti bàbá Akintoye, ta ni ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tó pọ̀? Bishop Adesina wọ́n ti pè padà, ẹ bá gbóhùn sókè. Happy Sunday lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí live program là ń wò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tẹ́ bá ṣe darapọ̀ mọ́ wa.
Thank you very much, Koiki. Ó béèrè question kan nínú àwọn question tó béèrè yẹn is a very eye-opening and is like glimpse of light. Makinde, which is the governor, is not around. Àná ọjọ́ Saturday tí workers ò sí lọ́fíìsì. Ó ṣe jẹ́ ọjọ́ yẹn làwọn wá lọ sí secretariat kí ló fẹ́ lọ ṣe mẹ́. Ṣé Makinde tí ò sí mbẹ̀ náà fẹ́ mú ni? Ṣé workers tí ò sí mbẹ̀ ni wọ́n fẹ́ mú ni? Àbí wọ́n fẹ́ gba inú ọ́fíìsì ilẹ̀ wọ́n jókòó síbẹ̀ títí di Monday kan tó dé. I mean, we said this thing is madness.
Okay.
It's a script. It's a theater. There is a space on Saturday for them to act the theater.
Okay.
And show the movie.
Orúkọ title movie yẹn ni.
I will call Baba Akintoye after all this, man. We don't bloody care whatever Makinde we come on Monday to say. Okay. If you want to ban any kini in Oyo State, and I know if he does that, all other states will now start copying
the same thing.
So they want to water down self-determination movement from that. We don't care whatever they do. Ọmọ Yorùbá ló máa jẹ ìyá ẹ̀.
Okay.
And tó bá rò wípé òun jẹ ìgbádùn nínú ìjọba Nàìjíríà now, it's not forever.
Ogunlaye movie. Okay.
Ó máa fi ìgbádùn yẹn lẹ̀ ní ọjọ́ kan. Tó bá ti fi ilẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ kan. Ohun tí àwa èèyàn rí tá à ń pariwo wípé a fẹ́ òmìnira wa ra ń gbà ẹ̀. Tó bá wá ń jẹ lẹ́sẹ̀, kò ní sẹ́ni tó máa pariwo fún. See, if worse come to worse, tí n bá tiẹ̀ ní $1 láti kó family mi kúrò nínú Nàìjíríà kí n lọ sí ìlú tó gbádùn. Tọ̀tọ̀ ṣe báwọn láwọn ọmọ nílùú òyìnbó ṣé báwọn òyìnbó ṣe ṣe ìlú wọn nìyẹn tẹ́ ń lọ gbádùn níbẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ bá ìlú yín jẹ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀ iṣu lórí níbẹ̀.
Okay.
If I did not even have $1 to move to ìlú òyìnbó with my family, I will go to Benin Republic and live there. I moved to Benin many times. Tí bá wọ ìlú yẹn ọkàn mi á balẹ̀.
For at least 24 hours tẹ́ máa fi wà nínú bẹ̀.
Mo béèrè lọ́wọ́ bàbá wípé kí ni nǹkan tó dé tó jẹ́ pé tá bá ti wọ bíbá yìí ọkàn wa máa ń balẹ̀ ju ìlú títí wá.
Because ẹ má bínú Bishop, because you can come out of your house and Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀, but a rí sister wa Bọ́láńlé Rahim, a lawyer, ọlọ́pàá kọ́kọ́ ọlọ́ra pizza táwọn máa jẹ ni kó dẹ̀ make u-turn, ọlọ́pàá dẹ̀ discharge ìbọn, ó pa ìyá yẹn, ó pa oyún inú ẹ̀. Ìyẹn lẹ̀rú ṣe máa ń bà yín, but ẹ bá dé Benin Republic ẹ mọ̀ pé kò sẹ́ni kankan tó máa yìnbọn bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, because ẹ ti wà ní a very civilized society. Wọ́n ní orúkọ movie yẹn ni Wèrè ní Onítìrí, Àbógunláyé movie.
The more painful thing, Koiki, is that Yorùbá làwọn people tó wà Benin náà. Kí là á fi ṣe orí? They are Yoruba people.
ẹni kí la fi sọrí bishop àwọn olóṣèlú wa ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ fi self determination sẹ́gbẹ̀ fún 30 seconds kò ń ṣe pa ìgbàgbé ẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ pé láti 1999 the expectation of ọmọ Yorùbá ni pé a ti kúrò níjọba military ó jẹ́ kí life wa kó progress at least to some extent àyàwó tẹ̀ ṣì ń já nínú location ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nínú tó ń pè Nàìjíríà but ẹ bá wá dé Benin in tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ káyà ń já ni pé kẹ́ tó cross the border ẹ máa rí hurdles. I have gone that border before and like I said hurdle yẹn lásán ó máa dàbí ìgbà tẹ́ pé ṣé visa UK lẹ fẹ́ gbà láti kọjá sí Benin ni ṣé visa America ni because mo ti gbàgbẹ́ kọjá tó ń bí mi pé am I a Nigerian mo ní pé passport la fi wọ́n nísìn but on tán mi pé Koiki tó mọ position tí wọ́n gbé dání ẹni yẹn yín kan náà sí mi pé má jẹ́ kó má sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀. Wọ́n ní title of the movie is Ajákajù lórúkọ movie yẹn à ń gbọ́ yín.
Nàìjíríà ló fi owó náà fẹ́ gba èèyàn gba passport lọ Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́ owó ó tún bèèrè lọ́wọ́ àyè Nàìjíríà ṣáàyàn owó sí nǹkan tó nídìí nìyẹn.
Mi ò fẹ́ fún lówó ni.
Nàìjíríà is the only place. Nigeria is the only place níbi passport mi kan ló sọ kínní yẹn ó ní Nigeria is the only place where cats bark like dog. Níbi tí ológbò ti ń ké bí ajá. That's the only place.
Tológbò ń ké bí ajá.
Nigeria is the only place. When you see a cat like this, you expect the cat to do meow. You just see a cat barking like dog. You say,
who let the dog out? You.
Wọ́n ní pé Nigeria ló ń pè bí.
All right, Bishop. Let me. Yeah, mo gbọ́ yín. What I'm asking, what I'm trying to say now is that.
Central Bank,
okay.
He just keeps sacking all the workers. I want to initially to sacking one. About 50 cannot do that by or sacking one. Office. Yeah. Now I want it to sack Fulani to sack no dossier.
Bàbá mi shoot him okay. Mr. Abiodun George, mo kí yín.
Ó sì lè máa bínú sí ẹ, bọ̀ á máa wò pé kò sí nǹkan tóun máa ṣe pé Yorùbá náà bí tòun ní ẹ.
But ṣé kò sí ṣé tó ń sáàkì wọn fún yẹn.
Tọ́gbọ́mọ Igbo wọlé yẹn náà dí pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Agbọ́mọ àwọn ọmọ Igbo tiẹ̀ ṣé wọ́n ṣe ń rán ìlú nìyẹn? Do we move forward like that? And we are saying let us have our own identity and autonomy and run even our ọmọ Jew. Àwọn ọmọ Júù tí wọ́n ti scatter káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé for almost 2,000 years. The gbogbo àgbáyé ò settle because of them. That is the cause of the Second World War. They have to beg them. Ṣé ká lọ settle yín sí Namibia?
Wọ́n lọ ní tìrì ti fa kinní kan ó ti fa kinní kan èmi kọ́ ni máa sọ ètò kù.
Wọ́n ní ilẹ̀ wọn gangan ní Palestine làwọn fẹ́.
Okay.
They have to go and resettle them and declare nation of Israel. Kí gbogbo àgbáyé tó nísinmi.
Okay.
Well, and now they are Jewish state. Even though they are having internal problem with àwọn tó tún bá ń bẹ̀.
Yes.
They are Jewish state. They are Jewish state.
Yeah.
What's wrong with having a Yoruba nation?
And Tabada, the country, like you said, we will also have our own central bank where we will employ as many Yoruba people and probably some other indigenous people. But Yoruba lo maje population to map on there.
In fact, let me tell you, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, we all love each other. We all love each other. Nigeria contraction is what is bringing enmity into our life. If we respect our identity and border, we will trade with each other friendly and we will prosperous.
But that's the reason why I thought I'm not being very conveniently, because I've lived here for 20 years plus, and the reason why we've lived here is because we respect the border of the next country.
65% of his own autonomy. Scotland has 65% of his own autonomy.
I can decide to move to Scotland and run a business from there.
Yeah. Thomas Shakespeare rules in Scotland, he must send delegate allo. UK ni. Well allo. wọ́n ṣe kinní nínú Nàìjíríà ẹ máa dá gbogbo wọn pọ̀ ẹ sẹ́ndì wọn lọ ta ẹni tó fẹ́ gbà wọ́n síbẹ̀ á máa wò pé ọmọ ìlú mi dàbí ọmọ ìlú mi ọmọ Yorùbá lélẹ̀ bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ equip and talented wọ́n á sideline ẹ̀ wọ́n á gbọ́ ọmọ ìlú ẹ̀ that thing cannot end because we are not one people. Okay. And we should stop that lies and denial. We can have tètè wá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe yìí ò ní resources tẹ̀ milk nínú Nàìjíríà ẹ di resources yẹn mú ẹ pín gbogbo wa ẹ dẹ̀ máa ṣe confederation máa fi control resources yẹn kí ìlú lè wà lálàáfíà. Àwọn èèyàn ò survive àwọn ìlú tó rí wọ́n pé wọ́n ò survive by resources mọ́ Japan ò ní kú. Japan ò ní ṣàkó nílẹ̀ Japan tó bá gbẹ́ ilẹ̀ wọn ò lè rí ṣàkó bẹ́ẹ̀ owó Japan ju owó náírà lọ Japanese yen kí ni Japan fi ń make ẹ̀ wọ́n pump omi wọ́n refine ẹ̀ wọ́n yọ iyọ̀ níbẹ̀ omi yẹn wọ́n lómi tó da omi yẹn làwọn distill tí wọ́n mu tí wọ́n ta wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ ń ta omi yẹn fún Indonesia náà lómi tó da. Japan wọ́n refine omi fúnra wọn wọ́n tún tà fún Indonesia they are making money apart from that wọ́n á ra iron ore lọ́wọ́ Indonesia wọ́n á ra tin wọ́n á ra igbá lọ́wọ́ South Korea wọ́n á melt gbogbo àwọn kìíní yẹn pọ̀ it gives them another kind of iron stainless wọ́n fi ṣe mọ́tò tó bá ṣe mọ́tò tó ìjọba wọ́n á ra gbogbo kìíní yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọn wọ́n á tà fún ìlú ìjọba wọn make it I mean náà tó bá fún ẹ ní ìwọ ọmọ pẹ̀lú gbogbo góòdì kúdọ̀ tó wà ní Nàìjíríà ń sìn ìwọ ọmọ tó bá fún ẹ ní visa Japan sì wá bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ ò ń lọ sọ́hùn. Why are you like that? Why are we like this?
Oníyọ̀lé Ìbàdàn mo kí àṣìlérò mixella láàárọ̀ yìí.
In fact, common local government, you cannot govern it successfully. Provide security, provide enabling environment.
All right, let's ask this. But what is behind the reason why for 20 years plus I enjoyed democracy in Nigeria for 20 years plus? Kilo data I enjoy it, and people still think that what need better after 20 years again, even though the first 20 years has been a waste of time.
Ideology àwọn olóṣèlú wa ni ideology àwọn olóṣèlú wa. Now nígbà tí you want to come into government tí òun ra form ní èlò 10 million àbí èlò ló ń pè non-refundable fee o 10 million and DSS cannot question that EFCC cannot question that they don't have intel or IQ to look beyond that act to how it affects economy or create corruption. They don't. They don't believe that ó yẹ ká dédé gbọ́ ni wípé the DSS invited the chairman of so party. But wọn ò lè ṣe instrument ni wọ́n jẹ́ fún àwọn olóṣèlú yẹn. Ó fẹ́ mọ̀ guy. But they don't know it is not your oga politics. Àwọn eléyìí they are coming they are going. Ẹ̀yin lẹ wà ní the institution ìlú that hold it either this one come this one go. APC will come APC will go. PDP will come PDP will go. Ẹ̀yin lẹ wà ń bẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin lẹ wà ń bẹ̀ tẹ̀tẹ̀ ló ní uphold the discipline and right standing. I mean it's àwọn òpònú tó máa ń criticize what we are doing is because ọmọ àwọn olóṣèlú yẹn ni wọ́n àwọn dẹ̀ bàbá wọn ń gbé owó fún wọn they don't know what is going on. Ohun tó ń bá wọ Nàìjíríà they will come they will police DSS guiding them with gun. Ṣé báwọn èèyàn ṣe ṣàyẹ nìyẹn? Ṣé DSS and police ó máa tẹ̀lé wọnú bedroom ẹ̀ tó bá ń sùn? But when they come to Europe there's no room for that. You go freely because the police and DSS, their services to the people and the environment, not to one particular person. But in Nigeria, who will correct that? Even láàrin àwọn ọlọ́pàá, ọ̀gá ọlọ́pàá, if there is one who say that in my own, as I'm an IGO, in my own tenure, I will not tolerate this. We will stop it. Withdraw all the police from all the special cases. I'm a politician, I told my best influence the IG, I'm a promoter. By me need the so police for my private clinic, you know my stand. I don't want people to why are you afraid of death? And you think that it is one person. Don't know name me here. I mean, the problem of Nigeria is beyond the political stand, just as you said. It's beyond. Let them share this thing. Let everybody meet in his region. We hate each other politically. Let everybody meet. We religiously we may like each other. Maritally we may like each other. But politically we hate each other. Nígbà election yẹn, ọkọ àti ìyàwó tó ń ṣe tó jẹ́ pé Yorùbá àti Igbo ni wọ́n. Kò sí nǹkan tó fàjà wọn ju politics lọ. Wọn ò dé ṣolóṣèlú. Wọ́n ṣolóṣèlú. But the woman is feeling wípé ìran òun ò jẹ́ president Nàìjíríà rí. Wípé ìwọ tó wá tún jẹ́ Yorùbá, èèyàn ti tiẹ̀, ó tó láwàá ló kàn. Ó dẹ̀ tún ti gba ìjọba. Òun dẹ̀ ti bọ́ọ̀sì fọkọ ẹ̀ wípé òbí máa wọlé. A happy home that's supposed to be friendly. Ìjà bẹ̀rẹ̀ unnecessarily. Ó some weeks after the election, the president ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá calm down. This is problem of Nigeria. Kíní òkan àwọn olóṣèlú, àwọn mẹ́kọ̀ owó tí wọ́n lọ ni.
Gbogbo ọjọ́ attend the party ni. Tẹ́ bá lọ wo orí àwọn page wọn Instagram nísìn. Gbogbo ọjọ́ attend the party ni.
Ṣé òbí máa sọ pé òun ò mọ ibi tó ti ń pàdé Tinubu?
Ọmọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn bọ́ ṣe ń ríra náà.
Ọmọ bọ́ ṣe ń ríra wọn.
Ọmọ bọ́ ṣe ń ríra.
Ṣé aráàlú náà dà láàmú náà? So how long? So èmi ò bloody care tí gómìnà tó bá jẹ́ pé game tó fẹ́ play ni àwọn nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe ni they should agbára wà lọ́wọ́ wọn they should go ahead. But kò sí nǹkan téèyàn ṣe láyé yìí ó ayé ilé rí ti máa ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ kéèyàn tó lọ ayé yìí ni. Mo mọ at least mo mọ rárá mo mọ 1 2 3 4 5 àwọn èèyàn tó ti serve Nigeria rí in better position. They are no more in position today. They are regretting how patriotic they are when they are in service in Nigeria. They are regretting
because they've come out with nothing. Now, that is another thing that many people don't understand.
They came out with nothing. They are regretting how patriotic. He was persecuted for people who are patriotic. He's been persecuted for people who are patriotic. Today, to do sakiri. So to baro you go I don't know the madness when they are in office because only and onjaye to aye wo ni onje to je pe oyinbo make it the aye when you make the life that is the ideology of George Washington. When you and Awolowo made mention of part of it that time. Nígbà àwọn ọmọ òtòṣì tẹ́ ẹ bá kọ́ wọn níwèé kẹjẹ kọ́ wá comfortable àwọn ló máa bá yé àwọn ọmọ tí yín jẹ́ tẹ́ kọ́. Now, when you make life comfortable and equal and everything available for the citizen and for wọn ò ní kojú bọ nǹkan tẹ́yìn jẹ in politics. Wọn ò tẹ̀lé ronú lọ́bẹ̀ wọn ní wọn kò kọ́ wọn. Àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà just want a peaceful business encouraging security environment and a nation. Wọ́n du ọmọ Yorùbá òdúgbò fẹ́ di president ò fẹ́ di governor ẹ̀rí bí gbogbo ṣe rálẹ́ra wípé bàbá wa ẹnìkan ti tó to represent the people.
Bàbá wa kan fi comment kan sí bíbá wọ́n ní instead of that election in 2015 in Nigeria there should have been a referendum whether Nigeria still wanted to be together or break into nations, but whether they like it or not, Yoruba shall be established.
That's the truth. So that's the truth. That's the truth. I don't want
to
speak too much.
All right. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lómi pé wọlé. Ẹ ṣé gan ni bishop. Ẹ tún lè pè wọlé padà. Àmọ́ pé lọ sí church lẹ́nu. Ó dẹ̀ kẹ́ lọ sí church kọ bishop ní. Hello. mo wà lórí program ṣo fẹ́ dá sórí live show ni tó bá fẹ́ dá sí.
mo fẹ́ dá sí o.
Ọ̀yà gbóhùn sókè à ń gbọ́ ẹ.
ṣẹ́rí bí tá à ń lọ ọlọ́wọ́ ajẹ́ ká débẹ̀ láyọ̀ o.
láṣẹ Èdùmàrè.
ọlọ́wọ́ ajẹ́ ká dé. àwọn tó tẹ́lẹ̀ wà Nàìjíríà pẹ̀lú wa tó gba orúkọ Yorùbá nation jẹ́ àpẹẹrẹ kó wọn yẹn náà lọ máa kó wọn ní débẹ̀. Inshallah.
Okay, now ilé lẹ́yìn wà àwọn kan ní wọ́n ti gbé adelé dé gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà ní Lagos State gan kẹ́ máa múra sílẹ̀ oúnjẹ máa wálẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ máa wá sílẹ̀ ṣé gbogbo ẹ̀ ti wá sílẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí gbogbo ẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá.
a gbọ́ pé kò ti lẹ́sìn kò dá oyè dára dé là ń rà pépà lọ bí ìdúrísì láti gbọ́ àárín ní live àárín kò ṣẹlẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀wọ̀ owó àtàjọ gbà gan àwa ìṣọ̀kan ni gbogbo wọn gan wọn wà bí torí ẹ̀ mo ṣe pé yìí ìgbé kí ló dé àwọn kan tó lọ kóra àwọn jọ náà wọn Yorùbá national kò jẹ́ Yorùbá nation torí Yorùbá mi ni wọn Yorùbá politics làwọn yẹn wọn tún borúkọ nǹkan tá à ń ṣe wọn tún bàjẹ́ Ọlọ́run adájọ́ fún wọn ẹ̀tọ́ tó yẹ sí wọn orí àwọn tó gún tó gate orí àwọn tó ń lùsẹ̀ mi lójoojúmọ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ orí wọn á dá fún wọn.
ẹ bá ń kí alájà ẹ bá ń kí gbogbo àwọn tàjà mo kí gbogbo yín ká fọkàn balẹ̀ a máa délẹ̀ lérí láṣẹ Èdùmàrè a máa délẹ̀ lérí ẹ ṣé gan ni ọ̀dà thank you so much. There is a number tó ń pè bí ẹ fẹ́ pè wọlé ni number tẹ́ ń pè yẹn kọ́ lẹ máa pè sí and this number keeps coming bí ìgbà tó yẹ pé emergency ṣẹlẹ̀ UK ní tó bá pẹ́ ń wò mí live number tẹ́ ń pè yẹn kọ́ lẹ máa pè sí àti fún number síta. So I don't know why that phone is keeps, and I don't want to come out because I have about 174 people are watching me on Twitter, and I know that they are watching because what we so many of them are hypocrite Yoruba people, while some of them are loyal. Nobody can fix Nigeria. Even if you try, you will sink with Nigeria like Titanic. Okay, my brother. Yes, sir.
Ẹni bẹ ṣe ń pè mí sí ẹ máa rí wípé bí mo ṣe pè ẹ máa rí pé fóònù mi dé sí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ni mò ń bá Yorùbá ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan sọ tó ń gbé ní UK mi ó kọ́kọ́ pè mí sí ó ní àwọn èèyàn yín ṣe tí nǹkan tó lọ ṣe ní Ìbàdàn ó ní what do you mean? And this person we used to have discussion so many times about this Yoruba nation struggle. Because he's always against it. So I said in the beginning, when Sunday Igboho was telling us that they were killing our people in the farm, people are coming from abroad to settle down and they will kill them. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn yìí náà lẹ sọ wípé irọ́ ni Sunday Igboho ń pa. Ìkà ni Sunday Igboho fẹ́ dà lóru ni. But not just the music, you now realize that the guy is saying the truth. Ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ wá ṣe ń sìn, mo ní àfihàn síbẹ̀. Mo ní nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lánàá ní Ìbàdàn yẹn is movie fíìmù ni wọ́n set it up ni ìṣẹ́rí kan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn ni pé what really happen is that you remember ṣe mi pé Nnamdi Kanu sọ ní court last ó ní àwọn tó ń carry out gbogbo ìwà àbàjẹ́ ní ilẹ̀ South East ó tọwọ́ ìjọba pé pọ̀ torí pé òun bà nínú ìhámọ́ ni wọ́n ṣe ń get away with all these things tó ń bá wà ń ta it will never happen. Ṣé ẹ rí wọ́n fẹ́ nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe ń sìn ni wípé wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan ṣe ní ilẹ̀ Igbo ló fẹ́ ṣe o ọgbọ́n tó máa fi sọ pé àwọn Yorùbá nation.
Àní wọ́n ní tí Ṣèyí Mákindé bá dé sí ọ́fíìsì lọ́la ó ní àwọn kankan tó máa sọ but I have to wait because it's still an unconfirmed report but mo ń gbọ́ yín brother mi.
Yes, ọgbọ́n tó fẹ́ fi label the Yorùbá nation campaigner that they are terrorists. Then I told that my friend, I said, soon, they will start shooting sporadically in Yoruba state, killing people. And that is the hand of our Ìjọba yìí ni. Wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn. Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Igbo, wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá yẹn. Wọ́n fẹ́ wá ọgbọ́n tó máa fi lébẹ̀lì àwọn tó ń fight fún this cause. Tó máa fi lébẹ̀lì wọn pé terrorist ni wọ́n. Wọ́n ṣe lébẹ̀lì àwọn Biafra, àwọn IPOB. Because tẹ́bá wo kí ni ẹ̀ lóòótọ́ wọ́n ṣe perfectly. Wọ́n ṣe a lot of mistake. Mo ń wò kan tó kó àdá èèyàn 20 lẹ́ni ó lọ. Ẹ̀wà dúró àdá tó kó sí tó kó jáde nínú van. Àwọn wo ló wá fẹ́ mú àdá yẹn? Ṣé èèyàn 20 ló fẹ́ lo àdá bí over 200 àdá?
cutlasses. It was set up. What plan and what set it up ni but one ṣe dáadáa. It wasn't perfectly done. But nǹkan tó wọ́n ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Igbo ló fẹ́ kó wá ṣẹlẹ̀. Mo ní sooner or later nsìn ẹ máa rí tó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní shoot sporadic Yorùbá. Máa ní àwọn Yorùbá nation ni. Àwọn tó ń agitate fún Yorùbá nation àwọn ló ń carry it out. All because they want to label Yoruba nation agitator, they want to label us a terrorist. To fẹ́ dàlú. Yes, ibi tó ń lọ nìyẹn is beginning láti rí. Ibi tí wọ́n ń lọ gangan nìyẹn. It was planned.
Between Tinubu and Baba Akintoye, who cares more for the future of the Yoruba people?
Baba, we've already seen the truth. Akon sá fún òótọ́ ni à ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ní pé àárí òótọ́ àti rí òótọ́ òdodo ti fojú hàn àti mọ àwọn tó fẹ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àti mọ àwọn tí ò fẹ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣé wọ́n ṣe they've already sold us out wọ́n ti already tà wá now.
Okay.
Wọ́n ti tà wá already so Ọlọ́run ni kó wá gbà wá padà kó bá wa kó rà wá padà lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó tà wá fún sìn. The old man sad gan ni ẹ wo ń jẹ ń gbé mi jẹ ṣe wáyé ẹ máa fún àwọn program lọ.
Appreciation to many of us. There's a particular call. I've been able to send a message. BNF that sorry call me, but I don't know how they're not getting my studio number. So hopefully I've been able to pick the number while the show was going on, and I've sent a message. So let's see if we can get him now. Maybe this person just want to also Shefe da sorry call ni sorry program.
It's a KOIKI, Mr. Olajide Sonny ló ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Okay,
this
because
is my new number.
Okay, well because that's fine. That's okay. Okay.
So anybody tó bá ta sí lórí number yẹn mi call.
Oh, that's okay. So that means que bien leni e se npe ló ń pè mí I don't know because the call was coming through. Anyway, mo wà lórí live show nísìn. So ṣé fẹ́ dá sórí ẹ̀ ni? Ó yá ẹ gbóhùn sókè. Ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ nǹkan tẹ́ fẹ́ bá wa dá sí àgbọ́yìn.
Ṣé Tinubu ló like ọmọ Yorùbá jù ní?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àwọn èèyàn tẹ́ sọ lórí yẹn but again ká má kọ restrict àwọn èèyàn sórí ọ̀rọ̀ Adélé Jagbajagba tó wà níta.
So ní question yẹn ló jẹ́ kókó fún èmi láti answer.
Ẹ bá wa answer sir.
Ní nǹkan tẹ́mi fẹ́ sọ ni pé ẹni tó ní ọmọ Yorùbá lọ́kàn òun ni Bàbá Akintoye.
Kí lẹ rí tẹ́ fi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sà?
All right. Èkó ni wọ́n bí mi sí.
Okay.
Èkó ni mo dàgbà sí.
Okay.
Kí Tinubu tó di government of Lagos State. It's how Lagos State is. Nígbà tí Tinubu dé, òun àti Ọbásanjọ́ wọ́n ní clash. Because clash tí wọ́n ní mo lè ṣàlàyé fún yín. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ó yẹ kó jẹ councillor.
Go ahead. Ká ní knowledge background díẹ̀. Ẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ sókè à ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n tèmi mi torí ẹ má dárúkọ mi. Ẹ̀gbọ́n tèmi ó ra ticket. Wọ́n dìbò ó jẹ councillor. But this councillor is a new creation local government tí Tinubu fẹ́ dálẹ̀ tí Ọbásanjọ́ ò gbàgbà fún. So láti gbà yẹn Ọbásanjọ́ Tinubu ó kò bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní fi ara ní Lagos State because he just want to make money. Just money. Stacking people in Lagos State. So to save money. All Tinubu know is to count figure. He doesn't mind anybody that would die. He just want to count figures. So, worry. Remember, Tinubu kúrò ní governor of Lagos State. What does he become? He becomes Jagaban. Gbogbo Yoruba land governor ní Tinubu máa ń gba allocation lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Tó bá ti gba revenue lọ́wọ́ government, Tinubu máa gba cut. Kí ló fàjà àwọn àti former Lagos State?
Ambode.
Kí ọ̀pọ̀ yẹn padà wá sí second tenure.
Ambode.
Bàbá yẹn refuse.
Ambode lẹ́yìn fi sọ.
Ambode. Yes. Bàbá yẹn refuse láti máa fún lówó. Òun ni wọn fi jẹ́ kí bàbá yẹn padà ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì. Gbogbo governor Yoruba land èyí tí Tinubu bá fẹ́ kò ní wọbẹ̀. So Tinubu doesn't want Yoruba people. Ṣé gbogbo campaign ta ṣe it's not Yoruba, it's not bí Tinubu ṣe é gẹ́gẹ́ gbàgbé ẹ̀ ni. Tá a bá fẹ́ gba Yoruba nation ẹ má dúró de Tinubu o. Tinubu ní oore kan tó máa ṣe fọ́mọ Yorùbá o.
Tinubu yàtọ̀ sí Gani Adams.
But àwọn èèyàn ní bàbá mi, àwọn èèyàn ní Tinubu máa bá wa ṣe restructure. Kódà ó máa restructure débi pé tó bá máa lọ báyìí kò ní ságbára fún ilẹ̀ Ìgbò tó máa control Nàìjíríà, kò ní ságbára fáwúsá.
Tinubu ní ọpọlọ àti ṣe restructure ló tilẹ̀kùn mọ́ Mali Niger ṣe Niger. Ló destroy economy Nigeria by banding Niger. Tinubu ọmọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe. Tinubu just greedy, power greedy, and it's evil.
Ó máa sọ pé ó ní èmi ló kàn, ó ní èmi ló kàn.
Ẹ̀wọ̀n Kóìkì ẹ ní nọ́mbà mi. Tí Ọlọ́run fún wa ní ẹ̀mí kí Tinubu bá ṣe nǹkan pa ìpadà pè mí lọ́mọ àlè.
Ẹ má ká pè é lọ́mọ àlè, ó lè lọ ṣe.
Àdìkẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ Kóìkì orí láìní mo ti ń sọ ìgbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló ń gbọ́.
Wọ́n gbọ́ yín ní gbogbo platform, wọ́n gbọ́ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà ló ń gbọ́ Tinubu ò ní orí ọkàn tó máa ṣe fún pa. Tinubu ló sọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá di agbèrò land.
Jagaba la máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ yìí.
Ṣé nǹkan ló sọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá di agbèrò land ni?
Ó create iṣẹ́ fáwọn èèyàn náà.
Kò ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ẹyọ kan tó create nìyẹn ni.
Iṣẹ́ náà nìyẹn àbí ṣé kò ń ṣiṣẹ́ ni?
Iṣẹ́ tèmi ò gbàdúrà fọmọ tèmi ìyẹn lẹ́ ń pè níṣẹ́.
Ok.
Ẹ wo ẹ tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá tèmi ń bẹ ọmọ Yorùbá kó tẹ̀lé òun ni bàbá Akintoye.
Ok.
Bàbá yẹn ló mọ ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹni tó bá dẹ̀ lójú inú á mọ̀. Fúlàní sọ fún yín pé àwọn lọ́wọ́ nílẹ̀ yín. Àwọn lè wọlé, àwọn lè pa yín tó bá wù wọ́n, tí ò rẹ̀ sẹ́nibọ̀dì tó máa sọ̀rọ̀, tí ò rẹ̀ sẹ́nibọ̀dì tó ń sọ̀rọ̀. Tó bá gẹ́gẹ́ bí Fúlàní ṣe ń wọlé wa tó ń pa ọmọ Yorùbá ní gọ̀gán, làwa náà mú sẹ́ríkì Fúlàní kan, ṣé ní Yábà ni, ṣé Lágége ni, ṣé ní Ìjẹ̀bú ni, ṣé lọ́yọ̀ọ́ ni, káà náà pa sẹ́ríkì Fúlàní kan. Ṣé ẹ̀rọ gbọ́dọ̀ ni wọn kọ̀tínú láti máa pa wá? Bọ̀ táwọn bá ṣerú ẹ̀, federal government máa gbébọn. 1999 èmi tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ ìfúlàní yìí mi ń bọ̀ ọ́n. Mo yìí lọ́ta àbọ́láyà o. Riot ní my 12 ní 1999 èmi ni wọ́n show ní Nigerian television. So tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ amúntà ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹni tí ò bá tí ì kàn kó máa believe pé Nigeria kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń jẹ́ Nigeria is a fake. Until tá a bá dissolve ẹ̀.
Fake product nǹkan bá máa sọ pé nǹkan fake nǹkan tó ń ṣe original ẹ̀ máa ń sọ ẹ̀ so Nigeria kì í ṣe original.
Anybody tó bá ń jẹ́ ọmọ Nigeria is a slave of Fulani people. You gonna get that. Ọ̀hún tí wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pa àwọn ọba yín tó fi Fulani jọba ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá kẹ́ tó mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin kọ́ dẹ nílẹ̀. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ ká jà fúnlẹ̀ wa nísìnyí.
Ó dà pé ẹ̀ ń bínú sí Tinubu fún kankan bí a kò fún yín ní contract.
Bàbá èmi ò ṣe politician.
Kò mátà ẹ lè ní kankan tẹ fẹ́ bí tẹ fẹ́ gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ nígbà tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
Kò eléyìí ò kì í sọ̀rọ̀ contract. Bàbá ṣe ní nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí nǹkan tí mo sọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Tinubu ẹ lọ ṣe investigation. Ta ló kọ́ tógèètì Èkó tí wọ́n pa èèyàn bẹ̀? Ta ló kọ́?
Tógèètì EndSARS.
Tàlẹ̀ yìí believe láàrin èmi àti yín tàlẹ̀ yìí believe pé
wọ́n á gbọ́ pé Tinubu ló ní ìbọ̀ tó jẹ́ kí ọ̀nà yẹn kó smooth káwọn èèyàn tètè cross border sí àárín.
Àgbẹ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ contractor tó fẹ́ ṣe ọ̀nà yẹn 20 billion ló fẹ́ ṣe èlò lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ fún Tinubu 60 billion. Wọ́n kàn ń tà wá jẹun ni. Àdẹ̀ní kọ́ máa ń tà wá ẹ jẹ́ káwa náà jẹun ẹ jẹ́ ká ráyé gbé.
Ó dà bọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ lẹ Yorùbá mo gbọ́ sà. Tinubu wọ́n pè sórí fóònù ó lóun ọmọ kankan nípa ẹ̀ àwọn girls kan pè é a sì wọ́n díò yẹn ó lóun ọmọ kankan nípa ẹ̀ ó ní kó má kó bá wọn ó lóun ọmọ kankan nípa ẹ̀.
Ẹ wo sẹ́ni tá a bá ṣọ́ra ilẹ̀ sẹ́ni Yorùbá ta fẹ́ gbà yìí. Kí tá a bá gbà tán àwọn tó bìlíìfì pé ìyá máa jẹ ọ̀wọ́n a máa pè ọ̀wọ́n a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ru ọ̀wọ́n lẹ́jọ́ wọn nífẹ̀ẹ́ ká gbà. Ó yẹ ká sọ fún wọn nísìnyí rí pé láti èní ìlọ o àmọ̀ràn lèmi mú wá o.
Ó yé mi.
Láti èní ìlọ o gbogbo ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tẹ́ ti ṣẹ̀ o ọmọ Yorùbá ti dáríjì yín o.
Kó padà wá sílé.
Láti èní ìlọ ìntàfẹ́ṣẹ̀ rẹ o ẹni tí ò bá ti sọ̀pọ̀tì wa ọ̀tá ọmọ Yorùbá ni o gbogbo ìgbà tí Ọlọ́run bá ti fún wa lágbára tá à ń wá a máa kojú ìjà sí o kọ́ ètè mọ̀ bí a máa ṣe ní 1st of May ni.
Ok kí wọ́n make announcement yẹn síta.
Gbogbo politician ló ti kówó jẹ tó ti ṣe ní padà.
Pé a forgive wọn gbogbo owó tó ti jẹ nígbà tó wà ní politics láti 1999.
Láti ìgbà tí Nàìjíríà gan ti dáyé.
Ẹ tún padà sẹ́yìn díẹ̀ nìyẹn ó dáa ok.
Ṣé ní tá a bá sojú abẹ́ ń kó Káàdẹ̀ dúró pa àfẹ́ jà fúnra wa níbi tá à ń lọ.
Àwa dàbí àwàdà kẹ́ríkẹ́rí.
Bàbá kò ń ṣàwàdà ni. Ṣẹ́ni tí wọ́n lọ ṣe ní Ìbàdàn yẹn. It's a stage play. It's a stage play.
Ẹ̀yin ṣe producer lẹ́yìn tẹ́ fi mọ̀.
It's a stage play.
Mo ní ṣe producer nìyín ni.
Ẹ wo ọmọ ọgbọ̀n ọdún mo lé lọ́gbọ̀n ọdún.
Ẹ tẹ̀ ní láti sọ éèjì fún wa. Mo kàn ń béèrè pé báwo lẹ ṣe mọ̀ bí ẹ lè máa act film kẹ máa ń produce fáwọn èèyàn. Mo ń gbọ́ yín sà.
Bàbá ṣẹ́tìrì
a máa rí fídíò tó lọ síbẹ̀. Mo ń gbọ́ sà.
Ẹ máa gbọ́ ṣẹ́rí anything tí bá sọ fún yín kò yẹ kí mo rí inú ìwé o kò yẹ kí n tí mo mọ̀. Ṣẹ́rí tí tẹ́yọ̀ bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ fún yín tára bá ń sọ fún yín gbà ẹni yìí òótọ́ ló ń sọ. Ẹ mọ̀ lọ́kàn ara yín because ó gbọ́ wa lẹ́lẹ́ran ara gbọ́ wa la ní spirit. Tẹ́ bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ ṣe program lé nísìn mo pè yín. Mo ṣáà wo program yín jẹ tàbí jẹ mi ṣáà pè.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà.
But question tẹ béèrè yẹn mi ì dẹ̀ anybody to down everybody kò ń ṣàwádà ni. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sojú abẹ ní kòró ká spade ní spade. Tinubu ò nífẹ̀ẹ́ wa o. Because nígbà tó di governor Lagos State, I was adult in Lagos State. I know how everybody suffered. I know how transport going up every day. I know how people getting sacked from their job, jobs getting redundant, and they don't get their pension. People just saving money. Want to prove to Obasanjo.
Okay.
Using Yoruba people, playing cards. My father is a federal minister of work and now is a federal workshop. Employer. Nígbà tó máa bá gbogbo ẹ̀jẹ̀ ńkọ́, wọ́n kó gbogbo
federal prostata. Wọ́n kó lọ sí Abuja. Àní bàbá kan ṣì wà sí ìwé wọn lélẹ̀. Ẹnu mo sì fi ń gbé wọn wá. PhD holder.
Wọ́n kó gbogbo lọ sí Abuja.
Ọba ti bàbá yẹn jẹ́ ká má sọ nǹkan míì. Wọ́n ti padà sí UK báyìí. PhD holder ní 1982.
Ọmọ Yorùbá. Kíni ṣebí ọmọ Yorùbá ló lò ń gbà yẹn? Ọbásanjọ́ ló lò. Wọ́n ètò ìjọba kó bá ṣe because ó ti ní plan.
Bàbá Ìyábọ̀ nìyẹn.
Yes.
Bàbá Ìyábọ̀.
Ṣé ní tẹ̀ ṣe bá ọmọ Yorùbá tó gbọ́ wọ́n sátẹ̀lẹ̀ yeyeyeye? Ẹni jẹ́ àwọn pípì ìkọ́ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n á ti sign because àwa kọ́ la ní Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n ti sign pẹ̀lú àwọn tó ní Nàìjíríà. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ tọ́kùnra wa.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ máa ń sọ láàárọ̀ yóò máa
lọ́sùn. Nigeria is not belong to us. Yoruba no belong to us. Biafra no belong to them. Arewa no belong to them. But about Parakotaperawa in Nigeria, we are slaves. Some people hold that country. Why do you want to pipe people? Do you want to bunkri? Do you want any
spirit
because one on the investigation. They don't hold the country. They can't make that decision. Why do you want to come on the central bank? I want to engage, interview, one sack to cancel the case. That is Nigerian style. Why are you sacking them?
So one evidence here. Òyìnbó máa ní wọ̀ fẹ́ jẹ́ kí evidence wà wọ́n ṣe ń destroy evidence.
So wọ́n ìtawà ń bí ẹ̀pà ń sùn wọ́n ìtawà ọmọ Yorùbá bí ẹ̀pà ń sùn pé àlọ́pọ̀lọ́ àpò láì ká máa rojọ́.
Dádì ní orí Twitter lánàá àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá kan sọ fún mi pé èmi àti Ìgbòho àti bàbá Akintoye àti irú ẹ̀yin báyìí pé àwa la dá problem sílẹ̀ ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lórí sà.
Bàbá
mo ń gbọ́ yín sà.
ṣe ti rí àwọn tó bá sọ pé ẹ̀yin bàbá Akintoye àti Ìgbòho ló dá problem sílẹ̀. Kòkò dídá kíyàn fi ẹnu ara ẹ̀ máa ṣẹ́ ìpè ní.
Wọ́n ní kò dáa fẹsẹ̀ àgbà tí jọmọ Yorùbá.
Èmi ò bá ní ká continue pẹ̀lú Nàìjíríà fún ìgbà díẹ̀ fún wa ká. Èmi ò mọ tèmi lè sọ fún wọn because irú àwọn tó ń sọ irú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn abẹ́ rock ni wọ́n ń gbé.
Abẹ́ rock.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ṣé tó bá yẹ pé village wọn ni wọ́n ya wọ̀ ni wọ́n pa bí 40 people tí wọ́n dẹ̀ sẹ́ni ìkan ní police station tó ń jẹ́jọ́ ṣé á ní ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ ń dá ogun sẹ́yìn ẹlẹgbẹ́bọn lọ sí gàngán.
Èmi kọ́ o èmi ò mọ bọ́ ṣe ń tí mo bọ́ ṣe ń yìnbọn gan.
Ló dá movement yìí sílẹ̀.
Àní mo tí mo bọ́ ṣe ń yìnbọn gan tẹ̀.
Ẹ dúró ṣé ẹ ní short memory ni.
ẹ rán mi létí mo ti gbàgbé ẹ mọ̀ pé nǹkan máa ń ṣe pọ̀ ẹ bá mi rán mi létí sà.
No, Yorùbá ní short memory. Irú ẹni tó sọ pé ìyẹn dá wàhálà lẹ́yìn. Irú wọn ní short memory. Tẹ bá ṣí orí wọn wò ẹ lè rí ọpọlọ ẹyọ kan bẹ̀. Débi tó máa ní memory.
Okay.
Débi tí wọ́n máa ní memory. Nígbà tí Central Bank Governor tó kóró owó yẹn jẹ. Nílùú tó lọ́ba tó ní tóyè. Tó tún ní politician. Tó ní sójà, tó ní police, tó ní navy, tó ní air force, tó ní everything.
Ó ní DSS.
Bàbá. Tí wọ́n rí ọkọ̀ tẹ̀lé ọmọ yahoo ọmọ lẹ́kẹ́ lórí street tẹ́ni yẹn ń sọ irú ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ṣé ìmọ̀ ìpè yẹ kó gbẹ́ni ẹ̀rọ sáárò ni. Mo fẹ́ pé gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà máa gbọ́ mi o. Àwọn tó bá tún máa jáde báwọn fẹ́ jáde sí èmi kó máa padà wá fún wọn. Yóò gbọ́ wọn lọ sùn kí wọ́n sun oorun mẹ́ta tí ọmọ ènìyàn máa ń sùn kí wọ́n ronú.
Mo tẹ̀lé pé bínú tán láàárọ̀ yìí.
Bàbá ní ẹbí ní outside of Nigeria bó jẹ́ ní Kòtónú ẹ wo èmi tẹ̀ fẹ́ mú ọ̀gá kan wá bí a ka tí mo pẹ̀lú Kòtónú ká darapọ̀ mọ́ Kòtónú tí Yorùbá bá ṣe gbà ká sọ fún Kòtónú pa fẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa fẹ́ di ọmọ Kòtónú. Yes kí o gbọ́ Kòtónú kí o gbọ́ Yorùbá land pẹ̀lú Kòtónú kọ́ọ̀dì kan Kòtónú ká di ọmọ Kòtónú mi mind láti jẹ́ ọmọ Kòtónú báyìí because I'm tired of Nigeria.
Ẹ ti bínú púpọ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀ ẹ bínú púpọ̀ láàárọ̀ ẹ̀.
No. Nǹkan tẹ́ sọ fún mi pé àwọn kan sọ pé àwa ládọ́gbọ́n.
Wọ́n attack mi gan ni wọ́n kò ń ṣe pé mo fi mo kántọ́ mẹ́. Wọ́n ní àwa la dá gbogbo problem wọ́n ní èmi àti gbowó la jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà kò settle down báyìí páwa là ń disturb everywhere. Mo wá wò pé níbo láti bo síbo.
Ẹ wò ṣe rí àwọn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bí ọ̀nkù wọn kan àbẹ́gbọ̀n wọn kan àbí family wọn kan ní father side or mother side wọ́n gba contract.
Oh, possible.
ṣe rí èmi tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí Koiki ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó já yín sí wọ́n tẹ̀ sọ pé ṣé mò ń gba contract ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ fún yín pé ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ó ra ticket wọ́n dìbò fún àṣẹ councillor. They need you tó ń tẹ̀lé Nàìjíríà o. Èmi àti ẹ̀ àti ìjà àti yan láyé ṣe ọdún kan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá nation. Òun fáìdì fún Nàìjíríà tó ní fáìdì fún Yorùbá nation.
Èmi náà wọ́n pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ èmi náà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Òun làkọ́ bí èmi mo tẹ̀lé o. Yes, tó bá ń gbọ́ a máa gbọ́ àmọ́ ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀lú kan tí mo sọ yìí. Tí mo bá sọ iṣẹ́ tó ń ṣe after tí wọ́n fún ní councillor iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n fún ní power láti lọ
ẹ má ẹ̀ka expose gbogbo ẹ má ẹ̀ka tẹ expose gbogbo ẹja àfihàn sílẹ̀.
Create revenue after 2 or 3 years wọ́n kó àdá wọ́n kó bọ́n wá gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kò lè sí kóòtù ọ̀kan láti lọ òun dẹ̀ ló ní ibẹ̀ yẹn because he's supposed to be councillor tí wọ́n dẹ̀ allocate local government new local government wọ́n wá ní àwọn tí wọ́n win kí wọ́n lọ kọ proposal ẹni proposal tó bá kọ state government máa grant yẹ ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ kọ proposal wọ́n grant
ọ́fíìsì síwájú ni wọ́n mọ tó máa ń ṣe ọ́fíìsì síwájú ni.
wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe business yẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ deliver from Lagos State. After few years tó bá jẹ councillor wọn tí lè parí councillorship wọn tí wọ́n ti kó àdá báwọn pátí èmi kó àdá kó bọ́n tó lọ lé wọn kúrò ń bẹ̀ tó gbaṣẹ́ yẹn mọ́ lọ́wọ́ kò lè síbi tí wọ́n lè lọ kò sẹ́ni tó dá sí tèmi wọ́n gbà dé ní.
Àdẹ̀ ní judiciary tó lè bá wọn resolve ẹ̀. Wọ́n máa ń difficult tó níjòyè.
tó bá pẹ̀lú tó lọ́ba tó níjòyè ni wọ́n lè gba bẹ̀yẹn lọ́wọ́ because òun ló create ẹ̀ pátápátá àwọn máa increase revenue
ẹ̀
tó ń deliver.
ó sì ń rò pé bí a hope wà ẹ mọ̀ pé most of them ìyẹn ni bàbá Akintoye sọ pé Nigeria needs now the courage to dissolve peacefully but àwọn èèyàn fẹ́ courage yẹn.
èmi ti sọ fún wọn sì kọ́ máa béèrè owó lọ́wọ́ mi mọ́.
wọ́n máa béèrè o ẹ máa tọ́jú wọn.
wọ́n máa pe Nigeria
wọ́n máa pè yín ẹ ní choice wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ pè yín ẹ̀yin lẹ̀ gbọ́n.
nígbà míì nǹkan ni máa ń jẹun lójúmọ́ torí pé ìfẹ́ sẹ́ǹdì owó sílé.
Ọlọ́run má tẹ̀ kíyàn send owó léèyàn Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kíyàn send owó léèyàn sí Nàìjíríà.
ká gbára wa lọ́wọ́ wọn amúnisìn. wọ́n ìjọ ọ̀fẹ́ fi jẹ́ ká dáko sílẹ̀ wa kí má lè jẹ́sù Jẹ̀bú kí má lè jẹ́sù Ọ̀yọ́
ẹ̀fọ́ rírò ẹja ní Ondo state wọ́n ní àwọn omi tó da tó lè gbẹja jáde tó pọ̀ a máa fi ṣe panla.
Wọ́n ń ba ilẹ̀ tó wá ìtọ́wọ́ ń bọ̀ kó wa jẹ́ táwọn ọba orí kankan sọ tó ń pa àwọn ọba wa tó wọn pòlíṣà wa orí kankan sọ.
Àtẹ̀gbọ́pọ̀ bá kan tó kú mo ṣe ń kà nísìnyí 11 months tó wà lórí rẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé gan-an ẹ̀gbọ́n mi.
Tọ́ba ti pa ọmọ Yorùbá kan lénìí káwa náà lọ sádùúgbò tí Sẹ́ríkì Fúlàní wà káwa náà lọ pa wọ́n.
Ẹ má ká ṣe yẹn ọmọ sọ wádìí nǹkan mí ni ẹjẹ́ àfihàn sábẹ́ àwọn. Ẹ ṣé gan-an ẹ̀gbọ́n mi màá bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn ètò ọba Elédùmarè àbá ń dúró tì yín. Thank you so much. Kọ́là yẹn bínú tán wọ́n bínú tán. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mẹ́tò yẹn wá sísàlẹ̀. Ó dà pé brọ́dà mi náà ó fẹ́ pè ní o. Ẹ̀rọ àwọn gbọ́dọ̀ máa fẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ confirm náà tó bá fẹ́ dá sí mi ká tó máa tẹ̀síwájú máa mẹ́tò yẹn wá sílẹ̀. Mo kí gbogbo alẹ́ nǹkan sí. Thank you so much for the non-Yoruba speakers. Majority of the callers are just sticking to that the country Nigeria needs now to wind down. Nothing more, nothing less. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n confirm náà kí n tó fi hàn sí speaker. Ṣé fẹ́ dá sórí live ṣe ni àbí ká sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́yìn ni? Ọ̀ya ẹ gbóhùn sókè ẹ má dárúkọ yín o ẹ kàn bá mi gbóhùn sókè ẹ má dárúkọ yín.
Kò sí problem mi ò ní dárúkọ.
Ẹ gbóhùn sókè.
Ẹ kú sẹ́ Mr. Koiki.
Èmi nìyẹn sà.
Mo kàn gbádùn swag yẹn bí àwọn èèyàn tẹ́ ń pè tí ó kálukú ń sọ experiences ẹ̀ yìí.
Ó ṣe láti rí nìyẹn.
Well, ó dà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣé rí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tó ń gbọ́ mi káàkiri ayé mo kí wa o.
Wọ́n ń gbọ́ yín dáadáa kétékété.
Mo kí bàbá mi dáadáa. Prof Banji Akintoye.
Emeritus lẹ dárúkọ yẹn.
Bàbá mi dáadáa. Ọlọ́run jẹ́ wọn pẹ́ láyé Ọlọ́run jẹ́ wọn gùn lẹ́mí. Ojú wọn ni yóò sì.
Inshallah.
Wọ́n sì pẹ́ dáadáa.
Inshallah.
Mo tún fi àkókò yìí mo tún fi ń kí bàbá mi Chief Dr. Sunday Adeniyi Adeyemo Igboho.
Akọ́nilẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ dárúkọ yẹn lẹ ké sí wọn. Akọ́nilẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Akọ́ni ńlá ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Bàbá ẹ wo mo kí yín fún iṣẹ́ takuntakun kẹ́ẹ̀tì pẹ̀lú ọpọlọ.
Ká dúpẹ́ f'Elédùmarè tó fún wa ṣe.
Adúpẹ́ fún wa lálẹ́. Oríṣiríṣi ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́tún lósì. Èmi ìwé kan bẹ tí mo kà ní táìmù kan ó ní ọ̀nà òmìnira ọ̀nà ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọ̀nà òmìnira ọ̀nà ìdààmú ọ̀nà òmìnira ọ̀nà wàhálà téèyàn bá fẹ́ gba òmìnira kì í ṣe nǹkan tó rọrùn rárá. Oríṣiríṣi nǹkan ni ó máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Àwọn tó jẹ́ onírọ́ wọ́n dọ́gbọ́n jẹ́ jáde sẹ́wọ̀n pé ibi tí òótọ́ bá wà kò lè ṣe kí ká má rí ayédèrú náà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Oh yes, definitely. There's no doubt.
So ní ọ̀nà òmìnira tí èèyàn bá ń jíjẹ òmìnira lọ àwọn kan náà wọ́n jáde gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn olólùtọ́ àwọn ní ẹ tẹ̀lé àwọn ní kinní kan wọ́n jáde wọ́n fẹ́ máa lo gbogbo channel gbogbo iṣẹ́ tí ẹni tí Ọlọ́run fi iṣẹ́ rán wọ́n fẹ́ máa lò láti fi lè kànfàtì àwọn èèyàn láti fi gbé ẹni tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó lódùmarè náà láti fi gbé ṣubú. Tàbí láti jẹ́ kó bínú tàbí láti jẹ́ kí wàhálà kan ṣàṣẹlẹ̀ kí ẹni yẹn kó lè jáwọ́. Oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà ni wọ́n máa gbà. Ṣùgbọ́n èmi kàn fẹ́ fi àkókò yìí mo fẹ́ fi dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run pé Ọlọ́run gbọ́n bàbá wa Chief Dr. Sunday Adeyemo Igboho sà. Torí pé ọgbọ́n ni wọ́n fi ń tukọ̀ wa. Ṣé ẹ rí tí a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa agbára nìkan ò gbéni délẹ̀ lérí bí kò sí pé agbára pẹ̀lú ọgbọ́n. So ẹ̀yin náà wo ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí pẹ̀lú tí àwọn onídọ̀tí àbíkílẹ̀ ń pè wọ́n tí wọ́n lọ ṣe èmi ò mọ̀ bí àwọn èèyàn tó ṣe lè jẹ́ ẹni tí ò ní àròjinlẹ̀ tí ò ronú pé nínú àkókò yìí pé kí wọ́n tó lọ dẹ́rù kan. Àmọ́ ṣá bá a bá wò dáadáa ṣé ejò wa lọ́wọ́ nú. Ẹ jẹ́ wò ó ṣéjò lọ́wọ́ ló ṣe kèé ṣe pé wọ́n ń wá ọgbọ́n tí wọ́n fi fẹ́ kí ọmọ Yorùbá ó lọ
ìní gbogbo ìgbésẹ̀ tí ń gbé mo rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí èmi rí gẹ́gẹ́ bí pé wọ́n díbọ́n wọ́n ṣe àrèjì fún wa.
Àrèjì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni nígbà pé wọ́n ti gbàbọ̀dè pẹ̀lú àwọn Fúlàní. Ẹ mú gbàgbé pé wọ́n ní Babangida sọ̀rọ̀ kan. Wọ́n ní Babangida ní tọ́mọ Yorùbá bá sọ pé àwọn fẹ́ jà.
Wọ́n tẹ̀ ti dì bọ́ǹkẹ̀ àtútù gbọ́ pé wọ́n ní kó náà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ but at least notwithstanding but again. So ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ jù mo mọ̀ pé ẹ wà close sí Nàìjíríà but kò ń ṣe inú Nàìjíríà ẹ wà close intẹ́yìn rí yẹn gbogbo tó play out yẹn ẹ̀yin náà ń sọ pé ó fẹ́ jọ bí Fúlàní kankan tó fẹ́ já lọ àwọn èèyàn máa ń follow yín ọ̀ràn yẹn wọ́n follow ẹ̀ tó pọ̀ ẹ tún wá ní ó possible náà bẹ́ẹ̀ because bí èèyàn bá sọ pé ẹ ra pọ̀ mọ́ lọ́dọ̀ mi o èèyàn kan náà ra pọ̀ mọ́ but àmọ́ tóun fi ṣe pọ̀ mọ́ tiẹ̀.
Excuse ẹ jẹ́ ká fojú sùn kò ẹ jẹ́ ká
Yorùbá Nation is not yet happening Mr. Ṣẹ́gun
àwọn
Akínadé.
èèyàn ti sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn tó ń dá sí ètò wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ ọpọlọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí olóye ẹni tí ó lóye tó sì láròjinlẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ni o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká rò dáadáa àkọ́kọ́ ní tèmi àkọ́kọ́ ẹ lọ síbẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ Sátidé.
Ọ́fíìsì ti close níjọ́ Saturday ọ́fíìsì close níjọ́ Saturday yẹ gọ́vnà tún sí nílé wọ́n ní Ṣèyí Mákindé ò sí nílé gan bí wọ́n ní intelligent pé kò sí nílé gbá ìgbà yẹn ló máa da láti wọlé.
Kí ni wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe kí ni tí wọ́n plan.
Thank you Mr. Ṣẹ́gun Akínadé ẹ bá ń ké wọn ará Imo State. Kí ni wọ́n plan.
Àbí ìmọ̀bọ̀yá ọ̀rọ̀ mi ìmọ̀bọ̀yá
ó ń sound ó fẹ́ máa jọ bí gbogbo táwọn àwọn tó kù náà ti sọ mò ń gbádùn ẹ̀.
Àwọn kan ti sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn bí wọ́n ti ń sọ ni mo dẹ̀ ń bẹ́rí fún àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá pé àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá lọ́pọlọ
but àwọn tọ̀hún yẹn ṣé wọ̀ wá lọ́pọlọ ni kò bàbá Akintoye ní àwọn ò lè sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ but àwọn kan ní ẹni yẹn gangan fúnra ó lè ṣeéṣe kó ní àrùn ọpọlọ lórí but ẹ̀yin sọ pé iṣẹ́ Fúlàní ni pé because Fúlàní ní oríṣiríṣi agenda jókà pọ̀ lọ́wọ́ wọn gan.
Plan ni onídọ̀tí plan ni wọ́n plan rẹ̀ wọ́n wá plan rẹ̀ sí wa láàrin ni. Tẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ rí ẹjẹ́ sọ kinní kan fún yín àti ṣe kinní kan ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́yọ̀ ariwo rẹ̀ dọ̀kan pọ̀.
Máa ń gbádùn àwọn táwọn bá gbọ́ Yorùbá dáadáa èmi náà máa ń fẹ́ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ yẹn àti ẹlẹ́dẹ̀ àdọ́yọ̀.
Ìtàkùn ọ̀rọ̀ bàbá wa Chief Sunday Igboho ni ìtàkùn tó bá ní kí n má gòkè àlọ́ tó ń tẹ̀lé ní òjò lọ. Torí erin ó tẹ sátẹ̀gùn ni ẹni Ọlọ́run fi rán yàtọ̀ ẹni Ọlọ́run fi rán yàtọ̀ báwọn tó gbàgbọ́dé tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní wà.
Ìgbowó ṣá wọ́n balẹ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ wọ́n ti àkáǹtẹ̀ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì lọ àtàkẹ́.
Tí mo ṣe wà yìí mo fi Olódùmarè mo fi ṣẹ̀rí torí ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá Nation níṣẹ́ tí mò ń ṣe tí mò ń gbowó mẹ́ tí mo fi ń bọ́ ayé àtọmọ ló fi bọ́ lọ́wọ́ mi.
Kò ń ṣẹ̀yìn pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ lè parọ́ yẹn.
Ẹ wá wo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn lọ tá a bá wá torí ẹ̀ pé wà ká gba kíní o ká ṣe kíní o ká ṣe tá a wá ń tẹ̀lé àwọn tó fẹ́ kó wa lọ ní òkun pupa tó fẹ́ gún wa ṣègbè ẹ gbọ́ séèyàn lè rí gbà ságbára ni wọ́n fi ń gbà ni.
Mr. Káyọ̀dé Tèmítọ́pẹ́ Clement ní arẹ́njí ni kíní yẹn jàre wọ́n máa ń ṣarẹ́njí ẹ mọ̀ pé ìlú iná arẹ́njí náà wà ó depend ibi tó bá mọ̀ sí.
arẹ́njí ni sà. So ẹ kó gbogbo nǹkan lọ ẹ kó ẹni ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹni tó pè lẹ́ẹ̀kan máa tó pè lẹ́ẹ̀kan ó ní ó ní wọ́n wá yìnbọn èmi náà dẹ́ wò mo kí ni ẹ lóòótọ́ wọ́n wá yìnbọn ta ni wọ́n yìnbọn mọ́. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé nígbà tẹ́ni yẹn sọ ẹ̀ ń dá lóhùn pé wọ́n ní ẹnìkan kú wọ́n ń gbọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ wọ́n ń ṣe kíní kan ẹni ẹ̀mí wọ́n tún ń sọ pé kíní kan wà lóde kan wà lára ẹ̀ jà ẹ̀yìn ìwádìí ṣé àti tíátà ń bí ni ṣé tíátà là ń ṣe ni.
Bàbá tó pè tán ní producer làwọn ọmọ bó ṣe ń lọ irọ́ ni gbogbo kinní yẹn.
Àṣé fíìmù là ń ṣe ni àbí ó ti yá wèrè.
Èèyàn kan tún rán mi létí láti Imo State wọ́n ń gbọ́ mi ní Imo State báyìí wọ́n ní Koiki ó ràn kó ti gbà pé ọkọ ẹ̀ náà declare ní nígbà yẹn but at the end ni what happen ẹ máa ká tún lọ sínú yẹn wọ́n ní sàmọ̀ pọ́pọ́ náà declare bí a second declaration ọkọ ẹ̀ ló ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé mo tún fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ tún já kéèsì kankan nígbà tí omi
truth
ti
and
mú
question ti
láti
wọlé ó ní
2022.
this is all stage. I felt that vibe too. Mo ń gbọ́ yín ẹ̀gbọ́n mi.
Mr. Koiki ṣe rí ní àti 2022 tí wọ́n ti rán pé kíní kan òmìnira àbí kíní kan 2022 tómi ti mú wọn lọ́wọ́ tí àwọn mídíà wa àti àwọn stamp ẹ̀ mọ́ ẹ rí i pé wọ́n lè yí kíní yẹn padà.
ọmọ àti change ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀lọ́ òmìnira gan mọ́ Yorùbá democratic ló ń lò àwọn alákan sọ pé no ẹ má jẹ́ ká ìmúdẹ̀ láìkì ìlú yìí tọ́lọ́pàá bá mú ẹ nísìn tó bá ní Kúnlé nìyẹn tó bá tún mú ẹ lọ́la tó bá tún ní Yọmí nìyẹn tó bá àwa kọ pé Kúnlé alias Yọmí Yọmí alias Túndé wọ́n sì máa kárì Kúnlé yẹn torí pé Kúnlé ló kọ́kọ́ sọ fún wọn kí ló dé tó fẹ́ gbé òmìnira 2022 kúrò tó fẹ́ gbé Democratic Republic of irú Yorùbá ò ní wọ́n ń díbọ́n ṣé pọpọ àbí bọ́ọ̀lù àbí
yes wọ́n sì ń kọ́ síbẹ̀ wọ́n sì ń lò.
Okay.
Meanwhile, wọ́n fẹ́ fi dá nǹkan wọ́n fẹ́ fi bà iṣẹ́ tí bàbá wa ń ṣe jẹ́ ni wọ́n fẹ́ fi bà orúkọ bàbá wa jẹ́ ni wọ́n fẹ́ kí wọ́n lé ní wọn kó sódà wà nílé sàn kankan mọ́ ànílé wí kankan mọ́ ìyá òní máa jẹ́ wá ṣé àmọ́ pé modern slavery ni ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí. Modern slavery ni ìkónilẹ́rú téèyàn ò ní lè sọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ̀dẹ̀ rí tí ẹni tí ń kó lẹ́rú tó bá fẹ́ jàjà bọ́ ṣé ń gbọ́ mi sà?
À ń gbọ́.
Ẹni tí wọ́n kó lẹ́rú tó bá fẹ́ jàjà bọ́ ó lójú àwọn bí tó lè sọ̀rọ̀ dé ó lójú bí àwọn tó lè sọ̀rọ̀ lọ tí ẹ bá jẹ́ pé gbogbo ẹ̀ bá ti dojúrú tán pátápátá.
It is King Ewa mo kí ẹ Agìjàngbara mo kí yín mo ń gbádùn yín ẹ̀gbọ́n mi o.
Tí ọ̀rọ̀ bá ti dojúrú tán pátápátá ó lójú bí ẹni tí ń kó lẹ́rú ibi tó gbọ́dọ̀ lè sọ̀rọ̀ dé.
Come on, I'm almost finished.
Tó fi jẹ́ pé
20 minutes. Let me finish first.
tí èèyàn bá sọ̀rọ̀ débi tó yẹ kí èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ dé.
Ewa Ajá mo kí ẹ.
Wọ́n ò dé pé ìwọ kíni kan ṣé àmọ̀ pé ìdí nìyẹn tí Yorùbá máa ń sọ pé tí ọwọ́ ọmọdé ò bá dé èkúrú dà kò lè béèrè kó tó pa bàbá ẹ̀.
Almost finished. Let me finish first.
Bí ọwọ́ ọmọdé bí ò bá dé èkúrú dà kò lè béèrè kó tó pa bàbá
ẹ̀. Ọ̀rọ̀ ńlá.
Nǹkan tí mo kàn fẹ́ rọ yín Mr. Koiki gẹ́gẹ́ bí bẹ́ẹ̀ ti ṣe because gbogbo akitiyan yín ni à ń rí tà sí tí à ń gbósùbà fún Ọlọ́run lára yín ni pé ṣe rí ẹ máa kọ́ntì láti máa educate wa lọ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí ò tí ì láǹfààní education yẹn ẹ máa bá wa continue rẹ̀ sí àmọ́ pé education yẹn ẹ̀ ń fún wa jẹ time to time ẹ̀ ń fún wa jẹ gidigidi time to time.
Okay.
So à ń gbádùn ẹ̀ títí tí fáwọn fi sọ̀rọ̀ níbi tó wà gẹ́gẹ́ bí nansa yín tẹ̀ fún sọ tí fá bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ bó ti yá ó ti yá náà.
Ó dà ẹ ṣe gan ẹ̀gbọ́n mi bàbá dáadáa
so kọ́rọ̀ mi mọ́ pọ̀ jù
ẹ ṣe gan ni
so
one love mo kí gbogbo lé láṣẹ
Elédùmarè ó máa fi sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ tó wà tọmọtọmọ
mo kí yín
àtijọ́ àti mo sì ní wà náà.
Àmín lórúkọ Jésù Kristi ìjọ Sunday láti wà live lẹ́ ń wò mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí àjà tẹ̀sí ń wò mí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ kí n jọra mi lójú ọba Elédùmarè kò ní nítorí pa yeah, you can change it, that's fine. Ó ti wá ẹja kiri mọ́tò lọ́wọ́ mi ọmọdé wa àjọ ní yàrá ni. Mo kí gbogbo yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí yín ní Imo State mo kí yín nílẹ̀ Haúsá mo kí àwọn Biafra. So we're going to go straight to the final part. I've gone past 3 hours but let's just do the final part. This is the part 2. Nigeria needs now the courage to dissolve peacefully. I will not take calls again so that we can move swiftly into the next stage. This is important that we read this part again as we do. I just want to set up the Instagram lórí KOIKIMEDIA appreciation to everyone. Mo kí brother mi tó pè tán, mo kí gbogbo àwọn media journalists wa nílé. We understand that ẹ̀yin ò lè sọ̀rọ̀ báwa ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ because it will be ibi tẹ́ ti ń jẹ èmi ò dẹ̀ lówó tí mo fẹ́ fún yín every month, so you have to be very careful. We understand that. Princess Robinson ni mo dúpọ̀ ní tìrì is a scam. Ìyá òmìnira ni obìnrin yẹn. Ìyá àtàwọn omi ọmọ tara ẹnìkan sọ pé ẹni tó sọ wa pẹ̀lú our authentic leader in the Yoruba Nation agitation Professor Banji Akintoye. Máa yin kìíní ìlú tẹlifíṣàn o. Ṣé mo pé tó bá ti yìn ìlú ó máa difficult ká tó tún àdẹ̀tí ìrówó Yorùbá Nation ní sìn. Bàbá mi Abíọ́dún Ògúnlẹ́tì ni well done my dear brother Mr. Koiki. Ìlú Dubai ni mo wà tí mo ti ń wẹ̀ wà láìtàláì tí bá lówó láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà ó jẹ́ kí n ṣeré wá Dubai but weather bẹ̀ yẹn it get as it be but ìlú yẹn fine gan. Ó ti tọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta tí mo ti wá síbẹ̀ nígbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ gbàwé mi ẹ jẹ́ nǹkan gbé yín lọ síbẹ̀ díẹ̀ Koiki ìwọ náà tó ṣe mú story wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. The day my paper came out after 15 years, immigration ó difficult gan. 15 years ni mo fi rí most of my family, especially ẹni tó tẹ̀lé mi. So òun kẹ̀rẹ́ wọ̀ fún ní visa wá sí UK, just as it is still difficult to get a visa to UK. But I pray many of you will be able to get to. Oh yeah, tí bá ti wá Dubai, a máa ṣeré lọ àkọ́ní lè lọ club náà kí mo ti níyàwó káwọn ọmọ kan má lọ gbé mi lọ nínú bẹ̀. But a máa ṣe fàájì, mo máa rí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà níbẹ̀. Màá announce bá débẹ̀. Mo kí Mr. Samson. Only thank God Chief Dr. Sunday Igboho is not in Nigeria. They will have nailed him for that same thing. Ọ̀rọ̀ ńlá ni bàbá yẹn sọ pé ká dúpẹ́ pé olóyè ò sí ní Nàìjíríà. Wọ́n ṣe mọ̀ pé ní inú Twitter space yẹn máa padà sí Dubai yẹn o. Wọ́n ní olóyè sọ pé òun ní security outfit ẹ̀ ló lọ sí Federal Secretariat ní Ìbàdàn. Àwọn kan lórí Twitter ló ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ fún mi lánàá. So when I got my papers after 15 years, my mom decided that she would give me a treat. And Dubai was easy then, not like now, it's very difficult. So my younger brother, we made a visa for him and we bought a ticket. So both myself and my younger brother with my mom, we met in Dubai. Imagine not travel out of the country for 15 years. I was in this country, 15 years, I could not leave. I go to airport, take people to the airport, bring people from the airport, but I couldn't cross that border. You understand what I mean? I couldn't cross that gate to enter the plane. That is the same thing in Nigeria today. So we are at the border, but we are saying, let's cross the gate. Some Yoruba people are saying, no, let's not cross the gate. Let's remain inside that one that we are in, that we know, that we understand. Because the one that you're talking about, we don't understand it. So let's go into the part 2. Don't worry, it's just the children having fun at the back. Oh yeah, I've taken over, my living room, and I cannot stop them. If their sound is making your ears uncomfortable, you can come out of the broadcast. Nigeria needs now the courage to dissolve, part 2. In summary, as these words are being written in late February 2024, Nigeria economy has collapsed. Nigeria security has collapsed. Nigerians are living a life of wrenching poverty and hunger, a life of fretful insecurity and chaos. This was written by Professor Banji Akintoye February this year. Important roads have dilapidated for years. Businesses have been falling or fleeing to other countries. Nigeria unemployment rate has for decades been among the highest in the world. For decades, the quality of education has been falling seriously in all parts of Nigeria, including the FCT. For decades, thousands of educated Nigerian youths have been fleeing annually to countries around the world, from Libya, Germany, UK, Australia, Canada, even to nearest African borders. And those of them who remain in Nigeria have been facing fearful poverty. Thank you so much, Mr. Kazim. Olamilekan Bakari. Deprivation. Many of you are thinking suicide. Please do not. I understand the pain. I wish I have enough to give a lot of you. Mobeyi, Emaro suicide. Many of you have become hopelessness. It is not your fault. We blame the politicians that have turned us into hopelessness. And the incidence of suicide has been increasing. Thank you so much, Mr. John Danny. Among many other things that is happening in Nigeria. Though, and when I use though, then it's some 30, 40 years ago, before the whole regional government was destroyed, regardless of who took it down. It's not the issue. Nigeria is one of the largest producers of petroleum in the world. The price of gasoline has been rising steadily in Nigeria for years. In the past 9 months, it has jumped at 700 naira per litre, beyond the reach of most Nigerians. Many of you have abandoned your vehicles. You cannot take it to work. You have the vehicle, you can't drive it. It's not your fault. With the amount of crude oil that we have in Nigeria, you should be able to fill your tank every day, full tank, but you can't anymore. Many of you have generators. My team that work for me in Nigeria, sometimes I forgot to buy petrol for them. And they say, Oga, petrol you have to do to ton. It is costing us a lot of money for their operation. But important orders of knowledge. Every one of us are knowledgeable. You don't have to speak the kind of English that I'm speaking. Your Yoruba, your language as Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, whatever language of the 350 language that we have in the contraction in Nigeria can be used to propel a nation that will favor and work for us. Prime Minister Modi of India would not address Indians in English. He would address them in Yoruba. The German Chancellor dare not address his citizen in English. But Rishi Sunak would not dare address me in his own native language in India. He would address me in English because he is the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. But important orders of knowledge of the economy that many of you are planning to fix in Nigeria today, such as people that are brilliant. We have them in all different ethnic indigenous people. From the former governor of Nigeria, of the central bank, Charles Soludo, to the new finance minister, Mr. Wale Edun. These are brilliant Yoruba people that Tinubu has kept in his government to fix the Nigerian economy. They dare not fix that economy because it is a Titanic that is dead on arrival. I pity Cardoso and Wale Edun. Wale Edun, the national security advisor, Nuru Ribadu. Nuru Ribadu, as many of you respect him, must be very upset, or maybe it's part of the plan, the stage events that occur in Nigeria when it is not our own, but theirs. You might be asking, Koiki, where are you taking us to? The Binance executive that went to pray, but end up leaving Nigeria. And we have Nuru Ribadu. It is not just only in Nigeria these things happen. I understand. The UK were so upset that Adama Sigba, I hope, something of that name, left UK dressed in niqab as a woman. These and others are telling the world that the Nigerian economy had collapsed before President Tinubu took power. But Tinubu is still operating the same manifesto as the APC that former President Buhari, whether he has died, he is alive, but is one of the genociders that killed many Nigerians, and we should be holding him accountable for destroying the Nigerian economy, including the 16 years of the fraudulent PDP. You will never vote for Sowore because he will change things around. But rather, you ask Sowore to go and start as a councillor, but allow Tinubu that has a lot of baggage in his bag. I don't have to open them. We are just respecting him. We know he has a lot of baggage. And America will not release those information that you want on Tinubu. It will be a disaster. Even though we know Tinubu might still be capable than Buhari, but they are all on the same train to keep us in Nigeria. The economy literally collapsed before President Tinubu took over from President Buhari, that killed 28,000 Yorubas. I don't have the estimate number of the southeastern Igbos that Buhari killed. Buhari kept a revenge of what transpired during the history between the Hausas and the southeast. So he made sure that he dealt with them. One of such was when Buhari stated, I'm almost finished, let me complete. I love you.
Because one of my armor just fell through
Where?
the bed.
Behind the bed. I'm
Yeah.
coming. Let me complete what I'm doing. I'll come and take it. Take another ammo. Where's another ammo?
I only lost one, but I needed 10 of it.
So where's the rest?
Like, it's upstairs, but one of them fell through
Behind the bed.
hell.
Call your brother to see if he can help you. Tinubu inherited a bankrupt country. So how is he going to revive it? Time will tell. 1 year in office, some say it is just too early to call the shot. 2 more years, the 3rd year, Tinubu will be making campaign for the next election in 2027. Therefore, the value of the Nigerian currency that I called the shit-o currency today against the dollar remains unbearable compared to what transpired some few years back. The value of the Nigerian currency, the naira standing at 465, not today. That 465 to the dollar was when Buhari was there as far back as even when Tinubu came to power, June 2023. Now it has dropped down. Many Nigerians are excited, but you don't have enough production to continue to bring the value of the dollar down. Nigeria has not produced enough in the last 63 years, and you are not going to produce enough while Tinubu is there. So what Tinubu told Wale Edun and Cardoso to do is that take out of the forex, the foreign exchange that we have, and pump that into the economy while you don't have much more to sell back to give us dollar. The inflation continues to be skyrocketing, and it is not dropping anytime soon. At the moment, it's about 35.41%. That is pushing the price of the food staples beyond the reach of most Nigerians. Like I always say, most of you look very sick. Not the fault of yourself. It's because you cannot have 3 square meal. I have not had anything right now, but I can assure you that a breakfast or a brunch will be prepared for me to eat when I am ready. Not that the cost of food has not risen or risen right here in the UK. All right, that's fine. I'll get it for you. Let me complete what I'm doing. Okay, son, I love you. Well, the bag of rice might be dropping down to some few thousand naira, but most of you will not be able to afford to buy rice. I am not talking about a bag because you can't afford it. Your salary cannot buy a bag of rice. So you will buy those small cups. You're buying those food now in Tankpeni Awin. And most of you in your estate, your names will be called as you're trying to sneak out that you have bills to pay from the rice and the gari tegba. There's some jeta. Especially as you've told them that you'll be paying, knowing fully well that there's no money. And I've been just giving the value of the dollar today is 1,200 naira to a dollar. So I need another extra 200 naira to buy these. That literally sent many Nigerians, including Yoruba, terrible hunger grips the lives of most Nigerians. There's hunger here, but there is still remedy to resolve it. Families are keeping their children away from schools because they cannot feed the children. We remember Osibajo went into the schools and they were telling us school feeding. I don't know what Tinubu is doing on that. And also because many fear that their children, many fear because they fear, I'll take that again. Terrible hunger grips the lives of most Nigerians. Families are keeping their children far away from schools because they cannot feed the children before sending them to school. I plead and beg with my children to have something to take in their stomach before we send them to school. But I can assure myself that they will be fed well, fed, F-E-D, F-E-E-D, or my phone loan journey school. Sometimes they might not like the food, they give them options. But that is not happening in Nigeria across the 36 states. That means that many of you have to do what they called the packing of the food. I remember my mom used to do that when I was in primary school. OLAKUNLE. Some are still doing it, but think about many people that can't afford to do such. Also, not because of the feeding, we now confirm that many children are being kidnapped. Some of them might be staged. The last one, I was confused because the government of Tinubu said we did not pay a dime and about 200 or 300 children were returned back. Where were they living for almost a week? Remember that children, they will go to the toilet. Some of them are women already, puberty, they are doing menstruation. So were they kept somewhere and then the whole stage play was just say, after 1 week we release them back? I don't know. But we know that according to the former Nigerian senator, Shehu Sani from the north, recently, this is not Baba Akintoye, but Shehu Sani said the information that 10,000 schools have been closed in the north part of Nigeria due to the insecurity. Is that Igboho that caused that? Is that the Yoruba Nation campaigners? Is that the Biafra that said that they should close down 10,000 schools? Do you know what that means? That means that those children that are not in school will come for each one of us in the near future, and not just come for us, they will kill us. They will kill you because they have not been trained to understand life. If 10,000 schools is closed in the north, and they will still happen to come down to the southwest because we are part of Nigeria. We can leave Nigeria and take a full military trained Yoruba government and go and support them for the insecurity in the north if their leaders refuse to do so. But you can't do that when we remain in one Nigeria. An international group, International Civil Society Organization, says that in the first 8 months of President Bola Tinubu, and I'm not mixing this up, Fulani, spelled F-U-L-A-N-I, Federal Uniform Lima Alpha November India, killed nothing less than 2,423 people and kidnapped 1,872. For those of us that have pointed finger at Igboho, I'm not sure Igboho name was mentioned here, that killed 2,400. You would never have heard from me that we have sent people to go and kill, but you must heard from me that we need 60,000 weapons to protect us from the Fulani jihadis that are coming to kill us. There's nothing wrong in that. It is allowed under international law. And if your family has not been kidnapped, about 4 weeks precisely, a family in UK called me to ask me to please pull down the video that I put on social media because that is their family member that has been kidnapped and there's still negotiation going on, and it would be very unfair if I have kept the family much more open to the world when Fulani also monitor most of our programs. And if you think I'm joking, you can go on TikTok. I refuse to go back to TikTok because TikTok is a biased platform that has allowed terrorists to wade gun and even show us some of the ransom. The family has not given me a feedback whether they were able to rescue their loved one or he died. Not yet, son. But what I can tell you is that there is a family called Mr. Gbenga Owolabi. He returned to Nigeria from Maryland. He bought a ticket just like any one of us. He had a farm business and an hotel business. It was during that 8 months that the evil government of Buhari locked you away from attending university and polytechnic. There was a girl called Rachel Okwadele or something like that, and Mr. Gbenga Owolabi, and also one person. They were all killed, even though ransom was paid. So I pray that Nigeria will not happen to you before you understand that we are not the cause of the problem of Nigeria. On the floor of the Nigerian National Assembly, legislators bursting into tears as they recount the economic suffering and the drastic insecurity of the people of their constituency, the Owo massacre, the massacre in NSAS, the Obiegu or something like that in the southeast. We cannot even give account of many people that have been killed in the Middle Belt and the Southeast, and the Southwest, and in the North. I will also remind us of our kings that were killed by Fulani terrorists. I am not sure Igboho ordered those killings. Many legislators continue to denounce the Nigeria presidential system and calling for it to be abolished. Many influential Nigerians are publicly. There's a senator, I think Senator Ned. He said it. I've listened to it, that Nigerians should be allowed to buy guns. So what is it that when I say that we need 60,000 guns to defend and protect ourselves, as at the time we're ready for declaration? If your present senator stated that we need guns to be able to protect ourselves, T.Y. Danjuma said, and I quote, that your Nigerian military is compromised. Many of you know that. Because you get stopped by the Nigerian military only for you to find out that they are full-blown Boko Haram, ISWAP, and jihadis. In all, he's advising ordinary Nigerians to buy guns for self-defense. Self-defense. In all regions of Nigeria, huge numbers of hungry people came out and protested on the street, crying for hunger. Ebin Pawa. Even all of you saw the cartoon that was produced. Ebin Pawa. The Igbos refused to come out to protest. Some of them were drinking beers and laughing at us. They were also condemning President Tinubu and calling for dissolution of Nigeria. One from one of the videos that we played said, "Kilo tu ṣẹlẹ̀ gan, kilo de, ti pure water di 500 naira. Tuba ma dogun ko dogun, eni ma ku ma ku, eni ma ye ma ye." From the mouth of this young Yoruba man. I was not the one that told him to say so. I am not the one encouraging violence in Nigeria. Violence has been kept in Nigeria before the 1914 amalgamation during the slave trade. The student of the Nigerian University, the Nigerian Powerful Labor Union that have been compromised, brought by Tinubu, he has paid them off. So if you wait thinking that Nigeria Labour Congress will solve your problem, they are all part of the game. Stage. They make some few noise and they get paid and they go quiet. What has been the outcome? The student of the Nigerian University, the Nigerian Powerful Labor Union, they are not powerful as far as I'm concerned. Others are announcing imminent strike and mass protest. The most eminent Fulani leaders and traditional rulers of the North, who never once raised their voice against Buhari sponsorship of the Fulani and the terrorist atrocity all over Nigeria for 8 years, are now voicing out against Tinubu and calling all kind of public statements redolent with criticism of Tinubu and even warning him and threat of imminent disaster and doom for president, the country, the president and the government of the country. Many of you have listened to that, but because of your hypocrite and bias, you are more worried about me in UK saying that there will be war in Nigeria. War, according to Professor Sherinka, is already in Nigeria, and we must mobilize and push them back. If not, they will eliminate every single one of us, and you might end up being in a Fulani country. I don't want such. Many are even threatening that the military should take over of Nigeria, and that is still very, very imminent. Information continue to say that Babangida and the rest of them are not comfortable. I can say it. Let him come and sue me. And many of them, the generals, they're watching us. They're still imminent to coup, and they might kill Tinubu, but that is not going to happen. He will do what he needs to do, even as much as we might not agree with him, because nobody went to take coup and kill Buhari when he was there, even though some say he died in office. I haven't got a clear evidence, but even looking at Buhari, is dead or alive. Some Nigerian women even went stark naked, and that has implication. When women go naked on the street, it is also has some spiritual intake inside it. Go and ask your grandfather. I don't have to go into the details. Protesting by naked adult women in the street can invite terrible consequences on Nigeria. Even the small children in their elementary school are beginning to add their tiny but strident voices to the swelling storm of protest. I saw some of them in Ibadan. Many respected elders in the different part of Nigeria are now publicly and responsibly proposing that Nigeria should be dissolved now in the interest of the people and the citizens of Nigeria. But idiot bomb bastard Nigerians thinking that they will fix Nigeria by going again in 2027 to vote. Tinubu will rig himself back again even if the North refuse to support him. The worst case scenario is they will wait again in 2031 and they will chase him out and the power will go back to the North. The Igbos will never be given the opportunity to be the president of Nigeria because the North do not trust them. You will not be united as much as many of you want to. Spokesperson for the Yoruba people, the Igbo people, are now surprisingly the Hausa, the three largest nationalities in this evil contract that was pushed on us through a fraudulent amalgamation that needs to be dissolved, but Nigerians do not want to dissolve it, but they want to find unity among every one of us. You will not find unity. There will be war in Nigeria if we do not sit around the table and discuss the dissolution of Nigeria peacefully. Bomb bastard. The Hausas have listened to a very good presenter. I can't remember her name now. She's now been speaking more, telling Hausa to wake up, especially as evil El Rufai, that we don't know whether he killed Adiyati or is somewhere nobody knows. He said it clearly in the Hausa language that in his lifetime, there will never be a Christian governor in Kaduna State. That is the message. Let them keep Kaduna. We are not Kaduna, we are not Hausa, but the Hausa must wake up because most of those that are controlling the North are now Fulanis. Ganduje said himself that he is not a full Hausa man, he's a Fulani man. Yet, he became a governor for 8 years. He is the current APC chairman. What do you think their vision continue to be for Nigeria? For people that are not true Nigerians. These are Fulanis. And what Tongoni Wasile Niwon. Imagine a governor that is not the true indigenous of the state is still the chairman of APC. And he told the Southeast, you will join the most important party if you want to be relevant as a president. Ganduje said so in Anambra or somewhere in the Southeast some few weeks back. And therefore being killed and brutalized by the Fulani and credibly defending their homeland and people. The Yoruba, the Igbo, the Hausa, and together account for about 160 million in the population of Nigeria. But it's the Yoruba idiot, the bastard, that wants to keep us in Nigeria because of the 10,000, 20,000 naira they receive from the fraudulent politicians to come and open a Twitter space and condemn somebody like Igbowo, myself, and the campaigners, and including those that want to be free. Naturally. When something is natural, it does not need any fertilizer. The Yoruba land is natural. You spit your seed, something grows out of it. It is called natural. Most of the food that we consume in the UK and Europe are all non-organic. They have been fertilized, GMO, and that is why there's a lot of disease that is around killing us gradually. Naturally, most people on the protest trail to today see President Tinubu as the cause of all their economic woes. I will not say he is, but he's part of it. But they are mostly wrong. The collapse of the Nigerian economy, this is what Akintoye wrote that asked me to tell you, bastard Yoruba people that are now coming out and then trying to criticize us. The battery here says 20 minutes, so I am going to I will not be distracted with any question as I am in the middle of some very, very important presentation. So if I have the time for your question, I will answer. Just listen for now because I will not answer any question. It might be because the battery is flat, so I need to, change. That's it, yeah. You can put the question and I'll take note of it. And if I can answer it, I will do without too much distraction. So you can go ahead and put a question. And I'm not a boss here. I am just a servant serving the Yoruba people. And I'm not as special as you might think. I am just doing my own. And you can support us. It's voluntary. I've done 3 hours. That is about £30, the minimum wages in UK. If you send it to my account, it will go a long way. If you can't, pray for me. Naturally, most people on the protest trail today see President Tinubu as the cause of all their economic woes, but they are mostly wrong. The collapse of the Nigerian economy today is the end outcome of 6 decades. When they say something is 6 decades, 110 years, 20, 30, 40, 60 years of the non-preparing for us as in Nigerians. So for 6 decades of perpetual and truculent twisting, distortion, corruption, degradation of Nigerian economy and political life, and Ishorire for calling us out as the people that have come now to destroy Nigeria. You are a bomb bastard. For 60 years, that country has been going down, and it continues to do so. The pathetic, incompetent, and brutal corruption of the recent 8 years under Buhari finally nailed, finally buried, finally killed the Nigerian economy. Go and ask Ayo Fayoshe. Said Buhari took us back 50 years backwards. I am just worried about the video circulating on the social media about some army arrest. That has nothing to do with us. We have already spoken about that. It has to do with Dukpo Onitiri, the Ominira 2022 group. So don't worry, we are on top of the game with the Nigeria government because our rights will be respected by Tinubu. And this message that I'm reading now gives him the option to decide whether we go into a civil war or we go through the Soviet Union, a peaceful dissolution. And you are more than welcome, sir, for asking. If you are concerned, Tebawa concerned nípa gbogbo video tó ń lọ ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, don't be worried. We're on top of the game and we monitor what is happening, especially as we look forward to see what is going to happen when Seyi Makinde return back to office on Monday, whether it will say, ní right, láti ṣe Yorùbá nation, tó bá wá bìdá tó wá sí UK, kó wá sọ fún wa pé, ní right. And if he comes and I'm aware that he's here, I will go there. I'm not going to throw anything to him. I would ask him question as a civilized man that lives here. He has no moral right to tell us that Yoruba nation will not continue in Oyo State. It will continue in every Yoruba land because it is a fundamental right under the United Nations Charter. Self-determination is an inalienable. Whoa, Bishe Makinde da. Bukbenu Mufiso. Intoba Onikoso, Nijo Monday. I'm looking forward to that. Let's come back here again. Now, the man who bears one minute. Have I gone too far? No. Naturally. Okay. President Tinubu, no, why have I put this down? 6 decades, pathetic, incompetent. The brutal corruption of the recent 8 years of Buhari literally now buried Nigeria. If you like, let all your influential continue to tell that we are going to do business, we are going to, yes, let them do that, but that is not the solution. The solution, if Cocoa Foundation likes, right, let him get more rice from Dangote. Yoruba people needs a better social welfare system. Not that I don't like what he's doing, but you cannot be degrading the Yoruba women because you want to give them rice and oil and pancake and all these petty things, when literally a government have the responsibility to look after the old, the men, the young, and the women, the widows. Rather, they want us to see them as influential in the society. And I'm speaking directly to Cocoa Foundation. All that nonsense is not what we need. We need a welfare system that everybody will be accountable and be given their right under a Yoruba system of government. That is what we want. Mama Foni, petty things. And taking their videos, degrading our mothers because you want to give them rights. And that goes to all those that are doing that nonsense as well. Give people things, we don't need to see the videos. But they want us to see the video so that we see them as people that are doing something. That is what they want me to be doing as well. President Tinubu believes he can heal the Nigerian economy. I know many of you today, Koiki, I might heal the Nigerian economy. Have you healed yourself first? Ṣé o ti tọ́jú ara rẹ? Ṣé o ti tọ́jú ààrẹ? Have you healed yourself before you want to heal the Nigerian economy? Do you understand that for 60 years, that economy was dead? Tinubu now wants to bring it back to life, like the Titanic. But in spite of his confidence, Yoruba people are very confident people, which Tinubu is one of them. Even some disagree that he's a non-Yoruba person. That is their own problem. As far as we're concerned, he's a Yoruba man. He might have his own baggage, like many of the politicians in that contraction, bastard country. Thank you, Nigeria. Tinubu rò pé òun lè heal Nigeria economy. In spite of his confidence, his chances of success in that venture, ìrìn àjò ni, chances sí Bola Ahmed Tinubu lórí pé òun fẹ́ heal economy Nigeria are realistically and sadly close to zero. Kò tẹ̀ mú one jáde. Realistically, tó bá nìkan realistically, kó jù síbi jù sọ́hùn, kó gbé sókè, kó gbé sílẹ̀, kó fà lẹ́yàn, kó fà nísàlẹ̀, kó fà nídìí, kó fà nídìí, kó fà lẹ́yìn. It cannot. It will just remain a dormant account. You know what dormant account is? Dormant. Kò sówó kankan tó fẹ́ operate nínú ẹ̀. Ó kọ̀ wá dormant. He's wasting his time, but he's also enjoying life because only èmi ló kàn. And we expect him to enjoy life until he finishes his tenure like Buhari did. Buhari enjoyed life. And those of you that surround them, please make sure you take as much as you can before Tinubu leaves power. Because if Yoruba people do not leave Nigeria after Tinubu, the next president will come after each one of you that have taken contract and things while Tinubu was in power. And please stop dressing like Hausa anymore. At least Abuja belongs to Yoruba for now, for the next 3 years. You don't have to dress anymore like Hausa people. Go to those secretariat and wear a shoki. Let them know that we are Yoruba in Abuja. But it's a temporary measure. Bastard. So realistically and sadly, thank you so much to my back-end team that continues to say, when we say support Koiki Media, we make sure to specifically add it is a voluntary donation. And don't ask me, why do you beg for money? It is ethical. And if you don't know the meaning of ethical, you can go and ask on the Google. So, in spite of his confidence, his chances of success. So, if you listen to all these, your influential, to wà lórí social media, it doesn't matter whatever they are. Don't suffer you pay. Emma down alone. I'm not fixing the Nigerian economy. Say to them that OLAYOMI KOIKI of Koiki Media say they can't. Kò mú one jáde gan, it is zero. You know why? Healing. HELING. Hotel Echo Alpha Lima Indigo November Golf. Healing is for the sick. If you're sick, wàá mú àgbo, wàá fẹ́ heal. And I'm not here to bring or make anything when it comes to dead people. It's only in Nigeria that people die, but we still hope because we don't want to accept the fate. And I'm not referencing to any latest death in Nigeria. It does not matter who or how that death occur. When death happens, which it will happen at some point in our life, we pray for good life. But in Nigeria, you're likely not to survive 52 years, according to the World Health Organization. If you live in Japan, you will live up to 85 years old. Bomb bastards. Healing is for the sick, not for the dead. So President Bola Tinubu cannot heal a country that is dead. Death. D-E-A-D. Into ti kú. He's not died. He hasn't died. Pray to Jesus Christ. Hey, lórúkọ Jésù, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó kú. Ẹni tó ti lọ. The soul has traveled far away. We can only pray for that soul to receive tranquility and peace níbi tó ń lọ. And don't come and tell me about heaven and hellfire. Let me deal with the one on the earth which is Nigeria, that is hellfire. But some of you that are enjoying the heaven are your bastard politicians and some of your corrupt, innocent, independent Nigerians that are making hellfire for you through your religious organization, and the bastard all over that are saying to us, oh, we will die and go to hellfire. Give me one person that have died and come back and say hellfire lo. Let's fix the problem on the earth before you talk about heaven and hellfire. Nigeria is hellfire. HELLFIRE. Hotel Echo Lima Lima Foxtrot Indigo Romeo Echo. When you call Nigeria, add hellfire to it. Idiot all over the place. And even if President Tinubu, by the dint of restlessness and with the help of the capable assistant, Wale Edun, Cardoso, many of them, whom he had called up, succeed, even if the word if could guarantee, even if he succeed in healing Nigerian economy to an extent, Nigeria economy will certainly return to its downward trajectory after him, because the North will take over power, the Southeast will not be given power, and they will drain back the Nigerian economy back to what it was not meant to be. There is no other country. Okay, no. The forces pushing Nigeria downward cannot push in any other direction than downwards. There is no other country in the world about whom Nigeria kind of story can be told. If some of these things that is happening in Nigeria happen in any part of the world, there will be chaos on a daily basis until the collapse of that country. But because your religious centers have told you, don't fight for your rights, just pray to God to give us good leaders. You will never find or see a good leader until the dissolution of Nigeria. You will continue to experience the worst case scenario and you might be affected. There is no other country in the world, once again, about whom in turn learning in Nigeria, the kind of story that we hear every day, the story of a country that earned for many years of the largest revenue in the world from petroleum. They were sinking the petroleum money. It was called the crude oil money. Owo Epo Robi. Ken Saro-Wiwa was fighting until Abacha eventually executed him. Many people today continue to live in abject poverty. Those, the real indigenous owner of the crude oil, the oil wealth has been split in between the Alakijas, the Otedola, the Dangote, and many of them in the north. And the real owners cannot have 3 square meals, and you even destroy the river line. And you are telling them to remain in Nigeria. There will be civil war in Nigeria if care is not taken today. It's going to happen. Because people that owns that territory have been massacred, killed, and even spilled. Shell was part of the corruption. Spill crude oil all over places where people were fishing. And you are telling them to remain in Nigeria, and you can still marginalize them. There will be war if care is not taken. It's just Oshiwa Nino Kuka Oferuboboni. Continue to say I'm crazy. It is going to happen. How can we say that we earn so much money, yet Abacha took $5 billion, money that was sold through crude oil, never returned back to Nigeria? After they even returned the money, how many of you benefited from the wealth of that money that was returned? And yet ended up as the #1 home of extreme poverty in the world. Nigeria is #1 extreme poverty, where people cannot have 3 square meals anymore. And you think it's all about leadership problem. No, it's a deliberate act. It's an evil act. That is the hellfire we're talking about. Don't come and preach hellfire to me, and don't come and preach heaven to me. Let's preach the one that we can see physically. Let us all die and visit wherever we have to go. But let's first deal with the problem here before we die. Trying to lift up Nigeria sustainable is a futile venture. Akintoye working. Futile, Futile, Frederick Uniform Tango, Indigo, Lima Echo, Futile. Gbogbo wàhálà tí Tinubu ń ṣe, Ọlọ́run kò já sásán fún. At least they will say he became the president of Nigeria before the dissolution. And we pray, as we the campaigners, that he will be the last president of that shithole country so that everybody goes their separate ways. And if you say that is not going to happen, there will be war. After publicly admitting that some of the Nigerians' economic problem defies solution, President Tinubu took courageous action by inviting all the state governors to work with him. And he and they together began to consider some economic relief measures, the establishment of state police. That has not happened. And even a restructuring agenda. But among most Nigerians, these actions are regarded as too little, too late. And even as the measures being hurriedly promoted by the politicians to enable them to hold on to their position in Nigerian politics and their stakes in Nigerian corruption system, a very corrupt system that has now had so much impact on the people that has no business in that system. As a Nigerian, for anywhere you travel around the world, you are tagged as a corrupt Nigerian, even though you are not one. Restructuring, though many prominent citizens have saying, many current citizens have been saying much about it, cannot stop the Fulani from spreading out to kill, destroy, maim, and kidnap in any part of Nigeria, and that continue on a daily basis. You can just go on the news in Nigeria and see how many people have been kidnapped last week. Since there will be Nigerian citizens, state police is a good step, but its establishment requires a prolonged process of constitutional amendment, which many Nigerian senators are not ready to do. Altogether, the stark truth about Nigeria today is that Nigeria has come to an end. We just have to accept and bury it so that we can move on and set up a new system in a new country, autonomous, where we can direct our life just like any other citizen around the world. Continue to listen to your friends that lives abroad, but they will not return back to Nigeria because they don't see it as a country that is safe for them. The man who now bears the ultimate responsibility, at least for the next 3 years, for Nigeria beyond this point, is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We do not hate him, but we are ready to negotiate. We are ready to talk to him if he is ready. If he ignores, it's just like it's a time bomb that will explode him anytime soon. He chooses to go maneuvering, wheeling, dealing on and on until Nigeria will explode in the rivers of blood. I pray it does not happen. But in my mind, I know that that is going to be one way out. Sometimes you buy a one-way ticket because you know it might be the best option. Many Nigerians do not want to accept the basic truth. That is the only truth. Does that look like a green, white, green flag? That is not a green, white, green flag, Mr. Ote Felix. That is the Yoruba Nation flag. And I'm sure you can see the Olakun. That is what the most powerful leader of Yugoslavia, Slobodan Milosevic, did in 1989 to 1990, when they were telling him that this country, Yugoslavia, needs to break, needs to dissolve. Okay. Then what happened? It led to rivers of blood. And you know what that means, without doing a lot of elaboration on it. If you do not want Nigeria to go through rivers of blood, then we might be opting for the other option that I will read to you in a few minutes. When Yugoslavia as one country had obviously come to an end, just like Nigeria, Slobodan Milosevic determined to continue to keep Yugoslavia together at all costs. You cannot keep us together at all costs. It will collapse. It's just a matter of when, time, I don't know. And by all means, he did so until massive, MASSIVE, Mike Alpha Sarah India Victor Echo, massive. When I say something is massive, there was a massive rivers of blood that flow and countless thousands of people perished. If you think that we sit outside the country and we are making this threat, it's not a threat. History It's just saying that do not allow us to go through the same route. There is still opportunity for peace. Happy Sunday, Okoya Folayan. It's a live program in case you're wondering. And we're almost going to finish because it's 4 hours already. I've done enough already. But I want to complete this today. Massive rivers of blood flow. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ta sílẹ̀ rẹpẹtẹ. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ó pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ ní Yugoslavia during the 1989-90. Because somebody just refused to accept that it was due for it to break. But eventually, until the truth finally asserted itself that Yugoslavia needed to dissolve, Nigeria would dissolve in Jesus' name. Nigeria would dissolve, inshallah. Nigeria would dissolve. Láṣẹ àwọn tó láyé, tó lọ́run, tó nílẹ̀ Yorùbá gangan. It would dissolve. I've told you, America cannot stop it. UK cannot stop it. The international community cannot stop it. Hate me or like me, they know that Nigeria would dissolve. But they're just being careful that it doesn't fall into dissolution that might become warlords. They know. America know. They have all this information ready for them to when Nigeria will break up. And when there is no peace, there will be war. America will bring their closest warship and they will move their citizens with helicopter back to America so that they can then start talking to those in charge of whatever is happening on the ground. And they will not have any moral right to bring any troops to support Nigerian government. It will be more bloody. Because why? There will be other countries that will support those that are asking for their right to self-determination. There's always two people who support. As you wake up this morning, Iran as a supporter, just like America say, we will back Israel up to the last military might. I don't know what Russia would do, but information is stating that Russia might support Iran. Already, we are in World War III. Wake up. And please do not call. We're not taking any more calls. But Yugoslavia needed to dissolve until Yugoslavia dissolved into 8 different countries. Until Slobodan Milosevic himself ended up before the International Criminal Tribunal charged with serious crimes against humanity until he died. A lonely and wretched death in the tribunal prison custody. I do not pray that this will happen to President Bola Tinubu. But in contrast, President Tinubu can do as another country called Soviet Union, run under Mikhail Gorbachev. He was the president of the Soviet Union in 1985 up to 1991. When the great Soviet Union had obviously come to an end, the great Soviet Union, Soviet Union, the great, but at some point things will no longer be great. At some point, UK would also have to accept that Scottish people and the Welsh people would go and set up and have their own independent country. When all that is going to happen, I don't know. But the Scottish and the Welsh people are pushing towards that, which is the same thing I am doing. It's just that you are not comfortable with me because I'm a black Yoruba man, born bastard. So the English or the Scottish are much better than me because I am asking for the same thing they're asking for. And even some English people are saying that they need to go out of the union. How soon that is going to happen, I don't know. But Mikhail Gorbachev, the president of the Soviet Union in 1985-1991, did in 1990, when the great Soviet Union had obviously come to an end, Gorbachev humbly surrendered to the truth. Many of you don't like the truth because truth is a very painful thing to accept. So, I am just doing my own, and everybody knows. Your politics will not solve the problem in Nigeria. He surrendered to the truth that end had come to the Soviet Union. He was therefore able to shepherd his country into a peaceful dissolution. So that is why I always say that we can still go through the peaceful line to this problem. But if you say, hey, kò sí nǹkan tẹ́ máa ṣe, kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe sí? Mẹ́wàá wà tó fẹ́ ṣe o. So let us be very careful. Don't say kò sí nǹkan tó lè ṣe. Mẹ́wàá wà táwọn èèyàn lè ṣe. But it is always good to do the peaceful means. So peaceful dissolution, thereby, for that purpose alone, preempting a massive and devastating war that would have probably consumed millions of lives. President Tinubu will wait until millions of lives is lost because of his selfish interest. The time will tell. I don't know. But currently, he's the president. While considering his option, President Tinubu needs to be aware of the following important fact and listen to this fact, idiot. That come and tell me, Koiki, it has not been done before. Listen to the fact. The separation of a people from a country of diverse peoples, or the dissolution of a country of diverse people into smaller countries, if accomplished peacefully, taba kúrò nínú Nigeria peacefully ni gbogbo ilé máa kọ́kọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ o. There's the other way around as well. So this one is about the peaceful way. Tó o bá lọ ní peaceful, ó máa ní wàhálà nínú lọ́jọ́ iwájú náà. But let's listen to the peaceful one. It's not a tragedy at all. It needs to browse the histories of some of the countries that separated peacefully, and it will find stories of subsequent prosperity in all the cases. We have people that are watching me from Belgium. They had a peaceful breakup. We had people, okay, Belgium, we separated from Holland in 1830. There was another peaceful one. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, and Iceland, which separated at a different times over a long time. The Republic of Ireland, which separated from Britain in 1921. Singapore, which separated from Malaysia in 1965, 5 years after the fraudulent independence in Nigeria. The 14 countries which arose from the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Czech and Slovakia Republic, which separated in 1993 when Nigeria was going for election with MK Abiola. What was the end result? The Hausa Fulanis, or the Fulanis rather, and some Hausas and some Yorubas were against Abiola becoming the president, and everything turned upside down. East Timor, which separated from Indonesia only in 2002, May precisely. President Tinubu also now needs to note that the countries to separate violently tend to be dodgy by violence afterwards, as in the case of Pakistan, which separated in a storm of violence from India. Today, or Talang Mejeji. That happened in 1947. Let's take you to South Sudan, which separated after years of violence from Sudan in 2011. Kotisi peace nibe. Some of the 8 countries that resulted from the violence of the dissolution of Yugoslavia. Kotisi peace nibe. What can a peaceful negotiated departure of any nation that seeks to separate from Nigeria, or a peaceful negotiated dissolution of Nigeria, give to humanity with a question mark? Nigerian people are now trapped in the Nigerian space that is churning in an abominable cause of utter darkness, unspeakable poverty, hunger, hatred. We will continue to have that hatred on the social media until everybody goes their separate ways. Hostility, mass murders, fear and death. The hatred and hostility are so deep that even now, some people in the northern Nigeria, in the midst of the killings and kidnapping all over Nigeria, in the midst of the mass cries of hunger, are blocking the northern entry to Jeba because they don't want food to come to the southwest. Of a Fabi power. We take you out by not bringing food to the southwest. Is that not what they wanted to do? This is what we are saying to our Yoruba people. Start small farming that can feed you and your family. And we hope our governors will invest in much farming before things turns around. We are almost there. I have just one more, then I close the broadcast. Done enough today already. The hatred and hostility are so deep that even now, some people in the northern Nigeria, in the midst of the killings and kidnapping all over Nigeria, and in the midst of the mass cries of hunger, are blockading the northern entry to Jeba Bridge on River Niger and turning back food trucks in order to stop even the small amount of food that is coming to the southern Nigeria, especially to southwestern Nigeria. Avowedly, in order to starve out whose peoples in the southern Nigeria, a peaceful negotiated pattern of ways from these homes of horrors can reduce or even eliminate fear, hatred, and hostility. If we break, we will not have so much fear. You decide whether you want to go to another country, because UK will advise me not to go to certain states in Nigeria. A peaceful negotiated pattern of ways from these homes of horrors can reduce or even eliminate fear, hatred, and hostility, and can ultimately result in a mutual respect, peaceful borders, friendly and mutually helpful neighbors, generally progress, prosperity, happiness, if it is done peacefully. If this is not done peacefully, there will not be all this happiness, prosperity. It will be a lot of problems. In the end, ní ìparí, the choice belongs to President Bola Tinubu. He stands to earn historic honor and fame like Gorbachev, or historic condemnation and dishonor in fame like Milosevic of Yugoslavia. His official assistants are doing nothing wrong by advising him to hold on and keep trying. It is understandable that they see that as their loyal duty to him, but it is he that must take this decision, his decision. He must know that whatever way he decides, it cannot now stop the truth from having its way in Nigeria's situation. The situation has gone far social media. You cannot kill the message. People are much more conscious-minded. And shout out to my beautiful mother and my wives and my children. But it is he that must take this decision. He must know that whatever way he decides, it cannot now stop the truth from having its way in Nigeria's situation. Nigeria, spelled Nigeria. November, India, Golf, Echo, Romeo, November, Alpha, with the green, white, green, must now officially allow that green, white, green flag to come down and allow nations to put their flag up, and everybody will respect that. Nigeria has reached the point of breaking up, whether in peace or in rivers of blood. That is the truth that many of you do not want to accept. I am not pushing for violence. I am still pushing for negotiation and peace. That peace must be allowed to flourish today. Just 10 minutes, I will be done. 10 minutes. I love you. Okay. All right. It's been a long time, so I gotta go now. Nigeria again. The country you all love so much. The one that you don't want it to go has reached the point of breaking up. And let's do it together. No politicians, they are all bastard and corrupt. That is why you are thinking that they will find me and kidnap me. They can't. We are not doing anything against international law. It is our moral right for what I say from my house here in London. The self-determination under the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye that I stand with says clearly Nigeria has now reached the point of breaking up. And that again says clearly, whether in peace or in rivers of blood, Nigeria will break up. No prayer can resolve that problem anymore. It is a truth that many of you must accept. How soon it breaks depends on so many gullible you that still think that you can bring Peter Obi to come and be the president. Then what happened even after he completes his tenure? It still goes back round the clock again to the north. After Tinubu, Yoruba should not be smelling presidency for probably another 20 years. The north will manipulate it because they now understand that we are becoming much more enlightened in the power game, the power tussle. So if you're one of those that think that Tinubu complete his tenure 4 years with another rigged election 2031, Yoruba oni debe mo laye, not will make sure it doesn't happen. President Bola Tinubu cannot prevent that. He has no power to stop the breakup of Nigeria, but he has what it takes to allow it to go in the rivers of blood or in a peaceful one. If you like open space on my name, Nigeria go break. That boy wait there for UK is pushing. You are bastard. UK pushed all these together, and they will have to also come in place and do what needs to be done to dissolve what they pushed together. I don't know any Igbo people. I don't know Hausa people before. I was living in my own territory as my forefathers were living until Britain came and joined the madness that we are all experiencing in Nigeria today. And it has come. I shut up on Mali, I just spot the comment now. What the fuck is that? Moshari message anything. Where is it? I told you I watch everything that comes up here. Talenito send message here. Babel ni shorire Adebayo Jagaba Baba kò ní ṣoríire. Àwọn tó bí ò ní jèrè. I'm doing Duru. I'm an owner of Duru. Only Duru Entertainment Studio. Only 419. Criminals, Yoruba people. Fraudsters. Studio Woloni. Ebefin Jale ni. Bomb bastard. Àwọn tó ní ò ní jèrè. Ogun máa pa ẹ́ sínú ilé. Ò ní kúre. Ìṣẹ́ máa wọlé bá gbogbo àwọn generation ẹ̀ pátá. Àṣẹ́gun. Bomb bastard. Shut up. Come back to Nigeria. Lórí burúkú ọmọ àlè. Ìyá tó bí ò ní jèrè ẹ̀. Wọ́n máa sunkún ẹ̀ ni. Fúlàní máa bá ìyá ẹ̀ sùn tó máa bàdí ẹ̀jẹ̀. Wọ́n máa pa bàbá ẹ̀, wọ́n máa gé orí bàbá ẹ̀ nínú ilé. Bó ṣe lọ ń pa àwọn èèyàn wa ní Ogun State, wọ́n ń bá àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ sùn. Bó ṣe máa bá àwọn family ẹ̀ sùn lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan nìyẹn. Bó ṣe ń bá àwọn ọmọ wa sùn nínú White Garment Church tó ń fàdí ọmọ kékeré ya kò ní ò ní ṣoríire. Àwọn tó ní ò ní jèrè ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. Tó bá jèrè wọ́n ní jèrè ẹni tó tẹ̀lé ẹ̀. Bomb bastard. You daft man. I block you off. Lori Buruku. Idiot all over the place. Come on, tell me nonsense. I am fully ready for each one of you. Bastard. Idiot. Let's complete the conversation. Tinubu cannot stop it. It is only how Nigeria breaks up that it can influence. We who are President Tinubu's brothers and sisters, we who love President Bola Tinubu must wish him in his butt. We repeat, might be tough situation, the best of guidance and the best outcome in his own interest and the interest of the peoples and humans now reeling in the abominable deprivation, starvation, hopelessness, hatred, hostility, and insecurity, and the chaos in Nigeria. The first and the most urgent step that most Nigerians will wish for President Tinubu now is that he should carry out immediately his plan to allow and empower every state to establish its own forest guard outfit so that we can save many lives. Many lives we can save. Taloni stop cursing. Kò ní dá fún bàbá ẹ̀ bó ṣe ní kí stop cursing. Ò ní ṣoríire. Fulani are killing many people in Nigeria. You are telling me to stop cursing. Bàbá ẹ̀ ò ní ṣoríire. You are a bomb bastard. Aziz Alukondi. Bomb bastard Fulani man. Come and tell me to stop cursing. Bàbá ẹ̀ ò ní kúre. So bí Fulani ṣe ń dò ìyá yín tó ń gé orí yín tá à ń rí tó gé ọmọ ọwọ́ Yorùbá méjì tí kò lè fọwọ́ ṣe nǹkan kan mọ́ ìyẹn ò dùn ẹ́ ìkọ́sìn tèmi ló ń dùn ẹ́ bàbá ẹ̀ ò ní ṣoríire. Idiot. Babel Nigeria for coming to my platform and say I should stop cursing. Even prophet of God said we can curse you all. Idiot all over the place. As I leave you this afternoon, continue to say Nigeria will work. It is a dead ground that we are going. Moki Bubuale Nkonsi. I am OLAYOMI KOIKI of KOIKIMEDIA. I live in UK. I am a Yoruba nationalist. I'm a very proud one. Self-determination is what we stand on, and we will go out of the contraction. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, forílẹ̀ ìbí wa, kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga falẹ̀rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ní pé bàtìbẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní kẹjẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. If you're looking for action, you can go downstairs to Nigeria and start the action. We are following the movement as it is. Action is what you can go and start. Action belongs to everybody. I am just playing my role. Have a very good afternoon. Bye for now.